Just shortly after Nine Lotus reached Serpent Wing Lake, in the distant Crimson Dragon Mountains of Stillwater Commandery, a large group of people were gathered around the tall, large teleportation array. All of them had powerful auras. Clearly, none of them were ordinary. Northmont Fox was standing behind a tall, skinny man. He sent to him, "Father, who did you pull me over here to meet? You didn't even permit me to ask about this while we were in Stillwater City. You insisted on bringing me to the Raindragon Guard branch before telling me." The tall, skinny man was dressed in a black uniform. He wore a crown on his forehead, and his eyes were sunken and deep. However, his pupils seemed to carry a cold light that would bring fear to many. This man was Northmont Fox's father, Northmont Ian. The two most likely candidates to become the next Marquis of Stillwater were Northmont Black Tiger and Northmont Ian. They had completely different temperaments. Northmont Black Tiger was like an enormous, primordial beast who was born with a dominating aura. Anyone who looked at him would feel terror. In acting, he was incomparably dominating as well, and so he had many followers. As for Northmont Ian, he was a truly ambitious and ruthless figure who was particularly skilled at biding his time. Nobody could see through Yin's thoughts. He was a mystery to all. If I told you in Stillwater City, given your temperament, you might have leaked this information, which would be disastrous. Ian shook his head. This matter is extremely important, and very few know of it. Look at Immortal Eastrock of the local Raindragon Guard branch. He's waiting just like us. Although he's brought a group of subordinates, I imagine that only he himself knows exactly who it is that we are waiting for. Fox instantly felt an itchy feeling in his heart. Someone capable of making even Immortal Eastrock and Ian come in person to wait for him, and to act so secretively as for Ian to not even tell Fox, his own son, who it was. Who is it? Fox was extremely anxious to know. This person is Young Flame Nong, of the Young Flame lineage. Ian sent mentally. Fox's face instantly changed. He revealed a look of shock and amazement as he yelped back mentally, "Young Master Young Flame Nong? One of the 4 dukelings of the Imperial capital? Why has he come to Stillwater Commandery? How can this be? Now do you understand why I didn't tell you?" Northmont Ian cast his son a glance. Northmont Fox hurriedly nodded. He understood. Of course he understood. Although the Northmont clan of Stillwater held a marquisdom and was incomparably ancient and large, if they were compared to the rest of the Xianxia dynasty, there were still powers that were even mightier than the Northmont clan. For example, the almighty imperial clan of the Xianxia dynasty, the Shimong clan, or some of the most powerful clans that had helped the Shimong clan unify the world. The Young Flame clan was one of the faithful ministers that served the imperial clan of the Xianxia dynasty. Supposedly, during the Fiendgod era, the Young Flame clan was a clan that was as old and as powerful as the Shimong clan. In fact, their history stretched to the most ancient of eras of this major world. In the end, the Young Flame clan had submitted to the Shimong lineage. They had followed the Shimong clan in conquering the world, and had been one of the most powerful clans under the Shimong clan's control. As for the Northmont clan and the other clans, they had all slowly begun to join the Shimong clan later on, and in terms of power, they were vastly inferior to the Young Flame clan. And nowadays, the Young Flame clan's leader had the revered title of the Godplume Duke, and the clan itself held 3 marquisdoms. The 3 commanderies it ruled over were all extremely vast ones, far larger than Stillwater Commandery. After all, the 3,600 commanderies of the Xianxia dynasty were all different in size. Stillwater Commandery could only be described as an ordinary one. Some extremely large commanderies were comparable in size to dozens of Stillwater commanderies. As for this Young Flame Nong who was about to arrive, he was one of the leaders of the younger generation of Young Flame nobles. Unless something went amiss, the next clan leader of the Young Flame clan, the Godplume Duke, would be this Young Flame Nong. But of course, the Young Flame clan's next leader had not been 100% set in stone. The selectees would still be tested and tried. Generally, however, the trials would be easily passed. It could be said that Young Flame Nong's status in the Young Flame clan was comparable to Ji Ning's status when he had been a child in the West Prefecture city of the Ji clan. Internally, it had all but been decided that he would be the next Godplume Duke. He would be a powerful figure, capable of influencing the entire Xianxia dynasty. The arrival of someone like him. It now made perfect sense as to why Northmont and Immortal Eastrock had come in person and been so secretive about it, not letting anyone else know what was happening. Oh. Coming. He's coming. Their eyes all lit up. The teleportation array once more began to glow, and then a group of people appeared within it. The leader was dressed in azure robes. He seemed quite plainly dressed, but upon a close examination, one would discover that the threads of this azure robe were actually the draconic whiskers of the divine dragons of the East Sea. The man's face had a calm smile on it, but the welcomers could all sense the natural, noble aura emanating from him. It was a true, noble aura which only someone like him, who an ancient clan like the Young Flame clan had trained to be their next leader, would possess. Young Flame Nong's status was such that even in the imperial capital of the Xianxia dynasty, he was called one of the four dukelings. Even imperial scions of the Shimon clan had to have enough status within their clan to be able to treat with them on an equal footing. There were some members of the clan who borrowed the Shimon clan's prestige but had no real status within it. These people weren't even qualified to become friends with Young Flame Nong. Young Master Young Flame. Northmont laughed and saluted with clasped hands. Young Master Young Flame. Immortal Eastrock also clasped his hands. Young Flame Nong looked at the two of them, then nodded. Northmont Eastrock. I saw the two of you last time at the imperial capital. So much time has passed, as though in the blink of an eye. I have to trouble the two of you on this trip of mine to Stillwater City. I truly am guilty for doing so. It is our honor to be able to assist you, Young Master Young Flame. Immortal Eastrock and Northmont both spoke out together. The two of them couldn't help but glance at the person slightly behind Young Flame Nong. There was a tall, skinny, narrow-eyed, middle-aged man standing there, his skin pitch black. The aura this man was emanating caused even Northmont and Immortal Eastrock to feel secretly astonished. Fiendgod. A Fiendgod. Both of them quickly came to this realization. However, for an ancient clan like the Young Flame clan, raising Fiendgods wasn't too difficult. After all, these ancient clans had been flourishing since shortly after the major world was created. They had long ago captured countless Fiendgods. Although Fiendgods were arrogant, in the face of certain death, many would still be willing to submit. Young Master Young Flame. Immortal Eastrock pointed at the group of people behind him. I've already given them their instructions. They are absolutely reliable. There are 2 peak Wanxiang adepts and 100 Zifu disciples. Young Master Young Flame, if there is anything you need, just give them their instructions. Oh, and both of the Wanxiang adepts are 2-clawed Rain Dragon guards. 2-clawed Rain Dragon guards? Young Flame Nong nodded after hearing this. Someone capable of becoming a 2-clawed Rain Dragon guard had to at least be comparable to primal Taoists. They could be considered useful. As for the 100 Zifu disciples, they'd be nothing more than cannon fodder. Buyu pays his respects to you, Young Master Young Flame, a messy-haired youth said respectfully. Xuehongyi pays his respects to you, Young Master Young Flame. A red-robed youth saluted respectfully. Young Flame Nong nodded lightly. I'll have to trouble the two of you this time. It is our honor to be able to toil in your service, Young Master Young Flame. Xuehongyi and Adept Buyu both responded with modesty. Northmont on the other side, spoke out as well. I've also arranged for 10 Wanxiang adepts and 100 Zifu disciples. They are all death-sworn and completely loyal. Perhaps the 10 Wanxiang adepts are not comparable to Xuehongyi and Buyu, but if they join forces, generally speaking, even primal Taoists would have to give them a wide berth. Death-sworn. Young Flame Nong's eyes instantly lit up and he revealed a smile. Generally speaking, it was extremely hard to make an immortal cultivator become a suicide soldier, a death-sworn. Generally speaking, one would first train a normal person into becoming a death-sworn, and then teach them cultivation. However, given the mindset of a death-sworn, it would be very hard for them to advance very far on the path of immortal cultivation, and thus, for Northmont to be able to deliver 10 Wanxiang-level death-sworn was a major gift. After all, although Immortal Eastrock had arranged for Xuehongyi and Buyu to assist, they were clearly there to assist him, not to be suicide soldiers. This is my son, Northmont Fox. He's never met you, young Master Young Flame, but he's long heard of your great fame. This time, he repeatedly begged me to let him come and let him see you in person, young Master Young Flame. Northmont said with a smile. My respects to you, young Master Young Flame. Northmont Fox was incomparably excited and he quickly spoke his respects. Young Flame Nong nodded gently. Northmont Fox. I'll remember your name. A simple phrase, but it caused Fox to feel incomparably excited. This trip of mine to Stillwater Commandery is part of a small test the clan has arranged for me. Young Flame Nong looked towards Immortal Eastrock and Northmont Thus, it isn't appropriate for me to cause too much of a stir here. With these helpers you two have given me, my chances of success are now increased. I can't be too slack in addressing this trial. Thus, I won't stay here any longer. There's no need for the rest of you to send me off. Then we will wait to congratulate you on your triumphant return, young Master Young Flame, and then celebrate with you. Northmont and Immortal Eastrock both watched as Young Flame Nong's group departed. Only Northmont Northmont Fox, and Immortal Eastrock were left by this teleportation array. Of course, those old servants who were in charge of maintaining the teleport array were present as well. However, when they were chatting, Immortal Eastrock had naturally used elemental energy to block out all sound, and so the old servants had no idea who had arrived. Father, we gifted him with Death Sworn. He's just going to leave like that? Fox gave his father a glance. Glanced back at his son. Consider yourself lucky that he accepted them. He is currently in the middle of his trials and just so happens to need helpers, and so he'll accept them. In the future, when he becomes the next Godplume Duke, he'll become a person capable of easily impacting the entire Xianxia dynasty. By then, he'd view our gift with contempt. Gifting him with a group of Deathsworn now is worth more than sending 100 groups or 1,000 groups in the future. Fox seemed to understand. Let's go back, Ian instructed. An enormous, completely dark red warship. It seemed ancient and plain, and it soared through the skies. Within the warship, there were a total of 600 Zifu disciples and 10 plus Wanxiang adepts. Young Flame Nong and the skinny, black-skinned man next to him both stood at the railing of the warship, staring at the vast world before them. Shuehongi, Buyu? Young Flame Nong asked. Who are some of the formidable figures in Stillwater Commandery? Aside from primal Taoists and immortals. Aside from immortals and primal Taoists, Shuehongi said. In our Stillwater Commandery, the most powerful of the Wanxiang adepts would definitely include the most powerful geniuses that are gathered at the Black-White College. Of course, the Skysplitter Sword Sect, the Bluewood Tribe, and the Dragon Hunter clan also have their own elites. I am afraid that being able to convince these true core members of these forces to risk their lives would be quite hard. Young Flame Nong nodded lightly. Shuehongi was one of the most talented younger members of Snowdragon Mountain. However, because Snowdragon Mountain, in the grand scheme of things, was a small sect, Shuehongi was willing to serve as a servant in front of noble carriage. Those even more talented geniuses, however, wouldn't necessarily be able to do so. Oh! The nearby adept Bu Yu's eyes lit up. It seems we've reached Swallow Mountain. There is a peerless genius in Swallow Mountain, one of the truly top-tier Wanxiang members of the Black-White College. He is Adept Dark North, Ji Ning. Hearing Ji Ning's name, Shuehongi frowned. Ji Ning. Young Flame Nong revealed a look of curiosity as well. I've never heard of him. Bu Yu, you tell me, what is so special about this person? Young Flame Nong asked with curiosity. Shuehongi stood to one side. Although he wasn't happy, he could only hide his resentment in his heart. This person is a genius of the art of the sword. When he first entered the Black-White College, he defeated several of his senior fellow disciples in Dao debates. In the end, it was a reincarnated immortal, the Rainbow Flame Fairy Yue, who defeated him. And now, he has only grown even more formidable. Not too long ago, he even defeated one of the 3 primal Taoists of Snowdragon Mountain, Taoist Snowplume. Adept Buyu said. Snowdragon Mountain? Young Flame Nong looked at the nearby Shuehongi. Hongi, you are of Snowdragon Mountain, yes? Did this happen? Shuehongi felt extremely stifled. But in the end, he said in a low voice. It did. What level is Taoist Snowplume at? Young Flame Nong asked. He lived in the imperial capital of the Xianxia dynasty. How could he possibly know about the primal Taoists of a small sect in Stillwater, such as Snowdragon Mountain? Xuehongyi said in a low voice. Peak primal. Ha ha ha. This Jining is worth paying a visit to. Young Flame Nong laughed and nodded. This trip was an important trial the clan had assigned him, and in fact, they wouldn't even provide him with much support. The only person he brought out from the clan was the old servant, Shangliu Fong, who had protected him since he was a child. As for any other subordinates, he had to have others volunteer them to him. This trial was actually quite a difficult one. The old servant had to stay next to him and protect him, and so he still needed formidable subordinates. To invite a primal Taoist or an immortal. Young Flame Nong didn't feel safe doing so, because some powerful primal Taoists and immortals, given their combat ability, could instantly kill him. He absolutely would not permit this sort of a threat to exist. Thus, he would only ask Wanxiang adepts. No matter how powerful a Wanxiang adept was, their power was within the realm of what he could handle. However, some extremely powerful primal Taoists were outside of that realm. It is impossible to tell how powerful a person is just by looking at them. Even if a primal Taoist might be little known, no one could know how many secret arts he might be actually hiding. It was best to invite Wanxiang adepts. It was safer and within his realm of control. However, the more powerful a Wanxiang adept, the harder it would be to invite them to come. Young Master Young Flame, this Jining has trained for less than 30 years. I imagine he might be quite hard to invite, Xuehongyi said hurriedly. In addition, he's also very arrogant. He didn't even show my Snowdragon Mountain any face at all. If we just go and ask him, he might be discourteous. Ha ha ha. He wouldn't give your Snowdragon Mountain face? So you think he won't give me face? Young Flame Nong gave him a glance. Hongyi, I can tell that there are some grudges between your clan and him. However, since you've come to assist me, then you don't need to think about those things for now. Xuehongyi had no choice but to lower his head and say, Understood. Come, let's take a look at this Jining. Young Flame Nong smiled, filled with anticipation. Serpent Wing Lake, Bright Heart Island. Within a study, Ning was currently writing calligraphy, one character at a time. Autumn Leaf was by his side, accompanying him and grinding hink for him. Nine Lotus stood to one side, watching. Phew! Ning put down his brush, revealing a hint of a smile. Writing calligraphy truly was a form of enjoyment for him, especially when he incorporated his insights into the sword into them. This sort of feeling was truly pleasurable. Autumn Leaf, take it and burn it, Ning said. Yes, young master. Autumn Leaf immediately began to roll up the scroll. Autumn Leaf, Nine Lotus said. Take it and burn it in a nearby room. I have some things to discuss with Jining. Autumn Leaf nodded, then obediently left. In the room, only Jining and Nine Lotus were left. What secrets do you wish to discuss? That you need to avoid Autumn Leaf? Ning hung the brush in its holder, then glanced at Nine Lotus. Nine Lotus looked at Ning. Jining, don't you feel as though you are a bit too friendly and intimate with Autumn Leaf? Ning was stunned. As I see it, there's not much of a difference between the way you treat Autumn Leaf and the way you treat me. Nine Lotus looked at Jining. I'm your Tao companion. She's just your maid. Ha ha ha. Ning began to laugh. You are overthinking things. I'm not, Nine Lotus said quickly. I'm not as jealous and small-minded as you are thinking. However, in the future, it is guaranteed that you will become more and more powerful, and your status will become higher and higher. More and more people will follow you as well. With so many subordinates, how are you going to properly manage them? With rules, that's how. How can you go without rules? There must be a clear distinction between those with high status and those with low status. Autumn Leaf is a maid? Then she's a maid. If you don't distinguish between those of high and low status, then everything will be a mess. Everything she had learned within the Dongyan clan caused Nine Lotus to believe that one had to clearly distinguish between exalted and humble statuses. Servants were servants. Even if you doted on a particular servant, a servant still had to act the part of a servant. What are you trying to say? Ning began to frown. I just want to tell you that in the future, as you grow increasingly powerful, the G clan will also slowly grow powerful. A major clan needs to look like and operate like a major clan. As the supreme power behind this major power, you need to be even more careful in distinguishing between the statuses of those by your side. Nine Lotus said. And you? Enough about Autumn Leaf for now. You even converse with those ordinary servants? You chit-chat with them? Those are just ordinary mortal servants. Why pay them any attention at all? Ning suddenly snapped. Enough! Nine Lotus was stunned. Everyone has their own way of handling their affairs. As for Autumn Leaf, although she is a maid, in my heart, she's my older sister. Ning looked at Nine Lotus. Nine Lotus gritted her teeth. The two had lived in different environments, and Ning, in his previous life, had come from Earth. Naturally, there would be major differences in the ways they viewed and handled things. In the future, people are going to laugh at you if you act this way, Nine Lotus said with a frown. Laugh at me? Who will laugh at me? Ning looked at Nine Lotus. In fact, why should I even care about if others laugh at me? Me. When my fame truly reaches the point of shaking the entire Xianxia dynasty, others will most likely revere every single word I say and thing I do. Nine Lotus. Can it be that you still haven't seen through these things? A true immortal, even one of low and despicable moral character, in the end, the various tribes will all lower their heads to lap at his feet. If, however, he was nothing but an ordinary mortal, even if his every word and action was keeping in accord with the rules of your so-called major clans, in the end, he'll be nothing more than a joke. Expand your horizons to include the entire 3 realms. Personal power is the most important fundament. Only when you have power will you become a major power. Ning stared at Nine Lotus. Nine Lotus could sense the powerful determination and the wild ambition in Ning's eyes. She lowered her head. All right, I won't speak of this anymore. In the future, you'll understand. Nine Lotus turned her head, moving to walk outside. But right at this moment, a powerful ripple spread out from far away. Eh? Ning and Nine Lotus both turned their heads, staring towards the distant skies. They could both sense the ripple. Although they had just had an argument, they still flew together towards the skies. Oh! In midair, Ning, Nine Lotus, North Sun, Yue, and Adept Vast River had all flown here. Who is it? Ning saw the ancient, plain-looking warship hanging in the skies far away. Atop the warship, a flag was fluttering with 2 characters on it. Young Flame. Young Flame Nong. Nine Lotus was shocked. The Young Flame clan? Adept Vast River was similarly shocked. As for Ning, North Sun, and Yue, they hadn't even heard of this clan before. Clearly, they were befuddled. Adept Vast River hurriedly sent to them, "Be careful, fellow disciples. This Young Flame clan ranks amongst the top 10 powerful clans in the entire Xianxia dynasty. Many of their clansmen are officials serving the Xianxia dynasty, and they are extremely influential in this major world. Within their clan, there are 3 marquisates, and these 3 marquisdoms vastly outstrip Stillwater Commandery in size. Nine Lotus hurriedly sent as well. The Young Flame clan's territory, in terms of size, is nearly 100 times that of Stillwater Commandery. Their roots are incredibly deep. Supposedly, shortly after this major world was created, the Young Flame clan had already begun to grow and prosper. In the incomparably distant Fiendgod era, the Young Flame clan was an incomparably mighty force. Ning, North Sun, and Yue were stunned upon hearing this. That's too badass. North Sun blinked. 3 marquisdoms in a single tribe? Ning had reviewed a map of the entire Xianxia dynasty. Amongst them, there were indeed 3 marquisdoms that were marked with Young Flame clan. These 3 marquisdoms were spread out in different areas, but each of them were vast. They were all extremely large marquisdoms. Why has the warship of such a powerful clan appeared at my Serpent Wing Lake? Ning was completely puzzled. At this moment, a long corridor suddenly opened up from within that ancient, plain warship. An azure-robed man emerged, followed by a swarthy, tall, slender-eyed, middle-aged man. Behind them was Xuehongyi, Buyu, and a group of Wanxiang adepts and Zifu disciples. Xuehongyi. Ning immediately recognized him. Xuehongyi gave Ning a glance as well. Everyone, be careful. Nine Lotus hurriedly sent. This azure-robed youth, he's one of the 4 dukelings of the imperial capital of the Grand Xia dynasty, Young Flame Nong. Young Flame Nong's status is extraordinary. Unless something unexpected happens, he'll be the next leader of the Young Flame clan, the next God-plume duke. Ning, North Sun, Adept Vast River, and Yue were all secretly tongue-tied. The next leader of the Young Flame clan? He was this incredible? Dong Yun greets you, young master Young Flame, Nine Lotus said with a smile. You know me? Young Flame Nong said, surprised. Dong Yun? Can it be that you are Nine Lotus of the Dongyan clan? Precisely so. Nine Lotus nodded. Young Flame Nong smiled and nodded. He had been carefully reared since young, and was quite familiar with some of the most important figures of the supreme powers of the Grand Xia dynasty's world. Nine Lotus was the next leader of the Dongyan clan. Naturally, he was familiar with her. Although he had learned of her long ago, after reflecting slightly, he remembered everything about her. Nine Lotus, you are far more beautiful than the painting I saw. In the painting, you were far more youthful, Young Flame Nong said with a laugh. Nine Lotus laughed, then said, let me make the introductions for you, young master Young Flame. This is my Dao companion, Ji Ning. Dao companion? Young Flame Nong was startled, and then he nodded. A perfect pairing, to be sure. This is my senior apprentice sister, the Rainbow Flame Fairy, Yue. She is also a reincarnated immortal. Nine Lotus next pointed to the black-robed Yue. Young Flame Nong's eyes immediately lit up. Nine Lotus could be said to be an extremely beautiful and graceful woman, but the Rainbow Flame Fairy, Yue, was even superior to her. She caused even the eyes of Young Flame Nong, who usually stayed in the imperial capital, to light up. This is my senior apprentice brother, Adept Vast River, also a reincarnated immortal. And this is my junior apprentice brother, Mu North Sun, Nine Lotus said. As soon as Nine Lotus finished her words, greetings to you, young master Young Flame, Ning, North Sun, Yue, and Adept Vast River said in unison. Young Flame Nong nodded as well. He could tell that this group was an extraordinary one. Next to him, Adept Buyu secretly sent him a mental message. Congratulations, young master Young Flame. The Rainbow Flame Fairy and Adept Vast River are amongst the most supreme geniuses of the Black-White College. They are easily comparable to Ji Ning. Young Flame Nong looked towards their group, then said with a smile, come to think of it, I actually do have something to ask you to help out with. Ning's group exchanged glances. Young Master Young Flame, please speak, Ning said. Young Flame Nong said, this is a small test my clan has given me. They've charged me with investigating an ancient immortal estate. As for whether or not I'm able to acquire the aid of others, the clan won't care. I won't lie to you. This immortal estate belonged to a celestial immortal. Although he died countless years ago, his estate is filled with many dangers, and the dire monsters who were trapped within have constantly propagated. I imagine that there are quite a few monsters living there now, and there are some unknown dangers as well. Thus, I need some helpers. If you are willing to help me, then I will remember this favor. These words caused the faces of Ji Ning, Mu North Sun, Nine Lotus, Yue, and Adept Vast River to change. The estate of a celestial immortal? Although the vast world was covered with countless immortal estates, those generally belonged to loose immortals or earth immortals. Estates of loose immortals or earth immortals might be quite alluring to ordinary Zifu disciples, but they were much less intriguing to the likes of Ning's group. After all, Ning's group had constant access to many living loose immortals and earth immortals. For example, Ning's master was Immortal Diansai, but a celestial immortal's estate? That was completely different. Everyone, what do you think? Adept Vast River sent. Nine Lotus sent. Young Flame Nong is one of the 4 dukelings of the imperial capital. Given his status, if he says he will remember this favor, he definitely will. For the sake of this favor along, I feel that we can help him. Once he becomes the next Godplume Duke, if he is willing to help us out even slightly, we will benefit tremendously. Let's not rush into it. I feel that the servant next to him is extremely dangerous. Ning sent. His subconscious had begun to warn of him a tremendous threat long ago, and the threat came from that servant. If he has such a formidable helper already, why does he need our help? Let's not rush into it and ask a bit more. Makes sense? Adept Vast River concurred. I'll follow you, senior apprentice brother, North Sun said simply. Let's wait and see first, Yue agreed. Although Nine Lotus was more inclined towards accepting, clearly, Ning's influence was a bit stronger within this group. The main reason was because, when a group of geniuses were together, they would value ability the most. The most powerful of their group was Ji Ning, Yue, and Vast River. Young Flame Nong could tell from the looks on the faces of Ning and the rest that they hadn't yet been convinced. He thus continued. This celestial immortal was known as Immortal Witch River. He was an aquatic dire monster who gained insight into the Tao and became a celestial immortal. In the past, his fame was widespread. Afterwards, he fought with other immortals of the three realms and perished. The key to his immortal estate was acquired by my Young Flame clan. However, my clan was in no rush to investigate. That's why I'm certain that after Immortal Witch River died, nobody has entered. In addition, this immortal estate is the lair of a celestial immortal. It definitely has many precious items inside, such as spirit herbs, precious magic treasures, spirit pills, unique refining materials, and more. There might even be immortal-ranked magic treasures within. By now, Yue and Adept Vastdriver's eyes were shining. Ning and North Sun couldn't help but feel stirred as well. An immortal-ranked magic treasure? Right. The vast majority of loose immortals and earth immortals didn't have immortal-ranked magic treasures, but celestial immortals definitely would, and not just one. It was very possible that they might leave one behind in their homes. My goal is to achieve mastery of this immortal estate. As for the treasures within, so long as you can acquire them, they will be yours. I definitely won't fight with you for them. Even if I truly want them, I'll give you a satisfactory offer for them and won't force you. Young Flame Nong looked towards Ning's group. This is my promise, and the promise of the Young Flame clan. Ning's group exchanged glances with each other while secretly sending mental messages. We can go take a look, Adept Vast River sent. Entering a celestial immortal's estate is a rare opportunity to begin with. It is just as young Master Youngflame said. Without the key to the estate, there's no way to enter at all. It's a rare opportunity for us to enter alongside him. He's the young master of the Young Flame clan. The Young Flame clan's promises are worth trusting. Yue sent. I'll follow you, senior apprentice brother. Northson's words were the same as before. Ji Ning. Nine Lotus looked towards Ji Ning. Ning was intrigued as well now. Young Flame Nong looked at them, then added, based on what I know, although Immortal Witch River was a dire monster, he was a dire monster sword immortal and had an extremely high level of insight into the Tao of the sword. I imagine that his sword technique must be recorded down within his home. Ning's eyes lit up. It seems as though junior apprentice brother Ji Ning has been moved. Adept Vast River sent with a laugh. Everyone, let's decide. Should we go? We can make the trip, Yue said. Although it will be dangerous. If the Young Flame clan is willing to allow their young master to go, the danger level shouldn't be too ridiculous. Go, Nine Lotus sent. North Sun looked at Ning. Let's go take a look. Ning nodded. Fine, I'll go as well. North Sun revealed a smile. Oh. Adept Vast River was the oldest of the group, and so he was the one to speak out. Young Master Young Flame. The five of us are willing to accompany you to the Witch River Immortal Estate. Haha, excellent. Young Flame Nong's eyes were shining. He clapped his hands, then said happily, with the help of the five of you, I will definitely succeed. Everyone, if there are any preparations you need to make them quickly. Young Flame Nong said hurriedly. We need to head to the Witch River Immortal estate as soon as possible. We're all free, Adept Vast River said with a laugh. I'm afraid that junior apprentice brother Ji Ning might need to make some minor arrangements, however. Senior apprentice brother Ji Ning, you go make your arrangements. We'll wait for you here. North Sun laughed as well. They were guests. Naturally, they could leave at any time. Ning, however, had to make some arrangements for his clan. Everyone, please wait a few moments. Ning immediately transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Bright Heart Island. Bright Heart Island. Autumn Leaf, Little Qing, and the Whitewater Hound had been waiting here the entire time. What's going on? Who is that person? Little Qing asked. Ning looked towards Autumn Leaf. Autumn Leaf, the person who came on that warship, is a young master of an ancient, powerful clan known as the Young Flame Clan. He's asked us to help him carry out some matters. I need to temporarily leave for a period of time. I'll hand everything on Bright Heart Island over to you to handle. As for the G clan, help me send word that I'll return soon. All right. Autumn Leaf nodded obediently. Whatever Ning wanted to do, Autumn Leaf would quietly support. Let's go, Little Qing, Uncle White. Ning laughed. We're off. Little Qing instantly transformed into a streak of mist, then reformed and wrapped herself around Ning's arm as a little snake. As for the Whitewater Hound, he just quietly padded along beside Ning. In going out and adventuring, one would naturally bring one's spirit beasts along. I want to see how incredible this celestial immortal's estate is. Ning felt a bit eager. Suddenly, he had a thought. It's best to be cautious. I should bring that treasure along and carry it on me. Supposedly, there are some places where magic treasures cannot be taken out of storage-type magic treasures. A black armband appeared around, then wrapped itself around Ning's arm. His magic clothing, in the appearance of furs, quickly covered it, making it disappear. This black armband was one of the two major unique items which Ning had acquired from the underwater estate. Ning still felt quite confident of his chances in this trip to the Celestial Immortal's estate. He had overcome the 4th level of the War God Hall and had reached the Wanxiang level as a Fiendgod refiner. The 2 treasure selection chances he had gained, Ning had used to choose protective items, not Earth-ranked magic treasures. This was what the giant yellow bear had said. It's best to be careful. In the past, Rampart died at the Wanxiang Adept level. The Wanxiang level. It's neither high nor low. You aren't a weakling, but you also aren't a true power yet either. It's the level with the highest chance of death. Although this protective item can only be used once, its power is extraordinary. You can view it as a second life for yourself. The 3rd time Ning had chosen a treasure, the giant yellow bear had said something similar. This unique protective is the most suited for you. In the past, Taoist 3 Lives felt a sudden moment of interest and personally fashioned it. Aside from the nethercold swords which Ning had chosen the first time, Ning had used his other chances to choose protective treasures. It must be understood that the set of nethercold swords, in and of itself, was already an extremely valuable treasure. It vastly surpassed the protective treasure which Immortal Diansai had previously given Ning. That protective treasure, for the current Ning, was a bit lacking. The 2 protective treasures which Ning chose this time, however, were no lower in value than the nethercold swords. Given that they were assessed by the underwater estate as top grade, they were naturally extraordinary. With these 2 protective treasures, I should have enough resources to deal with any sudden, unexpected dangers. Ning mused to himself. Time to go. Ning had a little azure serpent around his arm, and a whitewater hound by his side. He immediately flew into the air. Ji Ning, you also have spirit beasts? Young Flame Gnome, who was waiting for him on the warship, immediately laughed upon seeing the little azure snake on Ning's arm. I have one as well. Come on out, Crimson Fire. Instantly, a crimson-headed serpent reared its head, emerging from the skin on Ning's arm. This crimson serpent had a single horn on its head, and its eyes were gold. A red-scale salamander? Ning and the others were all secretly shocked. God beasts had the blood of fiend gods, but there were differences amongst god beasts. Normal god beasts were capable of transforming at the Zifu level, such as the whitewater hound and the azure sky snake. However, according to legend, some truly powerful god beasts would only be able to transform into human form after becoming celestial immortals. Those god beasts were truly fearsome. Red scale salamanders were extremely famous. They had to at least reach the primal level before being able to transform. They were far more exalted than azure sky snakes and whitewater hounds. Hissus. The red scale salamander gave the azure sky snake and the whitewater hound a glance, then buried its head once more into Nong's skin. Ha ha ha. Crimson Fire still isn't able to take human form, so he's quite depressed. Young Flame Nong sat at the highest, principal seat of the warship, with Ning and the others seated below him. Come, come, come. Let's drink together. After we enter the Witch River Immortal Estate, we won't be as relaxed as we are now. A toast to you, young master Young Flame. Adept Vast River, Ning, North Sun, Yu Wei, and Nine Lotus all raised their cups. As for Xuehongyi and Buyu, who were seated at the very bottom, they also raised their cups. Ha ha ha. Young Flame Nong's laughter rang out. Clearly, he was in an exceedingly good mood. And why wouldn't he be? Although Xuehongyi and Buyu were both two-clawed rain-dragon guards, compared to Jining, the most brilliant genius of the Black-White College, and compared to the two reincarnated immortals, Yu Wei and Adept Vast River, Buyu and Hongyi were on a lower level. His casual detour to Swallow Mountain's Serpent Wing Lake had resulted in 5 more helpers, each of whom were extraordinary. Even the slightly weaker Mu North Sun was a genius of the Tao of Constructs. Those who walked the Tao of Constructs were innately skilled at fighting those who were of a higher level. In turn, Nine Lotus was the next leader of the Dongyan clan. How could she not be in possession of some powerful protective items? They drank and made merry with each other. After just 2 days, they arrived at the place where the Witch River Immortal Estate was hidden. The Witch River Immortal Estate is in the distant Sky Rove Mountains. Young Flame Nong, standing at the front of the ship, pointed towards a distant, towering mountain range. He seemed quite resplendent and valiant. Ning and the others followed his gaze, filled with anticipation as well. The Sky Rove Mountains were vast and endless, covering an expanse of more than 100,000 kilometers. The Witch River Immortal Estate is hidden within these mountains. Even if one was to rely on divine sense to search for it, it would take weeks. Young Flame Nong had a hint of anticipation in his eyes. However, I have the key to the estate. So long as we draw close to it, I'll be able to sense it. Everyone, make your preparations. After we enter the Immortal Estate, things will truly grow dangerous. The nearby immortal cultivators all nodded. We are finally going to go in. Mu Northsun's eyes were shining. Right? The abode of a celestial immortal. Ning felt quite eager as well. Ji Ning. The nearby Nine Lotus stealthily sent him a message. Ning turned to look at Nine Lotus, revealing a smile. He sent back, Senior Apprentice Sister. What's this about? Why are you sending me a mental message? After entering the Immortal Estate, you need to reveal your prowess, and also actively move to be more friendly to young Master Young Flame. To be able to meet him is a rare opportunity. If you let it slip, it'll be hard to gain it again in the future, Nine Lotus instructed. You wasted both of the past 2 days. After entering the Immortal Estate, you can't continue to be so remiss. Ning frowned. Senior Apprentice Sister. Don't be angry, Nine Lotus said. I know your temper. You don't like to flatter others, but I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just asking you to be a bit more friendly. Jining, you should know that you are far more powerful than Xuehongyi, but during the past 2 days on the warship, Xuehongyi often engaged young Master Young Flame in conversation, and he has a much closer relationship to him than you do as of right now. You always just stand there, not saying a thing. This is really... Senior Apprentice Sister. Ning wanted to explain. Let me finish. Nine Lotus looked at Ji Ning. Relationship building. The reason why it is called relationship building is because you need to build up a relationship between the two of you, which is accomplished through interacting with each other. That's the only way you can build up a relationship with him. Don't think that just because you helped him out that you'll have much of a relationship. That's just a favor, nothing more. When a favor is used up, it's gone. But a relationship is long-lasting. You are arrogant and aloof by nature. You don't like to flatter others. But young Master Young Flame is even more arrogant than you. As a result, the two of you barely interact with each other. Let me ask you this. If you were young Master Young Flame, how much of a relationship would you feel that you have with a person who won't even talk to you? Even if this person helped you, I imagine that you wouldn't care too much about him. Ning was stunned. Nine Lotus' words did indeed have merit to them. Human relationships can be divided into several categories. Strangers, familiar faces, friends, close friends, and lifelong friends, Nine Lotus said. You've only said one or two things to each other. To be honest, you and young Master Young Flame can't even be considered familiar faces. You continue to be strangers to each other. As for Xuehongyi, he often chats with young Master Young Flame. Afterwards, he is going to risk his life for him. Perhaps they might end up becoming friends. After you enter the Immortal estate, perhaps you might end up rendering more merits. But in young Master Young Flame's heart, he'll feel closer to Xuehongyi, not you. Right now, because young Master Young Flame needs your help for this trial, he's fairly courteous to you. But after he completes it, and especially after he becomes the next Godplume Duke, I imagine that he wouldn't even be bothered to cast you a single glance. If you ask him to help out, if it's a small matter, he might nod and return the favor, but if what you ask is too troublesome, he might not even receive you. Even an immortal might find it hard to meet with the new Godplume Duke. Nine Lotus looked at Ning. Senior Apprentice Sister, I admit that your words have merit. Ning sent back. Favors, once repaid, are gone. Relationships are indeed long-lasting. However, you are you, and I am me. I don't like to go and intentionally try to befriend someone. Let everything happen naturally. Ning sent. If I can become friends with young Master Young Flame, that will naturally be a good thing. But if we cannot be friends, that's fine as well. A fortuitous encounter. That's what this is. And you have to seize it. Nine Lotus sent urgently. How many major figures will you run into in your life? If you miss this chance, it'll be gone. In taking the immortal path, one will have to rely on oneself. Ning shook his head. But if someone helps you out at a critical moment, you'll be able to move farther on your immortal path. Nine Lotus sent. Senior Apprentice Sister, if I were to intentionally go and befriend or ingratiate myself to someone, it will only impact my Tao heart. In the end, it would be a loss, Ning said. You... Nine Lotus was furious. Everyone has their own Tao. Senior Apprentice Sister, there's no need for you to try and force things, Ning said. Senior Apprentice Sister, I've never tried to force you to do anything. I hope you won't try to force me to do anything either. This is the second time now. Nine Lotus was stunned. Right? Not too long ago, the two of you had squabbled at Brightheart Island over the matter of differentiation of statuses. That was the very first squabble the two had ever had. I'm just trying to help you accomplish greater things in the future. Nine Lotus' eyes were turning slightly red. All right. Ning took Nine Lotus by the hand, smiling towards her. The nearby Yue, noticing that Ji Ning and Nine Lotus were holding hands, frowned very slightly. And then, she turned her head, staring towards the distant, vast mountains outside the ship. How is Ji Ning so lucky? Xuehongyi glanced from the corner of his eyes at the hand holding Ji Ning and Nine Lotus, then cursed to himself. This trip of young Master Young Flame to the Immortal estate clearly didn't have anything to do with Ji Ning, but now he's been invited to participate as well. In addition, he actually ended up becoming Tao companions with Dongyan Yun. Xuehongyi, at first, had no idea about Nine Lotus' background. However, over the course of the past 2 days on the ship together, young Flame Nong had chatted with Nine Lotus, and from their conversations, Xuehongyi had learned that Nine Lotus was actually the next leader of the Dongyan clan. Instantly, Xuehongyi felt incomparably jealous. That brat from the Ji clan ended up reaching such a level. Xuehongyi couldn't help but feel envy in his heart. When news had spread of Ning defeating Daoist Snowplume, Xuehongyi could scarcely believe it. He couldn't believe that the little punk who he could have obliterated with ease a few years ago had become even more powerful than him. And now Jining had also gotten to know young Flame Nong, and had become Dao companions with Nine Lotus. I really hope this Jining will die in the Witch River Immortal estate, Shui Hongyi mused secretly to himself. The ship flew through the air above the Skyrove Mountains for the amount of time needed to boil a kettle of tea. Suddenly, the azure-robed young Flame Nong's eyes lit up as he stared downwards. The Immortal estate is directly below us. Everyone, follow me inside. We've found the Immortal estate? Right below us? The experts, previously still chatting casually, all focused their attention below. Boom! The warship shot downwards, quickly gliding past the mountain peaks and flying into an extremely deep gorge. Halt! The ancient warship came to a halt in the air before one of the cliff walls. Wait for me to unlock the Immortal estate first. Young Flame Nong produced a golden talisman in his hand. He pointed it towards the distant cliff, then used his elemental key to activate the talisman. Rumble. The golden talisman instantly emitted a hazy golden pillar of light which illuminated the stone wall. The surface of the stone wall immediately began to twist and change, soon revealing an enormous, rippling, watery surface. Go in. Young Flame Nong revealed a look of delight. Swoosh. The warship flew directly in, passing through the watery, rippling surface, then disappearing within it. Immediately afterwards, the rippling surface disappeared as well. The stone wall remained a stone wall with nothing special about it at all. Oh! Ning's group, aboard the warship, flew through the watery surface, then saw the scene in front of them rapidly change. This is? Ji Ning and the others aboard the warship saw the area around them be filled with a connected range of mountains. The mountain peaks were dreary and cold, as though nothing could thrive on them. As for the ground, it was a lifeless desert. The Skyrove Mountains was a living, thriving mountain range. But upon entering this immortal estate, what they saw was this desolate desert and the mountains above it. Boom! Rumble! Boom! Rumble. From far away, a series of loud, earth-shaking sounds rang out. The sounds rang out from a distant mountain peak, the most towering of the mountains present. The top of the mountain was completely covered by white patches. These white objects were dire monsters, dressed in snowy white armor, which were clustered together, forming the various white patches. These snowy white armored dire monsters all had enormous fish-like tails and human bodies. Their faces were covered with scales. Eh? There? The countless dire monsters all turned their heads in unison towards Ji Ning's group, because the ripple caused by the warship passing through the watery surface had been detected by them. Humans! They are humans! The 1,000+ merfolk, who were in the midst of training, all called out in shock. How many years had it been? Ever since their ancestors had been trapped within here, unable to escape, they had bred countless generations of descendants. The entirety of this immortal estate world was filled with monsters. There wasn't even a single human present. In fact, the late immortal Witch River himself was born a monster. Eh? The leader of the training dire monsters, an alluring-looking female merfolk with a naked upper body, was stunned. But then her shrill voice bellowed out, Humans! Humans have entered the immortal estate. They definitely have the key to the estate. Quick! Quick! Seize it from them. Seize the key of the estate. Seize it. Seize it. Follow me and kill them. The female merfolk immediately manifested a set of golden armor over her. As she charged towards the sky, the 1,000 snowy white armored merfolk dire monsters all followed from behind. The runes on the Dao armors they were wearing all began to glow as well. Rumble. These 1,000 dire monsters suddenly formed into an enormously massive, sky-filling wave. This vast, endless wave rolled forward, smashing towards young Flame Nong and his group, aboard the distant warship. Once we seize the key to the estate, we'll be able to escape. Take it. The female merfolk bellowed mentally, causing the other merfolk dire monsters behind her to bellow with fury as well. The mountain peak was only a few dozen kilometers away from Ning's group. Precisely because of how close it was, these merfolk dire monsters were able to immediately ascertain that they were humans. This was the very first time this unfathomably ancient immortal estate had humans appear within it. A few dozen kilometers. It only took a few breaths to traverse this. Aboard the warship, young Flame Nong, Jining, Shuihongyi, and the others were all stunned. Dao soldiers. Monstrous Dao soldiers. They were all shocked. They had all seen, from far away, that there were quite a few Wanxiang dire monsters amongst the crowd of beasts, and that female merfolk leader was very possibly a primal dire monster. Even the weakest monster in the group was at the Zifu level. And with all of them also being Dao soldiers, these Dao armors must have been left behind by Immortal Witch River for building up an army of Dao soldiers. Ning and the others all realized that they were in for quite a bit of trouble now. This immortal estate was the home of Immortal Witch River. Naturally, he had set up layers of defenses. Although he himself had perished, some of the defenses he had left behind remained usable. For example, his Dao soldiers. Immortal Witch River had used up countless treasures in order to cultivate a powerful army of Dao soldiers. In their most powerful prime, they were capable of easily killing a loose immortal or earth immortal. However, the immortal estate had suffered through countless years of decay. Those oldest monstrous Dao soldiers had died long ago, leaving behind a large amount of Dao soldier armors. Prior to this, Jining and the others had guessed that as Immortal Witch River was a monster immortal, it was only logical to expect that he had stationed some of his race within his immortal estate. This immortal estate world, although it wasn't as infinitely vast as the Grand Xia Empire, it still spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, and was comparable in size to Earth. Thus, the monsters had continuously propagated. The monsters had left behind their training methods to their descendants, while the immortal estate itself had incomparably dense, nourishing levels of elemental energy. It was only normal for more dire monsters to be created. An host of dire monsters, and a host of monstrous Dao soldiers. These were two completely different concepts. With precious Dao armors equipped, their power would explode tenfold or even 100-fold. Clans like the Ji clan also had Dao armor suitable for mortals to use. Dao armor usable by Xiantian lifeforms and Zifu disciples, however, were much more rare. Generally speaking, schools on the level of Snowdragon Mountain would have them. As for Dao armor which Wanxiang adepts and primal Daoists could use, even sects like the Skysplitter Sword sect would have to use all their ability and spend enormous amounts of precious resources to procure such Dao armors. And so, right now, Jining's group was in serious trouble. Rumble. 1,000 monstrous Dao soldiers swept forward, having transformed into a vast wave. Block them! Young Flame Nong, aboard the warship, let out a furious roar. Faced with 1,000 monstrous Dao soldiers, even he had an ugly look on his face now. A watery, rippling layer of black light appeared on the surface of the warship, completely protecting it. Boom! The edges of that vast, surging wave slashed against the warship like blades, causing the entire warship to be flipped over and sent flying backwards, smashing viciously against a nearby mountain peak. The entire mountain rang out from the sound of the collision, while the warship itself plunged deep into it. The black, watery curtain of protective light had completely dispersed. Uncle Fong, what should we do? Young Flame Nong sent mentally. Young Master, the combined, full-strength attack from those 1,000 Dao soldiers was comparable to a loose immortal's might. The black, middle-aged man next to young Flame Nong sent mentally. That mare woman leader. She is definitely a primal dire monsters. My priority is definitely going to be staying close to you and protecting you. After all, I'm only skilled at close combat. If I were to charge out, then I would no longer be able to protect you. Let the others go face them. I'll wait for a good opportunity. Once I seize it and kill that leading primal mare woman, then the other Dao soldiers will be much less of a threat. Kill! Everyone, it's up to you. Young Flame Nong sent a mental message to Ning, Shuihongyi, Adept Vast River, and the others. Ning's group were all secretly cursing. Clearly, this young Flame Nong wouldn't willingly risk himself. He was having them face the danger. Kill! Shuihongyi was the first to attack. With a sweep of his hand, he transformed into a streak of snowy white large, charging towards the 1,000 invading Dao soldiers. Sword formation. More than 700 flying swords appeared around Ji Ning. His peak Wanxiang level elemental key, using the 9th level of the Lesser Thousand Swords formation, formed a sword of light before him. This sword of light immediately executed the 5th stance of the 3-foot sword, moonlight hiding the sword. Instantly, a seemingly soft, gentle beam of moonlight seemed to caress the wave of monstrous Dao soldiers. Seal! Yue pointed into the distance. Whoosh! An enormous ice phoenix appeared in midair. This giant phoenix, completely formed from frozen ice, spread its wings and flew forward, carrying a heart-shaking, majestic aura. Vast wave breaker. Adept Vast River let out a loud cry, but maintained his elegant and graceful poise. An enormous black sword appeared in midair, covered with runes. This giant black sword slashed through the skies, chopping towards the Dao soldiers. Oh! Ning's group, including the Zifu disciples and the Wanxiang level Deathsworn, all released powerful techniques. Ning and the others on his level were all capable of giving that female primal dire monster a good fight. However, she was linked to the 1,000 Dao soldiers, and thus was now able to unleash astonishing levels of power, vastly surpassing any single person in Ning's group. Rumble. With an enormous rumbling sound, their swordlight and magic techniques either crumbled, vanished, or were knocked flying back. The Zifu disciples all formed into formations, preparing to resist together. We have to move fast. 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 We need to take that key as soon as possible. If we are too slow, then the key will be taken by those old bastards. The leading marewoman dire monster sent mentally. Children, annihilate these humans. Kill. Kill. The 1,000+ Dao soldiers, when joining forces, were capable of unleashing power which no one in Ning's group was capable of resisting. That enormous wave once more smashed directly towards them. Ning's group was quickly forced to retreat, but the weaker Zifu disciples began to perish. Although they had formed formations, their formations, in the face of the formation of monstrous Dao soldiers, simply wasn't able to hold on at all. Crunch. Some of the human Zifu disciples spat up mouthfuls of blood. Some of their bodies crumbled. One after another they died. Fortunately, Ning and the others were working to block as well. Otherwise, most likely, in a single breath's worth of time, all of the Zifu disciples would have perished. Too vicious. North Sun sent mentally. Senior apprentice brother. That young Flame Nong definitely has many treasures on him, but he's not even willing to use a single one of them. He just watched as those Zifu disciples perished. We just entered the Immortal estate moments ago. It's only natural that he wouldn't be willing to use his treasures right away. Ning responded. Ji Ning, Yue, Nine Lotus, and the others all had their own life-saving techniques. But nobody would choose to use them this early. After all, they had only just entered the Immortal estate. Oh! Young Flame Nong stood there watching, with the swarthy, black-skinned man standing by his side, protecting him. The black-skinned, middle-aged man just watched quietly. His facial expressions didn't change at all when their Zifu disciples started to die. His gaze was firmly focused on the distant, ferocious wave of elemental power, formed by the monstrous Dao soldiers. The way in which the elemental key circulated through their formation was extremely subtle and profound. Right at this moment, the black-skinned man, still by young Flame Nong, suddenly revealed a cold light in his eyes. A pair of sharp awls appeared in his right and left hands. He took a sudden step forward, and his left arm began to elongate. In fact, one long serpent after another began to appear and coil around his arm. His left arm struck out with massive, savage power, sending the awl flying towards the front. Whoosh! The long black awl instantly pierced through the skies, leaving behind a brilliant, eye-catching scar in the sky as it pierced directly towards the giant wave formed from monstrous Dao soldiers. Boom! An explosive sound. The massive, ferocious wave actually was blown apart. The giant wave vanished, revealing that more than 10 of the dire monster Dao soldiers had been completely blasted into chunks of meat. The other monstrous Dao soldiers were all completely stunned, and they all stared at the black, middle-aged man who had thrown out the long awl. What? He actually discovered the core of our Dao soldier formation, then shattered it and destroyed the formation. The mare-woman dire monster was shocked. If the attack hadn't struck the core, it would have passed through the massive wave, not cause it to completely collapse. The mare-woman dire monster turned her head, staring at the black, middle-aged man who had thrown out the awl. But, whoosh! The long awl in the middle-aged man's right hand suddenly flashed out as well. His right arm also became covered with long, coiling serpents, and it became incomparably strong and muscular, emanating a terrifying, heart-shaking aura. Once more, that dazzling, eye-catchingly brilliant scar in the skies appeared, as the awl pierced directly through the body of the mare-woman dire monster, who had wanted to dodge, but was completely unable to. A look of shock and despair appeared on her face. How can he be so powerful? I was completely unable to dodge. He's a human immortal? And then her consciousness faded away. She fell down from the skies, her body pierced through. She was dead. The queen is dead. The queen died. Quick! Flee! Flee! Quick! Flee! Seeing that their leader had been so easily killed, the other merfolk dire monsters no longer had any appetite for battle. All of them began to flee. Swish! Whoosh! Bang! Jining, Yue, Adept Vast River, and the others naturally wouldn't show mercy at a time like this. It be must understood that these monsters were all wearing Dao armor, most of which was meant for Zifu disciples, and some of which were even usable by Wanxiang adepts. A single set of Dao armor usable by Wanxiang dire monsters was far more valuable than an ordinary earth-ranked magic treasure. 2 sets. 3 sets. North Sun didn't hold back at all, killing one after another and seizing as many as he could. Moments later, the remaining monstrous Dao soldiers had all fled far away, leaving behind a pile of corpses and a heap of Dao armors in the hands of Ning's group. We killed more than 200 monsters, while more than 100 of our Zifu disciples died. Young Flame Nong didn't reveal a look of happiness on his face at all. Although he knew all along that there would be some danger in this trial, he hadn't expected that his team would have suffered such a thwack as soon as they entered. Young Master Young Flame, the black-skinned, middle-aged man retrieved his awls, then said in a low voice, "Let's hurry and leave. Perhaps even more powerful dire monsters will come over soon." "Right?" Young Flame Nong nodded. "Let's go." He looked towards Ning and the others. Right at this moment, a deep, powerful surge of divine sense instantly encapsulated this region. "Humans, now that you have entered the immortal estate, are you still dreaming of leaving alive?" A deep, sonorous voice rang out. What a powerful divine sense! As soon as Ning's own divine sense collided against this person's, he could sense how powerful it was. Although he viewed his divine sense as his strongest attribute, he could tell that this person vastly surpassed him. "Senior apprentice brother, look." North Sun stared, wide-eyed, towards the distance. "This is big trouble." Adept Vast River was staring towards the distance as well. Ning turned to look as well. There, in the distant skies, an enormous, massive wave of water was soaring this way, like a titanic flood that covered the heavens themselves. The size of this massive wave was more than 10 times greater than the previous one, and the aura emanating from this massive wave was vastly more powerful than the wave created by the merfolk. More than 10,000 monstrous Dao soldiers. The black-skinned, all-wielding man by young Flame Nong's side growled out in a low voice. The hearts of everyone in Ning's group sank. More than 1,000? This was comparable to the entire Snowdragon Mountain sect. The worst thing was, each and every one of these 10,000 dire monsters were Dao soldiers. There was no way a school like Snowdragon Mountain could possibly acquire so many Dao armors, especially the ones which even primal dire monsters could use. This level of power, it was enough to cause even an immortal to feel fear. "Young master, I won't be able to block them," the black-skinned man sent. "Young master, young flame, there's no way we can deal with so many monstrous Dao soldiers," Adept Vast River sent hurriedly. Ning, staring at the titanic, sky-filling wave that had been formed by countless monstrous Dao soldiers, felt powerless as well. He sent, "Young master, young flame, what now? Young master, young flame. Young master, young flame." All of them looked towards young flame Nong. Even the black-skinned man, Shangliu Fong, looked towards his young master. "Uncle Fong, don't worry about me. Go all out and massacre them." Young flame Nong ground his teeth. Waving his hand, he produced a marvelous golden globe of light which flew into the air, quickly growing in size until it reached a diameter of 30 meters. "All of you, get in," young flame Nong ordered. At the same time, he produced a white sack in his other hand, which opened up. "Don't resist." Whoosh. The surrounding Zifu disciples were all sucked into the sack, and then the sack itself was carried by young flame Nong as he stepped into the golden globe of light. Jining, Mu North Sun, Nine Lotus Yue, Adept Vast River, Shuehongyi, Adept Buyu, and the other Wanxiang adepts all flew into the golden globe of light as well. "Uncle Fong, I'll leave this in your hands. Let's reunite later," young flame Nong said. "All right, it's been quite a while since I've truly gone all out in a fight." A hint of excitement had appeared in Shangliu Fong's eyes. Even he found it quite taxing to help protect young flame Nong from so many combined Dao soldier attacks, as he had to block them all. Now that he no longer needed to do so, he was suddenly much more free to utilize his speed and agility, fighting to his heart's content. "Let's go." With but a thought, young flame Nong instantly caused the golden globe of light to begin flying at high speed. With a swoosh, it quickly flew towards the distance. Ning and the others within the golden globe of light, curious, reached out to touch the light. Previously, they had been able to easily pass through it, but now, they realized that this golden globe of light felt extremely tough and resilient. "This is my gold spirit halo," young flame Nong said confidently. "Once I've activated the divine light within it, we are no longer able to exit it, but outside attacks are similarly unable to reach us. Forget about these Dao soldiers. Even if 3 or 5 loose immortals came and attacked, they wouldn't be able to do anything to us until after the energy of the divine light is used up." Ning secretly sighed in amazement. Unless something unexpected occurred, young flame Nong would be the next Godplume Duke. And he really lived up to that reputation. A casual treasure he pulled out was already comparable to the 2 life-saving items which Ning had acquired from the underwater estate. Of the 2 life-saving items Ning had acquired in the underwater estate, one was offensive while the other was defensive. The defensive one, he had acquired from the treasure pavilion when he had reached the Wanxiang level as a Fiendgod. The offensive one, he had acquired after passing the 4th level of the War God Hall. This offensive treasure had been personally forged by Taoist 3 lives in a moment of amusement, and its power was extraordinary. 5 sky pillars. Look, 5 sky pillars. The gold spirit halo had just flown a few hundred kilometers away, high into the skies. As the saying went, when standing at a high vantage point, one would be able to see to a greater distance. This immortal estate was tens of thousands of kilometers in size. Now that they were in the skies, they could immediately see that at the ends of the world in each direction, there was a pillar of golden light, soaring through the clouds and into the heavens. There were 5 in total, and each was unfathomably tall. These 5 golden sky pillars of light seemed to be holding up the entire immortal estate world. 5 directions, the 5 elements, Ning murmured to himself. It seems this immortal estate is divided up into 5 branching halls, each of which help to stabilize this world. Sky pillars, Adept Vast River and the others all revealed looks of delight. "Ha ha ha!" Young flame Nong began to laugh loudly. So this Witch River Immortal estate is divided up into 5 halls. Those 5 distant sky pillars represent the locations of the 5 halls. Let's immediately go over there. I have the key to the estate and we can enter the halls. Those monstrous Dao soldiers, however, cannot. Let's go. Swoosh. The golden globe of light quickly flew towards one of the closest sky pillars. Kill! Kill! The thundering roars of battle seemed to shake the world. That vast, heaven-covering wave came crashing towards them. But in front of that gold spirit halo, a single, seemingly ordinary figure stood there protectively. It was that servant Xianxia Fang. Young master, the rest of you can head over. I'll be there soon, Xianxia Fang said. Within the gold spirit halo, Ji Ning and the others were naturally staring towards the distant figure of Xianxia Fang, as well as that heaven-covering wave. And then, Xianxia Fang's body suddenly increased explosively in size. An unearthly, savage aura blasted out from him, and his figure quickly transformed into an incomparably massive, terrifying, and towering shape that was more than 3,000 meters tall. His lower body was that of an enormous serpent, while his upper body appeared to be human. From his head, however, 8 additional massive serpentine heads emerged as well. 9 heads and the body of a serpent. An ancient, primal, savage aura emanated from him, filling the skies. Fiendgod! Ning held his breath. A Fiendgod! Good heavens, a Fiendgod! All of them were completely overwhelmed. They could all tell that this was definitely a Fiendgod. Someone with a strange appearance like this, with 9 heads and the body of a serpent, clearly was not a human. And yet, he didn't have the slightest hint of a monstrous aura either. What he emanated was the aura of a primordial Fiendgod, which caused all of their hearts to quiver. Given his massive body and ancient aura, he could only be a Fiendgod. The likes of Xuehongyi and Adept Bu you had never before seen a true Fiendgod. What an enormous body! Is that a divine ability? Or is his body naturally that large? Adept Bu you couldn't help but ask. Fiendgods are born with massive bodies, young Flame Nong said confidently. Uncle Fong belongs to the primordial Fiendgod race known as the Xianxia, the Hydriga. Hydriga, even amongst Fiendgods, are extremely powerful. Even without using any divine abilities, they have Fiendgod bodies that are 3,000 meters long. Although Uncle Fong is only at the primal level as a true Fiendgod, and a Hydriga at that, even many loose immortals are no match for him. Ning and the others were all completely stunned. Although previously, Ning had seen an ancient Fiendgod attack during in the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains, and that ancient, awakened Fiendgod was clearly even more powerful than Xianxia Fang. That ancient Fiendgod had simply crushed the Dragon Whale Kings with his fingers. Ning hadn't had a chance to watch him truly fight. But this time, he finally had a chance to see a true Fiendgod fight. Fiendgod body refining. The goal was for humans to approach Fiendgods in terms of body strength. However, compared to a true Fiendgod, there was still a huge difference. For example, one's body wouldn't be as large as a Fiendgod's, and one's innate talents wouldn't be as strong as a Fiendgod's. Oh! A Fiendgod! The monstrous Dao soldiers that were attacking were all badly startled as well. They had been living in this immortal estate the entire time. They had heard of Fiendgods, but this was their first time actually seeing one. The enormous, 9-headed, serpent-bodied Fiendgod towered there in the skies, 2 enormous black awls appearing within his hands. Kill! Xianxia Fang bellowed loudly. Boom! Xianxia Fang's enormous serpentine tail swept out, and the air itself seemed to explode. Xianxia Fang threw himself directly towards the giant group of monstrous Dao soldiers. Just a single Fiendgod, and one that hasn't even reached the void level. No need to fear him. That massive, sonorous voice echoed out once more, ringing in the ears of each of the monstrous Dao soldiers. Crush this Fiendgod to death. Heya Arg! Heya Arg! Heya Arg! Xianxia Fnag's 8 serpentine heads simultaneously unleashed savage roars. Suddenly, the temperature in the surrounding area dropped precipitously, to the point where ice and frost began to form. Instantly, A world of frost and snow manifested. In addition, his roars also struck out against their souls. However, since the monstrous Tao soldiers were joined together as one, their souls were joined together as well. Kill! The massive tidal wave crushed forward. Boom! Boom! The 3,000-meter Fiendgod moved straight forward to receive the attack, and the long awls in his hands stabbed out viciously towards the massive wave, causing the air to explode and seeming to carry enough power to shatter the skies and rend the earth. Xiang Liufang's massive serpentine tail oscillated repeatedly, causing him to be incomparably agile and crafty, allowing him to time and time again avoid the sharp tip of the massive wave, and then give the massive wave a vicious counterstab. Boom! 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 There, in the skies, the Fiendgod and the massive wave collided against each other repeatedly. A true Fiendgod absolutely had the power to fight those at a higher level of power. A primal Fiendgod. This was something that was generally comparable to a powerful loose immortal or earth immortal. As for a void-level Fiendgod, they were all comparable to celestial immortals. By comparison, void-level human earth immortals, even those who trained as Fiendgods, however, were vastly inferior to celestial immortals. From this, one could tell how unique Fiendgods were. However, there were simply far too many of the monstrous Tao soldiers. Even loose immortals and earth immortals would have to stay away from them. Thus, the Fiendgod, Shangliufang, was still the weaker party in this engagement. However, given his massive, Fiendgod body, he wasn't afraid of suffering wounds. He was also incomparably nimble, and was thus able to unleash one terrifying attack after another in response. Uncle Fong can both advance or retreat in this battle, and he's extremely nimble. He's also able to keep fighting for a very long time. Although these monstrous Tao soldiers are capable of unleashing a shocking amount of power, there is a limit to their elemental ki. They won't be able to hold on for too long. Young Flame Nong said confidently. Formidable. Adept Vast River couldn't help but sigh in amazement. A true Fiendgod. They truly are formidable. Fiendgod body refiners. No matter how hard they strive to approach Fiendgods in power, a gulf still remains. Right? Ning nodded as well. The Young Flame clan truly is one of the top 10 ancient clans of the Grand Xia Empire. A single young master's personal servant is actually an ancient primal-level Fiendgod. Ning secretly sighed in amazement as well. How long will it be before my Dongyan clan is this powerful as well? Nine Lotus murmured silently to herself. Although the Dongyan clan also had Fiendgods, they wouldn't go so far as to let one of their primal-level Fiendgods serve as personal bodyguards. Yue just watched all of this quietly. As she looked at the Hydriga, some images from her past life began to flit through her mind. Hydriga! Yue let out a soft sigh. As Ning's group was fleeing towards the sky pillar while watching the battle, suddenly, old poison dragon, ha ha ha. This Fiendgod is clearly only at the primal level, but you still aren't able to do anything to him? You, a loose immortal? Ha ha ha, it seems as though in the end, it will still be left to our Witch River clan. Accompanied by a laugh that seemed to cause the world to tremble, off in the distance, an enormous, ugly, hunchback giant suddenly appeared. The hunchback giant was tens of thousands of meters tall, and wielded a massive metal pitchfork. This giant appeared rather blurry and indistinct. Clearly, it was formed from a large number of monstrous Tao soldiers. Yuxia Tao soldiers? Immortal Witch River actually had Yuxia Tao soldiers under his command. Young Flame Nong was shocked. The Witch River clan. Can these be the descendants of Immortal Witch River? Immortal Witch River was originally a monster himself. Naturally, he treated his own clansmen with more favor. Although countless years had passed, the clansmen of Immortal Witch River remained the most powerful monstrous force within this immortal estate world. Uncle Fong, quick, retreat. Young Flame Nong didn't dare to hesitate, staring with panic towards the distant sky pillar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gold spirit halo continued to move closer and closer towards it. I can sense it. Young Flame Nong revealed a look of delight as he stared towards the massive yet blurry illusion of a sky pillar, then loudly shouted, Open! Instantly, an enormous entrance appeared into the illusory sky pillar. The entrance was open, and upon seeing it, Ning and the others all revealed looks of delight, knowing that this was one of the true, important locations of the Witch River Immortal Estate. Swoosh! The gold spirit halo flew directly inside, and then the illusory entrance once more vanished. This was an enormous palace, but it was completely quiet and soundless. The stillness here had remained unbroken for countless years. Once young Flame Nong, Ji Ning, Mu North Sun, Shui Hongyi, and the others flew into the palace from within the gold spirit halo. All of them let out sighs of relief. They had finally managed to escape and make it inside. We finally made it in. That immortal estate world is simply too terrifying. One group of monstrous Dao soldiers after another. One feels terrified just looking at them. Although Ning was no coward, he had felt completely powerless earlier, because the difference in power was simply too great. He would have been completely unable to fight back. Senior apprentice brother. North Sun looked at Ning. Ning looked back towards him. Do you think we shouldn't have come here? North Sun muttered. Earlier, the very first group of merfolk Dao soldiers we fought against numbered over 1,000. They were able to effortlessly crush us. And then, afterwards, an even more powerful army of more than 10,000 Dao soldiers appeared. And then the so-called Wuxia Dao soldier appeared, formed from the monsters of the Witch River clan. Even that Fiendgod Hydra was unable to stop them. I feel as though we are completely useless here. North Sun was muttering, not sending a mental message. Thus, everyone around him could hear his words. All of them were silent. It was true. Just now, they had relied on young Flame Nong's servant, the Fiend God, Shangliu Fong, to do everything. It was the Fiend God who had killed the leader of the merfolk Dao soldiers, and it was also the Fiend God who had gone to block the 10,000-plus Dao soldier wave. Ning and the others had only been able to watch. Everyone, young Flame Nong laughed. Don't feel dispirited. There was no way that we could have predicted in advance that this immortal estate would actually give birth to so many powerful monsters, all of whom possessed Dao armors. No matter what, however, in the end, we've managed to make it inside one of the palaces of the Witch River Immortal Estate. Only one who has the key to the estate can make it inside. Thus, after Immortal Witch River died, despite the passage of countless years, no other living creatures have ever made it inside this palace. This is an extremely safe place. But of course, some of the safeguards Immortal Witch River had originally set up might still be functioning. Thus, let's not rush about rashly. Wait for me to welcome Uncle Fong inside, and then we'll slowly search through this palace. Young Flame Nong's words caused everyone to grow calm once more. No matter what, given that Immortal Witch River had died more than 100 million years ago, there were definitely no living creatures within this palace. Thus, it was certainly safer in here than it was outside. Phew! North Sun immediately plopped down, seating himself cross-legged, then staring around and calling out, Senior apprentice brother, senior apprentice sister, let's all sit down and take a break. Ning laughed, then sat down in the lotus position as well. That scared me to death. Little Qing reared her serpentine head, blinking repeatedly. The Whitewater Hound also lay down on the ground. Yue, Adept Vast River, Shui Hongyi, Adept Buyu, and the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn all either sat down or remained standing. With but a thought from young Flame Nong, whoosh! In the air in front of them, a fist-sized tunnel appeared. Through the void tunnel, one could see the outside world, where many monstrous Dao soldiers were currently fighting against a towering Hydra fiend god. Uncle Fong. Young Flame Nong was somewhat worried as well as he watched. Master, if that fiend god dies outside, we are in big trouble. Little Qing sent mentally to Ji Ning. We'd be trapped inside this palace, unable to leave. Don't jinx us. Hydra fiend gods aren't so easily killed. What's more, how could the exalted heir to the position of Godplume Duke of the Young Flame clan just be trapped here? Ning was still quite calm. Even if the heavens were to collapse upon them, they had a big fellow ready to prop it back up. This was a trial which the ancient, vast Young Flame clan had prepared for young Flame Nong. Perhaps young Flame Nong might fail the test, but it wasn't too likely that he would simply be trapped here forever. Ning's group remained there within the palace. They knew that this palace was extremely large, and that there were many places within it, but they didn't dare to barge about wildly. Who knew which safeguards and protective measures left behind by Immortal Witch River were still active? If they were unlucky and ran into a particularly powerful defensive mechanism, a large number of them might die. Better to wait. Wait to reunite with the Hydriga Fiendgod. As Ning's group quietly waited, deep within a corridor, in a hidden passageway within the heart of this vast palace. This passageway was filled with countless, towering statues. At a glance, one would see 18 grayish-black statues, each of which were in the shape of a legendary god-beast, the Xianxia manticore. They coiled there within the corridor. Countless years had passed in stillness, but as Ning's group had entered the quiet, silent, ancient palace, something seemed to have been activated. The 18 Xianxia manticore statues all began to glow with golden light, a light which constantly flooded into the statues and made them slowly appear more and more real. Snap! The eyes of one of the Xianxia manticores suddenly opened. Pair of jade-green, glowing eyes. Snap! 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 One Xianxia manticore after another opened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with nothing but coldness. They all rose to their feet, and even began to spread their wings. They had a body as thick as an ox's, but were covered with bristling spikes. They also had a pair of giant wings but the head of a tiger. These were the most loyal, devoted guards of this palace. The 18 Xianxia golems. Golems were not living creatures, and thus they were truly ageless. Immortal Witchriver's servants and subordinates had all died of old age, but these golems remained here, standing guard despite the passage of ages, continuing to obey Immortal Witchriver's order for them to guard this palace. Outsiders have entered the vault of treasures. One of the Xianxia golems rumbled. Not Master. Not Master's heir either. These outsiders forced their way in through using the key to the estate. Some particularly powerful golems possessed sentience and intelligence. For example, when Ning had faced the initial trials of the underwater estate, he had encountered that black-furred golem at the third challenge. That golem had actually been filled with an actual spirit, and thus it was even more intelligence. Neither Master, nor Master's heirs. All invaders must die. One of the Xianxia manticore golems said, Must die. Must die. The 18 Xianxia golems spoke out in unison. To truly master the Witch River Immortal estate, there were two methods. The first was to possess the key to the estate and then have Immortal Witch River bestow a transmission incantation. Naturally, in that situation, all of the formation's restrictive spells and golems would be obedient. The second method was to possess the key to the estate, then find and bind the 5 cores within the 5 palaces. After completely binding all 5 palace cores, then the entire Immortal estate would be bound. This too would be complete control. Young Flame Nong's trial was to completely control this Immortal estate. But of course, right now, young Flame Nong was not yet the master of it, which was why the Immortal estate was beginning its counterattacks. Oh! The outermost part of the palace. Through his void tunnel, young Flame Nong was viewing the massive battle going on in the outside part of the Immortal estate. The Hydriga Fiendgod was roaring with rage as blood splattered everywhere. He fought while retreating. Faster! 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 Young Flame Nong was extremely worried. Ning, North Sun, Yue, and the others were all standing behind him, watching the battle through the void tunnel as well. Given the strength which the Hydriga Fiendgod has demonstrated, I imagine it will be quite hard for him to make it back here. That Yuxia Dao Soldier formation is simply too powerful. Yue sent, right? He's being attacked by 2 parties right now. One is the massive wave formed from more than 10,000 Dao Soldiers, while the other is the even more powerful Yuxia Dao Soldier formation. Both are more powerful than him. Adept Vast River was frowning as he watched as well. 9 Lotus sent mentally. Given that this fiend god, Shangliu Fong, was assigned to protect young Flame Nong, He is definitely carrying some treasures. He's only using those 2 long alls to battle right now. He hasn't used any other treasures at all. I imagine that he isn't in any real danger yet. Their group continued to watch the battle through the void tunnel, while the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn continued to maintain a vigilant watch. What's that? Ning's face suddenly changed dramatically, as the space in the surrounding area began to change. Previously, they were in a hall, but suddenly, their group became trapped in a misty, blurry, illusory world. It became extremely hard for them to tell north from south, east from west. They couldn't even tell up from down. Not good. Young Flame Nong's face changed as well, and the void tunnel that had been in front of him disappeared as well. A restrictive formation. Adept Vast River hurriedly sent mentally. This palace has a restrictive spell formation which was left behind by Immortal Witch River. Just now, the restrictive spell formation became activated, and the spell formation covered that hall that we were in just now. Although we are still within the hall, we've already become trapped by the formation. The surrounding space has been locked and distorted. Even though I have the key to the Immortal estate, I'm not able to open a tunnel to the outside world either. Young Flame Nong sent frantically. Rainbow Flame Fairy. Adept Vast River. Jining. If I'm unable to open a corridor to the outside world, there's no way for Uncle Fong to come in. It's up to us now. Ning and the others felt their hearts sink. Right? If they were unable to open a corridor to the outside world, then there would be no way for the Fiendgod Shangliufang to enter. They had lost their strongest ally. Ning had a sudden thought. He immediately released his divine sense, but he sensed nothing but a blur. The power of the surrounding restrictive spell had already completely smothered Ning's divine sense. He couldn't even sense Mu North Sun and the others who were right next to him. I have one more bit of news to tell you all. In this formation, divine sense is of no use. Ning sent mentally. What? Adept Vast River and the others were shocked. They gave it a try as well, and as they did, their faces changed. Even divine sense is unable to see through this formation. Then this means that this is definitely no ordinary formation. Ning's group began to unconsciously move closer to each other. As for the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn, they immediately joined together into a formation. Is there anyone here skilled in breaking formations? Hurry up and break it. Young Flame Nong sent. Uncle White. Ning sent to the nearby Whitewater Hound. In recent years, he had spent almost all of his energy on the Tao of formations, and he was definitely superior to Ning in this regard. This is a very terrifying formation. The Whitewater Hound shook his head, continuing to analyze it. But right at this moment, swish, 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 out of nowhere, a throng of icy arrows suddenly shot out, each containing awe-inspiring power as they sprang towards Ning's group, trapped within the formation. They were too close and they were too fast. Boom! A water flame lotus appeared around Ning, but upon being struck by 3 attacking arrows, it instantly began to shatter and collapse. Careful! Ning's face completely changed. These arrows were simply far too powerful. Just 3 arrows contained power great enough to shatter his lotus. Ning now had a premonition. With their group of Wanxiang adepts being trapped within this terrifying restrictive formation, most likely, a number of them would truly perish. A single ice shard is capable of killing an ordinary peak Wanxiang adept. Adept Vast River immediately sent urgently. Everyone, quick! Assemble into formation. Assemble into formation. A 5 elements pentagonal formation. Ji Ning sent. Right? This is too terrifying, Mu North Sun said loudly. Rumble, Ning, North Sun, Yue, Nine Lotus, and Adept Vast River were of the same school. Naturally, they instinctively elected to use a 5 elements pentagonal formation of the Black-White College. Combination formations did not need to be purchased with black-white pellets. On the contrary, the disciples of the school were required to learn them. Their 5 figures began to move, and instantly, their bodies began to glow with light. Metallic light, red light, watery blue light, yellow light, and azure light. Whoosh! Once their formation was joined, Ning calmed down slightly. The power of these ice shards is too astonishing. When I fought against Daoist Snowplume, he sent out those drops of sky water against me. But although they were capable of damaging my water flame lotus, they weren't able to break through it. Those 3 ice shards, however, were able to break my water flame lotus. This means every single shard contained power comparable to a drop of sky water. Daoist Snowplume had only used, in total, 108 drops of sky water. In contrast, these ice shards came in a tightly clustered, endlessly streaming series of attacks. Most likely, even a primal Daoist would be killed by this cluster attack. Ji Ning, the 5 of you, stand in front of me. Young Flame Nong barked mentally. The other 10 of you stay behind me. Shuehongyi, Adept Buyu, stay to my sides. Ning's group of 5 was the strongest. After all, 3 of them were somewhat stronger than ordinary primal Daoists. After joining forces, they would be the most powerful force present. Naturally, they would have to block in front of young Flame Nong and help screen him from the ambushing arrows. As for the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn, although they were somewhat weak, there was still 10 of them. When in formation, they were also quite powerful, and thus they could help young Flame non-block ice shards from behind. The remaining gaps would naturally be filled and covered by Shuehongyi and Adept Buyu. The 2 of them both joined together into the most common of formations, the Liangyi Duality Formation. This formation was one which virtually all immortal cultivators were capable of, but in turn it wasn't very effective. There was a limit to how much it could raise one's power. Still, it was still able to increase one's power slightly, and so the 2 would naturally execute it. This is going to be trouble, Shuehongyi cursed secretly. This is going to be very dangerous. Adept Buyu grew frantic as well. The 2 of them were weaker than Ji Ning to begin with. Ning was now in a 5-man formation, while they were only in a 2-man formation. It must be understood that these ice shards were capable of easily killing primal Daoists. Swish. Boom. Shuehongyi and Adept Buyu were in an extremely dangerous situation. Young Master Young Flame were almost unable to hold on. Shuehongyi sent frantically. I'm unable to hold on for much longer as well. Adept Buyu was similarly frantic. How useless! Young Flame Nong cursed mentally. He was frantic too. In the end, it's still those 5 from the Black-White College who are formidable. Hold for as long as you can. The longer you can hold, the better our chances. Young Flame Nong sent mentally. Adept Vast River sent hurriedly back. Young Master Young Flame. This formation must have been left behind by Immortal Witch River. If Immortal Witch River was present and personally controlling it, this formation would perhaps be even more powerful, capable of causing even loose immortals or earth immortals to perish. Now that he's gone, the power of it has been lessened a bit, but we won't be able to resist it for too long. There is a limit to how much elemental ki we have, but the formation utilizes the elemental energy of the natural world. It can persist indefinitely, can exhaust us to death. The most important thing for us to do right now is to have a formations expert locate a flaw in this formation and break it. When trapped within a formation, if a true formations expert was present, he could guide the party through and out from the formation. If a somewhat weaker formations expert was present, he could work hard to find some flaws and weaknesses in the formation, then use their most powerful attacks against their weak points. In a situation like that, the chances of victory would naturally be greater. But if one was too weak in terms of formations, then one would remain trapped within the formation, subject to being trampled upon and incapable of doing anything but using brute force to try and resist. This was the worst-case scenario. Young Master Young Flame, you must have brought a formations expert with you in your investigation of this immortal estate. North Sun sent. Young Flame Nong gritted his teeth. A formations expert? Of course he had brought one. But his formations expert was in the outside world of the immortal estate. It was the Fiendgod Shangliu Fang. Fiendgods were born from the natural world. The Fiendgod Shangliu Fang had been born during the Fiendgod era, and he had survived from then until now. From this, one could imagine how long a life he had lived. However, Fiendgods were different from other races. Fiendgods were truly the favored children of the heavens, the beloved scions of the universe. They were born with the innate ability to train and with innate divine abilities. In fact, some primordial Fiendgods were even born with mastery over a Dao path, or even an entire grand Dao path. Thus, Fiendgods did not need to suffer the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Their lives were infinite and unlimited. However, their training speed, in turn, was incomparably slow. In fact, upon reaching a certain level, they would be unable to improve any further. For example, this Fiendgod Xianxia had reached the primal level countless hundreds of millions of years ago, but he remained at the primal level. Most likely, his potential had been exhausted, and in the future, he would forever remain a primal. However, their extremely long lives led them to begin to analyze and train in other areas, such as the Tao of constructs or formations, which required a tremendous amount of time to research. Thus, although he was a bit weaker in terms of his comprehensive abilities, due to his extremely long life, Xianxia was a true formations master. Per their original plan, Xianxia was to stay right next to young Flame Nong and protect him. They shouldn't have been separated at all. But earlier, when faced with attacks from so many monstrous Dao soldiers, someone had to go delay them. Thus, Xianxia had been separated from the group. Uncle Fong. Young Flame Nong was both frantic and filled with regret. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have left Uncle Fong leave me. After we overcome this tribulation and once he returns, I won't let him leave me again. Absolutely not. Uncle Fong is skilled in formations. Young Flame Nong sent back hurriedly. But he's completely unable to come inside. Everyone. Are any of you skilled in formations? What kind of a sick joke is this? North Sun was both angry and frantic. The Fiendgod is skilled in formations? Ning and the others were all speechless. The one who was skilled in formations was trapped outside, unable to enter the palace. As for the rest of them, who amongst them was skilled in formations? Although they were all true geniuses, they had all spent all of their energy on their own Daos. Even Ji Ning, who was talented in terms of formations, he still primarily spent his time and energy on the Tao of the sword. He would only occasionally flip through formation scrolls to relieve boredom. Adept Vast River, Rainbow Flame Fairy. The two of you are both reincarnated immortals. In your past lives, I imagine that you must have researched formations before. Can you remember anything about them? Young Flame Nong sent. We are only at the Wanxiang level. We occasionally gain just a few fragments of our memories. The Tao of formations is an extremely vast and broad one. Only after completely awakening our former memories will we be able to master our previous insights regarding formations. Adept Vast River sent back helplessly. Oh. Young Flame Nong, Ji Ning, and the others were chatting mentally at an extremely high speed. However, these arrows of ice that were being created and shot out by the formation were also moving at extremely high speed. The two weakest spots in the protective array, Xuehongyi and Adept Buyu, were even beginning to suffer wounds. Young Master Young Flame, we aren't able to hold, Xuehongyi said. Left arm stained red with blood. Can't hold. Adept Buyu sent hurriedly as well. Hurry up and come in. Young Flame Nong had no choice but to give this order. Ji Ning, Adept Vast River. The 5 of you, you'll have to cover the locations which Xuehongyi and Buyu were previously covering. Ning's group had no choice but to grind their teeth and expand the scope of their formation to cover a wider range. But in doing so, the number of ice shard attacks they suffered increased as well. Phew! We were almost finished. Upon entering the center, Xuehongyi and Adept Buyu couldn't help but let out sighs of relief. They hurriedly swallowed spirit pills, replenishing their power and healing. What should I do? What should I do? Young Flame Nong began to ponder frantically. Although he had quite a few protective treasures on him, there was no way for him to break through this ancient giant formation which a celestial immortal had set down. But of course, he could give up on this trial and use a greater teleportation to immediately leave. But upon doing so, that meant that he would have failed his trial. Young Flame Nong absolutely would not permit this to happen. I have to break this formation. But how? For now, those 5 disciples of the Black-White College and those 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn are able to hold on. But as time goes on, their elemental ki will begin to deplete, at which point, death will be the result. Young Flame Nong was frantic. Right at this moment, Within the chaotic void of the formation, an enormous, grayish-black, winged, ox-bodied, spiked, tiger-headed golem appeared. It was a Xianxia manticore golem. This Xianxia manticore suddenly appeared within the formation, and then, with a flutter of its wings, swooped out in an arc, avoiding the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn and clawing towards young Master Young Flame at the center. "Protect young Master Young Flame," Xianxia immediately called out. Bang! 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 One Xianxia manticore golem after another came howling forth. In almost a single instant, 18 of them appeared in the surrounding area. For the moment, Jining and the others were all being held down by these other Xianxia manticore golems, and were completely unable to protect young Master Young Flame. Break! A sword struck out like a gleam of moonlight, chopping against the head of one of the Xianxia golems. The Xianxia golem was knocked backwards by 30 meters, came to halt, then threw itself forward once more. Jining was surrounded by 700+ flying swords. Seeing the situation, his face changed. Right now, the 5 of them were in a formation, and so his own elemental ki naturally had strength significantly. And yet, despite using the 9th level of the Lesser Thousand Swords formation, he was still only able to knock the Xianxia golem back a short distance. Careful! These Xianxia golems all have the combat capability of a primal Taoist, and their bodies are nigh impenetrable, as hard as magic treasures. They are far more difficult to deal with than ordinary primal Taoists. North Sun was a genius of the Tao of constructs. Upon seeing these Xianxia golems, he immediately knew that they were in serious trouble. This place actually has golems that are as powerful as primal Taoists. Every single one of them is incomparably precious, and there are a total of 18 of them here. Ning struck out with one flash of sword light after another, only just barely managing to tie down 2 of the Xianxia manticore golems. Golems with the power of primal Taoists would generally cause even loose immortals headaches. However, for a celestial immortal, purchasing 18 golems on this level was still fairly easily done. 18 Xianxia golems. 10 of them were able to completely tie down Ji Ning's group of 5, as well as the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn. As for the other 8, they charged straight towards young Flame Nong in the center of the array. These Xianxia golems were sentient. They knew that young Flame Nong was the bandit chief. Stop them! Careful! By young Flame Nong's side was Xianxia and Adept Buyu. They naturally were caught in the crossfire as well. When these 8 Xianxia golems attacked, both Xianxia and Adept Buyu began to panic. This was because every single Xianxia golem was at least as strong as them. In addition, their bodies were actually magic treasures, and thus were unbreakably tough. Ryip! A sharp claw flashed out lightning fast, slashing past Adept Buyu's body, tearing him apart and sending blood flying everywhere. No! Adept Buyu's eyes were completely round. He had thought that by coming, he would gain young Master Young Flame's favor. But in the end, he had lost his life. The first Wanxiang Adept death in their group had finally occurred. Adept Buyu's death provoked young Flame Nong, Ji Ning, and the others. The most provoked of all, of course, Xianxia, whose strength was essentially on par with Adept Buyu. I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't have come here. Xianxia's eyes were completely red. A Dao seal appeared in his hand, and it instantly transformed into a barrier of light that covered his body. Boom! It managed to forcibly endure a claw strike from a Xianxia manticore golem. The golden light around his body trembled, but Xianxia seized this chance to quickly escape. He fled far away. 10 of the 18 Xianxia golems were tied down by Ji Ning's group of 5 and the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn. As for the other 8, they focused on young Master Young Flame. Xianxia, going all out, managed to escape from the center of their array, and for a moment, there were no Xianxia golems after him. Damn! Young Flame Nong gave a cold sideways glance to the distant Xianxia. Earlier, Xianxia and Adept Buyu had been at least able to tie down 3 of the Xianxia manticore golems, but now with Adept Buyu slain and Xianxia fled, the 8 golems were completely surrounding and focusing on young Flame Nong himself. A pitiable look appeared on Xianxia's face, and he frantically sent mentally, "Young Master Young Flame, I'm truly unable to stop them. Brother Bu Yu has already died. Even if I were to resist, in just a few breaths, I would lose my life. Young Master Young Flame was extremely angry, but he knew that these people weren't his slaves, nor were they death-sworn. In the face of certain death, it was normal for them to flee. Damn, if I can reunite with Uncle Fong. Within this Witch River immortal estate, I'm never going to let him leave my side again, ever. Young Flame Nong truly felt regret for having allowed Shangliu Fong to depart. If he had known that this would be the result, he would have simply used 2 of his treasures to lock down the 2 groups of monstrous Dao soldiers. Treasures capable of blocking more than 10,000 linked Dao soldiers were naturally extraordinary, and young Master Young Flame hadn't been willing to use them up. But now it was too late for regret. Young Master Young Flame stood there, a crimson-red salamander coiling around him. The crimson salamander was emanating a terrifying aura, and it repeatedly slashed its claws against the attacking Xianxia golems. Bang! 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 One golem after another was sent flying back. The long tail of the red-scale salamander slapped out repeatedly as well, but the body of the Xianxia golems was composed of magic treasures. They were unbreakable. Thus, they didn't fear being struck, and they wildly surrounded and attacked young Flame Gnome. The sharp claws of the Xianxia golems left enormous, gaping wounds on the body of the red-scale salamander as well, tearing its scales open and sending blood spraying everywhere. However, the red-scale salamander was able to heal its wounds at an astonishing rate, and it continued to go all out in its battle against these Xianxia golems. This single god beast, the red-scale salamander, was blocking 8 Xianxia manticore golems. What a formidable red-scale salamander! Although Ning was fighting, he was also keeping an eye on the overall situation. The power of the red-scale salamander made him sigh in amazement. It lives up to its reputation as possessing one of the most exalted god-beast lineages. In addition, it should also have trained in Fiendgod body refining. Although it is only at the Wanxiang level, it already has combat prowess comparable to a peak primal. Even if I were to unleash all my power, I would probably only be on par with it. Ning was currently utilizing his Lesser Thousand Swords formation. Although he was being supported by the 5 elements pentagonal formation, the power of it was still a bit weaker than his close combat prowess. Clank! Clank! Ning's group was working extremely hard to block the Xianxia golems. From the side, those icy shards continued to fill the air and shoot towards them at high speed as well. However, the Xianxia golems were also accidentally struck by and injured by the ice shards. After all, they were only capable of activating the formation, not controlling it. Only the master of the Immortal Estate and the heir to Immortal Estate were able to truly control the formation. Without a controller, the icy shards were unable to differentiate between friend or foe. However, since the Xianxia golems had treasure-like bodies, they didn't care about the attacks from the icy shards. Not good. Ning's face suddenly changed. This is trouble. Adept Vast River was shocked as well. All of them had been keeping an eye on the overall flow of battle. Those 8 Xianxia golems that previously had been surrounding and attacking young Master Young Flame, due to being constantly blocked by the god beast, red-scale salamander, actually gave up attacking him and instead immediately threw themselves towards the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn. Comparatively speaking, the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn were a bit weaker. However, their wills were joined, and after having entered the grand formation, they were capable of tying down 3 of the Xianxia manticore golems. However, when 8 more of the golems suddenly charged towards them, this meant that the number of golems they were facing instantly reached 11. If the 11 golems were attacking Ning's group of 5, the 5 of them would have been able to hold on, but they were attacking the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn instead. Halt! Young Flame Gnome was enraged. Up till now, he had not personally intervened, but at this moment, an enormous black whip suddenly appeared out of nowhere into his hands. The black whip was covered with a flowing layer of black firelight. He snapped the whip out powerfully, and it lashed through the air, striking towards the Xianxia golems in the distance. Boom! The long whip struck one of the Xianxia golems, and immediately knocked it backwards, sending flying all the way out of the formation, causing it to disappear from Ning's field of vision. Boom! Boom! Young Master Young Flame lashed his whip out repeatedly, each strike carrying inconceivable power and sending each stricken Xianxia manticore golem flying backwards. Formidable. Terrifying. Powerful. Ning and the others were all shocked. None of them had imagined that this young Master Young Flame was so powerful. In fact, at a single glance, Ning was able to tell for certain that the fire covering the whip which young Master Young Flame was using was actually earth fire. And, unless he was mistaken, it was earth fire that should have reached the first grade, which was why it was comparable to ordinary skyfire in might. His flames are formed from first-grade earth fire. That whip is strange as well. In addition, young Master Young Flame's aura suddenly exploded with might. It must be some secret technique. Ning sighed mentally at what he had seen. This ancient, massive young flame clan clearly had made multifaceted preparations for the upbringing of their next clan leader. His combat power, at the very least, was amazing. The man was definitely at the same level as Ning himself and Yue, and his treasures were even more powerful. No! A look of utmost anger appeared on young Flame Nong's face. Although his whip had sent 3 Xianxia golems flying in sequence, young Flame Nong was, after all, just a single person, and there were 11 golems attacking. Thus, the other 8 Xianxia golems, accompanied by a large number of icy shards, continued to tear into and through the formation of the 10 Wanxiang Death Sworn, ripping one of them into tiny pieces. The death of one caused the strength of the other 9 to immediately fall dramatically. And, at this moment, those 3 Xianxia manticore golems that had been sent flying out of the formation now came flying back inside. They were completely undamaged, and they once more threw themselves towards the 9 Wanxiang Death Sworn. Kill! Master, we are leaving now. Boom! Bang! Rip! These Wanxiang adepts did not fear death, but they were still torn apart, one by one, by the Xianxia golems. Some were torn apart, while others were flattened to death by blows from the Xianxia golems' wings. In virtually just a single breath's worth of time, the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn had all died. Young Master Young Flame was utterly enraged, but he didn't dare to allow the red-scale salamander by his side to leave, because he himself was not an Fiendgod body refiner. In close combat, he was at a huge disadvantage, and so the red-scale salamander had to stay next to him to protect him. Kill those 5. Kill them. The 11 Xianxia manticore golems didn't even look at young Flame Nong. They threw themselves directly towards the 5 disciples of the Black-White College. When Ning's group had seen how the Xianxia golems had surrounded and killed those 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn, they knew that things had taken a turn for the worse. However, they were being tied down by these other 7 golems. After all, of the 5, the 3 most powerful were Jining, Yue, and Adept Vast River, with 9 Lotus and Mu North Sun being comparatively weaker. Jining, Rainbow Flame Fairy, Adept Vast River, young Master Young Flame sent frantically. Be careful of those Xianxia golems. You have to be able to hold. Damn these detestable Xianxia golems. Damn them. First, they killed my 10 Deathsworn, and now they are going to kill Ning's group. Young Master Young Flame knew exactly what was going on. Ning's group was helping him tie down quite a few of the Xianxia golems. If they were to die, then all 18 golems would encircle and attack him. Although he had many magic treasures, his only choice would be to use the greater teleportation seal and flee. But upon fleeing, he would have failed this trial, and in the future, his chances of becoming the next Godplume Duke would be lessened. He absolutely would not permit this to happen. Jining, let me in. Xuehongyi, get the fuck over here as well. Young Master Young Flame and his red-scale salamander, as well as the terrified Xuehongyi, flew directly into the 5-person formation which Ning's group had set up. Ning's group naturally did not prevent them from doing so. Attack! Young Master Young Flame, a sinister look on his face, gave the order, then immediately began to brandish his long black whip, blazing with black fire. As for the red-scale salamander, it stretched half of its body outside, sending its claws towards the Xianxia golems in raking attacks. Xuehongyi also used all of his magic treasures, wanting to make up for his earlier transgression of fleeing. Young Master Young Flame, Ning sent suddenly. What is it? Young Master Young Flame was in an extremely foul mood right now, but to one of his main sources of support, Ji Ning, he still maintained an air of courtesy. The spirit beast under my control, the Whitewater Hound, is exceedingly well-versed in the Tao of formations, and he has studied it for a long time. He's already discovered a flaw in the formation, and is confident in being able to break it. Ning sent. Young Master Young Flame had been in an utterly furious mood, but upon hearing Ning's words, he couldn't help but feel a hint of eagerness and disbelief. Did you just say that the spirit beast you control, that Whitewater Hound, is able to break this formation? This is a formation which Immortal Witch River set down. He is actually able to break a formation set down by a celestial immortal? Are you sure he can do it? It wasn't that he was belittling the Whitewater Hound. Rather, he didn't believe the Whitewater Hound could possibly be that gifted in formations. Young Master Young Flame, although this is a formation left behind by Immortal Witch River, he himself wasn't necessarily skilled in formations. In addition, although this formation is formidable, there isn't anyone currently controlling it. A formation which no one is controlling is extremely clumsy and not at all agile. Ning sent hurriedly. My Whitewater Hound spirit beast, by using the Fushi staff formation, is absolutely capable of breaking this formation. Fushi staff formation? Fine, I'll trust you. I have a set of top-grade Fushi staff formation treasures. Use them, and the power of his formation will definitely increase. At a time like this, young Master Young Flame wouldn't be stingy at all. He immediately took out a set of top-grade Fushi staff formation artifacts, then tossed them over. Behind Ning was the Whitewater Hound, who had yet to fight and had spent this entire period of time focusing on analyzing the formation. He sent a surge of elemental ki out from his body, wrapping it around the completely ownerless Fushi staff formation artifacts and easily binding them. Uncle White, you truly feel confident? Ning sent. Don't worry, Ning, my son. I've spent a long time analyzing this formation, and am absolutely certain that I'll be able to break it. This formation, despite being incomparably powerful, has no one at the helm. You should know that the more powerful a formation is, the more complicated it is as well. The formation is only able to unleash such power because it is drawing in the natural energy of the world, then transforming it through repeated cycles. As long as we are able to choke a single part of the cycle, then the entire formation will become useless. If this formation had someone controlling it, then he naturally would be constantly changing things. It would be extremely hard to break the formation. But without a controller, it is hundreds and thousands of times easier to break this formation, the Whitewater Hound said. And with these unexpected top-grade Fushi staff formation artifacts, well, young Master Young Flame really is quite generous. That's because you, Uncle White, are capable of breaking the formation. Ji Ning sent mentally. Uncle White, we have no time to waste. Hurry up and break it. If there's anything you need, just speak out. Young Master Young Flame will definitely provide it. Keep these Xianxia golems a bit farther away. Make it so that within 30 meters, I won't be disturbed in the slightest. All right. Ji Ning immediately sent mentally. Young Master Young Flame. Everyone, we are going to expand the scope of this 5 elements formation. Expand it? The larger we make the formation, the more ice shards will strike us. Adept Vast River said frantically. My Whitewater Hound spirit beast is able to break this formation, but he needs 30 meters of space to do so. Ning sent. Break the formation? Truly. All of them were both delighted and shocked. Young Flame Nong urged frantically. Everyone, hurry up and do your best to hold on for a period of time. After finishing his words, he gave Xue Hongyi a hard look, and Xue Hongyi hurriedly tried to make it appear as though he truly was going all out and risking his life to hold on. Rumble. The formation expanded. Young Flame Nong and his red-scale salamander displayed their might as well. The two of them, man and spirit beast, were able to simultaneously tie down 8 of those Xianxia manticore golems, while Xue Hongyi managed to block one as well. As for Ji Ning and the rest of the 5, they were able to block the other 9 Xianxia golems. For a period of time, the group was actually able to overpower the golems and deliver blows to them. However, while they were overpowering the golems, they still had to divert part of their attention and efforts to blocking the icy shards. Each of them were using up astonishing amounts of elemental ki. They were all operating at maximum power, a state which they couldn't maintain for too long. Arise! A large, snowy white hound was in the very center of the entire formation. Around him were ancient, simple-looking wooden staffs that were covered with magic runes. The staffs suddenly flew out in every direction, quickly landing in various areas. As each staff landed down, the space around them seemed to have been nailed down. All 64 Fushi staffs descended on their respective locations. Every single staff suddenly began to glow with an eye-catching, watery glow. In addition, lines of watery light began to connect between the staffs, forming an incomparably massive seal formation. Rumble. The seal formation actually began to merge with the giant formation around them. It was like a drop of black water, falling onto a spotless white cloth, or an iron spike that was thrust into the spokes of a wheel. In short, the grand formation which had previously been incomparably harmonious and perfect was suddenly, instantly, stuck. In turn, the incomparably powerful surges of elemental energy from the natural world ceased to flow, and the attacking ice shards suddenly began to weaken in power. In but a single breath's worth of time, they all vanished into nowhere. And then, the entire grand formation itself completely vanished. The ancient hall that they had been in previously once more appeared within Ning's field of vision. They were still within the hall. They had never actually left it. The formation is broken? Young Flame Nong was stunned for a moment, but then he was wildly overjoyed. When he had been trapped within the formation, he had been consumed with the agony of despair and bitterness. Now that he had been released from it, it was hard for him to express the joy in his heart through words. Formidable, formidable. Mu North Sun blinked his eyes as he looked at the large, snowy white dog in their midst. What a formidable whitewater hound. Adept Vast River looked at the snowy white dog as well. Uncle White, you really are formidable. Nine Lotus sent mentally as well. All of them were absolutely overjoyed. Although Xuehongyi was surprised and delighted at their escape, in his heart, he still felt extremely displeased. Even his spirit beast is as formidable as this in formations. Why the hell don't I have such a powerful spirit beast? Damnable, absolutely damnable. This time, Ji Ning once again became the one to accumulate great merits in front of young Master Young Flame. Oh! No longer having to worry about the constant attacks from the overwhelming number of icy arrows, Ning and the others instantly exploded with power. By relying on the 5 elements pentagonal formation, Ning, Adept Vast River, and Yue were each able to lock down 4 of the Qiangyi golems, while 9 Lotus, North Sun, and Xuehongyi were each able to lock down 1. The red scale salamander by itself was able to block all of the other golems. It was now extremely easy. Young Master Young Flame didn't even need to personally intervene. All 18 of the golems were now locked down. Uncle Fong, the formation has been broken. You can come in now. Young Flame Nong sent a spiritual message to Shangliu Fong, who was still outside. The two had set up a soulbind long ago. Shangliu Fong, this Fiendgod, was Young Flame Nong's most loyal servant. Otherwise, how could the Young Flame clan be comfortable with sending a Fiendgod to accompany their young master? Shangliu Fong had successfully fled to the outside perimeter of this palace long ago. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to enter. Thus, he could only continue to run about and flee outside of it. The entire Immortal estate was only a few tens of thousands of kilometers in size. It truly was too small. Shangliu Fong had already completely circumnavigated this world once. Stop chasing. That Fiendgod is too crafty. And he won't die. The 2 mightiest monstrous powers in the Immortal estate world had both given up their chase. Although their attacks on Shangliu Fong had caused him repeated injuries, as a Fiendgod, Shangliu Fong's recuperative abilities were simply too astonishing. In addition, he had been using evasive techniques, causing his speed to vastly outstrip the combined Dao soldier armies. After repeated engagements, the two forces had given up. This Fiendgod isn't easy to deal with, but those humans that came in with him are far weaker. This Fiendgod is a protector for one of them. Once they come out, we'll kill the humans, then seize the key to the immortal estate. These monstrous powers were also waiting outside the Vault of Treasures, one of the 5 palaces of the immortal estate. As soon as Ning's group came out, they would surround them and kill them. This was their one and only chance at seizing the key to the immortal estate. Leaving this immortal estate world was something which the various monstrous races here had hoped and dreamed about for countless ages. Their ancestors had all passed down legends of how incomparably vast the outside world was, and how even immortals could fly for days and nights without reaching the ends of the world. Days and nights? The monsters of the immortal estate world couldn't even imagine such a thing, because in the immortal estate world, a loose immortal could completely circumnavigate the world in as much time as was needed to boil a kettle of tea. I truly want to leave. I truly want to see that vast, endless world. All the monsters shared this feeling. At this moment, the distant Shangliu Fang was still awaiting young Flame Nong's spirit message. Both of them had extremely powerful souls, and thus they could naturally communicate spiritually at a fairly long distance. The young master is trapped within a formation in that palace. What should I do? Shangliu Fang was worried as well. I can't go in. If no one can break the formation and the young master remains trapped in it, in the end, I'm afraid he'll give up and leave, but if he does, that means he will have failed this trial. Shangliu Fang was worried, but he had no way of entering. Uncle Fang, the formation is broken. You can come in now. Young Flame Nong sent spiritually. The formation is broken? Shangliu Fang was amazed and delighted. He immediately transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the palace. Swoosh! He flew over at high speed. That Fiendgod is coming again. We can't kill him. Why is he coming? Can it be that he wants to enter the palace? Let's follow him and go in together. The monstrous Dao soldiers reformed into that titanic wave and the Wuxia Dao soldier. They looked at the Fiendgod Shangliu Fang, but didn't attack. Whoosh! In midair, an enormous palace door suddenly appeared, and then the door swung open. Fiendgod Shangliu Fang had just reached that location. With a swoosh, he flew through the palace door, and then, the illusory door once more vanished. Shangliu Fang and young Master Young Flame's coordination was simply perfect. As soon as he had arrived, the door had appeared, and as soon as he entered, the palace door had once more shut, causing the pursuing Dao soldiers that were right behind him to be unable to enter at all. After all, Fiendgod Shangliu Fang was faster than them to begin with. Wait! I refuse to believe he won't come out. As soon as they come out, we'll first kill those humans, then seize the key to the immortal estate. The monstrous Dao soldiers could only choose to wait patiently. Oh! Within the massive palace hall, Ning's group was still fighting back against the wildly attacking Xianxia golems. Swoosh! A figure suddenly charged in. It was a pitch-black, narrow-eyed, middle-aged man, the Fiendgod Shangliu Fang. Uncle Fang. Young Flame Nong was delighted. Finally, he had reunited with Uncle Fang. After seeing Uncle Fang, his restless, uneasy heart finally calmed down. With Uncle Fang present, he was safe. Upon entering, Shangliu Fang immediately saw those Xianxia manticore golems. Golems? Shangliu Fang, with a single step, arrived next to one of the Xianxia golems. The golem immediately bellowed, slashing out with his claws and wanting to tear Shangliu Fang apart. But what welcomed it was Shangliu Fang's fist. Boom! The fist smashed directly upon the Xianxia golem, like the descent of a meteor, knocking it flying back and, with a titanic smashing out, sending it smashing hard against the walls of the palace. The walls of the immortal estate were incomparably sturdy, while the Xianxia golem itself was a magic artifact. Neither were damaged. However, the Xianxia golem first slumped to the ground, before them clambering back to its feet. A primal golem? Shangliu Fang frowned, and then he threw out an enormous sack. Come! Shangliu Fang waved his large hands, and then his 10 fingers transformed into 10 giant snakes, filling the air as they seized two of the Xianxia golems. The two Xianxia golems struggled viciously, but weren't able to escape from Shangliu Fang's snake hands. Get in. After having seized the two Xianxia golems, Shangliu Fang tossed them directly into the sack. Shangliu Fang moved as fast as lightning, his giant hands filled with boundless, awe-inspiring might. Clearly, this was a powerful divine ability he had access to. With power far greater than that of the Xianxia golems, he snatched them 2 or 3 at a time. In the blink of an eye, all 18 of the golems had been seized and thrown into the sack. They didn't even have a chance to flee. So powerful! Ning and the others were stupefied and speechless with amazement. Uncle Fang. Young Flame Nong was delighted. Shangliu Fang nodded, then gave a sideways glance to the Whitewater Hound, who was still maintaining the formation. He said softly, "Whitewater Hound? There are very few monsters who are skilled in formations. Whitewater Hounds are indeed extremely intelligent and well-suited for analyzing formations." After speaking, Shangliu Fang transformed into a streak of light. Boom! 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 He flew to 3 places, smashing down viciously with his fist. Although the palace itself was undamaged, some of its decorations, such as its giant chandeliers and drapes, were smashed into tiny bits. All right, I've already blocked the critical choke points to the formation. Shangliu Fang looked towards the Whitewater Hound. No need for you to constantly maintain the formation. The Whitewater Hound retrieved the artifacts from his Fushi staff formation, and indeed the previously active enemy formation didn't respond at all. Phew! Ning and the others shared glances, then revealed smiles. With an expert present, things would indeed be much simpler going forward. Eh? Shangliu Fang frowned slightly as he looked towards a distant place in the palace. He pointed towards it, and instantly, a ray of black divine power flew out from his finger, striking against the distant palace wall. 3 giant characters instantly appeared on the wall Vault of Treasures. The Vault of Treasures? Ning, North Sun, and Xuehongyi were all overjoyed. The Immortal Estate world had a total of 5 palaces. Ning's group had no idea what the palace they had entered was meant for. Now, upon seeing those 3 characters, they knew immediately that this must be for storing treasures. Originally, young Flame Nong had promised that any treasures they were capable of acquiring from within the Immortal Estate would be theirs. Don't be impatient. Young Flame Nong could naturally tell what Ji Ning and the others were thinking. Smiling, he said, "The treasures aren't going anywhere. As I said to you, and as I even promised in the name of the Young Flame clan, anything you acquire will belong to you." Ji Ning and the others all nodded. "And these?" Young Flame Nong pointed towards the ground nearby. On the ground were the magic treasures left behind by Adept Buyu and the 10 Wanxiang Deathsworn. This time, we were trapped within the Immortal Estate's formation. It was thanks to Ji Ning's spirit beast that we were able to break through it. These magic treasures aren't worth that much. Ji Ning, go ahead and take them. Young Flame Nong looked towards Ning, who didn't hesitate. He immediately collected all of the various magic treasures. After all, these were treasures from 11 Wanxiang adepts, one of whom was a 2-clawed rain dragon guard. This sort of treasure was quite valuable. Xuehongyi looked at Ning, musing secretly to himself, "Damn your luck! I want to see how long it holds." Although he felt jealous hatred, he still understood that right now, the Black-White College's 5 disciples held the advantage in power. "Let's go." Young Flame Nong now appeared much more relaxed. With Shangliu Fang by his side, he began to walk leisurely to the front. Each of the 5 palaces were extremely large. However, Shangliu Fang was a true expert of formations. He led them with ease through the various corridors, and they thus naturally made their way towards the heart of the entire palace. Just a short while later, Ning's group arrived at an incomparably wide hall within the palace, filled with a jade bed at the front and prayer mats below. The jade bed was most likely where Immortal Witch River used to sit and meditate. "This is—" Young Flame Nong suddenly stared at the jade bed. His Immortal Estate key was vibrating strongly, having sensed where the heart of this palace was. "That jade bed is the core of this palace," Young Flame Nong said. "Young Master, Let me take a look. Shang Liufang stretched his hands out. His hands instantly expanded, and his 10 fingers transformed into 10 giant snakes which filled the air and swarmed the region. After sweeping past the region, he nodded and said, "Young master, there are no dangers here." Only now did young Flame Gnome, with a swoosh, scurry to the top of the jade bed. He sat down in the lotus position, then began to fill the jade bed below him with elemental ki. This jade bed was the core of this palace, the vault of treasures. Every palace had a core, and if one could bind them all, the entire immortal estate would be bound as well. The test the Young Flame clan had given young Flame Gnome was to have him completely bind this immortal estate. "All right, the rest of you can go," young Flame Gnome said, seated on the jade bed, "and search to your heart's content for the treasures which Immortal Witch River left behind here." "I won't go." Shang Liufang stood at the jade bed as well, quietly standing guard. Ning and the others exchanged a glance, secretly celebrating. If the most powerful member of their group, the Fiendgod Shang Liufang, was not going to compete with them for treasures, it would be wonderful. "I've already begun to bind the core of this palace. None of the restrictive spells within this palace will activate, so the only thing you need to worry about are golems lying in wait," young Flame Gnome said with a loud laugh. "However, my guess is that this palace doesn't have any golems left. If there were, they would have attacked us long ago." "Young Master Young Flame, we'll go search for treasures then." Ning and the others didn't stay here any longer. They immediately departed. They had arrived in hall together, but now they immediately parted ways. "Senior apprentice brother, treasure hunting is a matter of individual luck," North Sun said with extraordinary excitement. "There might be immortal-ranked magic treasures," Adept Vast River said with great eagerness as well. "It's up to destiny," Nine Lotus said. Swoosh, 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 they all quickly parted ways. Even the Whitewater Hound and Little Qing parted ways from Ning, moving out on their own. "I refuse to believe you'll be that damn lucky." Shui Hongyi, at the rear of the procession, had a cold look on his face. He chose a pathway for himself, then began to search. Oh! The Vault of Treasures, one of the 5 palaces of the estate, was simply too vast. "And my divine sense can't even penetrate through the walls here?" Ning had no other options. He had to rely on the simplest, most rudimentary of methods to search. Push through the doors of each room and search them. Rumble. A stone door was pushed out. Ning swept the inside of the room with his divine sense while also scanning it with his eyes. "Not this one." Rumble. Yet another stone door was pushed open, and Ning searched this room as well. "Not this one either." "Nope." "Not this one." Ning quickly searched through multiple rooms. Rumble. Ning pushed open the door to the 6th room. "Not this one this is?" Ning's eyes instantly turned bloodshot with excitement. He hurriedly shut the door to the study, then entered. Surges of ripples emanated from the magic treasures in this room. Ning stared at the magic treasures and sensed the rippling waves of energy coming from them, and felt as though he were in a dream. "I actually was the one to discover the true treasure vault. It seems I really am lucky." Ning swept the room with his gaze. Upon an enormous display case, there were many magic treasures, including ropes, flying swords, gongs, discs, needles, awls, nails, sacks, warhammers, seals, staffs, ribbons, horsetail whisks, fog bottles, jade flasks, colored clothes, powders, armbands. The amount of treasure here was simply astonishing. They all had different auras of power as well. The ones closest to Ning had ripples of power that were a bit weaker, while the more distant ones were more powerful. Clearly, these magic treasures were divided up by power levels. So many magic treasures. How could Immortal Witch River possibly have a use for all of them? Ning sighed gently, but suddenly, he thought about the so-called Witch River clan, which he had encountered in the outside areas of the Immortal Estate world. Right? Immortal Witch River, as a celestial immortal, naturally had many, many monstrous attendants. Of course he would want to be able to take good care of them and provide resources for them. It was much like how Ning had made certain preparations for the Ji clan as well. Immortal Witch River had made preparations to strengthen his descendants. In addition, as a celestial immortal, Immortal Witch River naturally had far more members in his clan than the Ji clan did. In turn, then, he would need to be extremely strict in handing out magic treasures. He must have created this vault of treasures, with clansmen who had rendered meritorious deeds or who had extremely good talent being provided gifts. This was only logical. Bind them! Ning's body instantly emanated streaks of elemental ki, like ribbons of light, filling the air with them as he shot them towards the magic treasures. Countless years had passed. Even if the treasures did have masters in the distant past, by now, there wasn't even the slightest bit of vestigial ki within them, and they were extremely easy to bind. These are mortal ranked. These are earth ranked. I'm unable to bind this one. Haha. It has to at least be a heaven-ranked magic treasure. Ning could no longer remain calm, beginning to laugh wildly. He had hit the jackpot. He had truly hit the jackpot today. This was a stroke of tremendously good fortune. He originally had thought that Immortal Witch River would carry his most important treasures with him, and thus logically the vault of treasures wouldn't have too many treasures within, but in reality, within this treasure room, there was a veritable sea of treasures, all of which Immortal Witch River had prepared for his clansmen. A few poor Witch River clansmen had been trapped within the vault of treasures after Immortal Witch River's death, forever unable to leave. They had died within the vault of old age. Fortunately, however, the Witch River clansmen outside the vault had some other treasures as well. Still, despite that, they were only able to be local hegemons in the outside world of this immortal estate world. In as much time as was needed to boil a kettle of tea, Ning completely bound everything he could. My heavens! Ning took a deep breath, his heart pounding so loudly, he felt as though he could audibly hear his heartbeats. This was simply too amazing. More than 180,000 mortal-ranked treasures, more than 16,000 earth-ranked treasures, and more than 100 treasures which I could not bind. Ning was somewhat stunned. This was too amazing. Although he had already been an extremely wealthy Wanxiang adept, compared to this sea of treasures, there was no comparison at all. Even loose immortals and earth immortals probably don't have this much. Ning sighed in amazement. Celestial immortals live up to their reputation. Even a small fraction of their wealth is far beyond what ordinary loose immortals or earth immortals possess. I'm taking this. And this. My precious, all of you, come here. Ning was absolutely giddy. He collected up all the mortal-ranked magic treasures, storing them in his storage magic treasure, then stored all of the earth-ranked magic treasures into his Zifu region. His Zifu was incomparably vast. Even the 16,000-plus earth-ranked magic treasures only took up a small corner of his Zifu. Swoosh! Ning, with a flash, instantly arrived next to one of the longest display counters. This display counter was covered with magic treasures that emanated powerful ripples. Ning wasn't able to bind any of them. Unless I'm mistaken, these should be heaven-ranked, Ning said softly. Although he was unable to bind them, which meant they could also be immortal-ranked treasures, logic argued against it. Although the magic treasures atop this long table emanated ripples that were different in power, the general strength of the ripples were roughly on the same level. Most likely, some were middle-grade heaven-ranked magic treasures, while others were high-grade or even top-grade. Even primal Taoists generally only have a few heaven-ranked magic treasures, but I have more than 100. And, given that they were stored away by a celestial immortal, I imagine that none of them are weak. Ning could feel his blood pumping. It must be understood that even the weakest, low-grade heaven-ranked magic treasures could only be purchased with 500 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Slightly better treasures would cost much more, upwards of 5,000 kilograms. If all of these 100-plus magic treasures were heaven-ranked, and all of them were slightly better than low-grade, without a single top-grade, they would still be worth nearly 500,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. This was a sum that was enough to cause even earth immortals or loose immortals to feel their hearts tremble. A celestial immortal could pluck a hair from his head, and it would still be thicker than my legs. And what I have here isn't just one of his hairs. It's more like one of his legs. Ning was simply too excited. He actually began to ramble and spout nonsense, while mentally calculating the worth of these heaven-ranked magic treasures. The powerful ripples emanating from them caused Ning to feel incomparably delighted, especially because several of the ripples were extremely strong, which caused Ning to feel even more pleasure. Haha! The Lesser Thousand Swords formation? Just 700 Earth-ranked magic treasures. That's nothing. Ning continued to celebrate. In training to the second cycle of the 6 cycles of the Star Sizer, I'll also need a lot of precious materials, but with this, I can go trade for them at the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Previously, he had been extremely tight on money. He felt that he was extremely poor, unable to buy this and unable to buy that. Now, however, he suddenly felt that he was extremely rich. Even ordinary Earth Immortals and Loose Immortals were a bit less wealthy than him. But of course, some of the top-class Loose Immortals and Earth Immortals were still wealthier. In you go. After savoring the feeling for a while, Ning began to collect these powerful heaven-ranked magic treasures as well. As he was unable to bind them for now, he had no choice but to put them within his storage-type magic treasure. This trip with young Flame Nong to this Celestial Immortals estate was absolutely worth it. Celestial Immortals. They really live up to their reputations. Ning had completely cleaned out all of the treasures within this room. Suddenly, he blinked. Hey! These display tables that held the magic treasures. The wood seems to be quite extraordinary. Slumber Ghost Waterwood? A single kilogram of it is equivalent in value to 2 taels. There has to be 1,000,000 kilograms worth of Slumber Ghost Waterwood here. Makes sense. Immortal Witch River put the magic treasures on the display tables for his descendants to look at. Of course he had to procure some good tables. I'm taking this as well. And this one here. Ning collected up all of the tables and cases within this room as well. The entire room was now completely empty. Not a single thing was left. Ning, feeling incomparably delighted, walked out of the treasure storeroom. This was a tremendous stroke of fortune. No wonder so many immortal cultivators, despite knowing some places are dangerous, insist on going into them. It is because they hope for strokes of fortune like this. With such wealth, my power will increase tremendously, and my ability to stay alive will improve tremendously as well. As long as he had enough treasures, he would be able to trade for what he needed at the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Life-saving items, fleeing items, support items, key refining techniques, divine abilities. As long as he was willing to pay a high enough price, he could acquire them all. Although Ning currently had those 2 extremely powerful life-protecting items from the underwater estate, one of which had even been personally created by Daoist 3 Lives. 2 wasn't enough. The likes of young Master Young Flame definitely carried more than 10 life-saving items by his side. If I had so many treasures to begin with, my Earth Fire and Dire Ice would have been raised to the 1st grade long ago. Ning continued to advance through the corridors at high speed, pushing open the doors to one study after another. Rumble. Nothing here. Nothing here either. Ning continued to search. Given how enormous the vault of treasures was, aside from the items treasure storeroom he had located, there might be other treasures present. Just as Ning was continuing to relaxedly search, suddenly, boom! The entire region seemed to tremble, causing Ning's skin and hair to begin to shake. Ning couldn't help but turn his head to look at the corridor behind him. Deep from the ends of that corridor, an incomparably powerful ripple was surging forth. A magic treasure ripple. Ning, having seen so many magic treasures earlier in the treasure hall, immediately came to this conclusion. In addition, this ripple is far more powerful than the ripples that were given off by the heaven-ranked magic treasures in that storeroom. Instantly, a thought flashed past Ning's mind. Immortal-ranked magic treasure. It has to be an immortal-ranked treasure. Ning instantly swept forward, moving towards the direction of the ripple at high speed. This material is excellent. I can use it to create constructs. North Sun was searching within the palace as well, and he didn't hold back at all. He immediately collected all of the drapes, tables, and prayer mats he found on his path through. Just now, I discovered long-decayed corpses with magic treasures that even I am unable to bind. I imagine they must be heaven-ranked, while the dead were primal dire monsters. Heh. One more corpse. Please, one more corpse. When Immortal Witch River had died, the palace had instantly become sealed off. Generally speaking, those granted access to this palace were experts of high status. However, trapped within, they had no escape, eventually dying of old age. They left behind their corpses, and all of the treasures next to the corpses were extraordinary. One more corpse, please. Northson's gaze was blazing as he continued to search. Rumble. A powerful ripple surged forth. Northson was momentarily stunned, and then he immediately turned to face a sideways, curving corridor, letting out a surprised howl. It must be an immortal-ranked magic treasure. And then he immediately transformed into a streak of light, flying over. Oh! Why doesn't this vault of treasures have anything? I wonder if the others found anything. Adept Vast River had nothing to show for his efforts, finding nothing on his path. Adept Vast River suddenly came to a halt, sensing that powerful ripple. Such a powerful ripple. It must be an immortal-ranked magic treasure. Given that he had fragments of memories from his past life, some naturally involved immortal-ranked magic treasures. Adept Vastdriver's eyes instantly turned red with desire, and he immediately transformed into a streak of light, hurrying forward. All of them, scattered throughout the palace, advanced at high speed towards the source of the ripples. The immortal-ranked magic treasure was within an extremely large and quiet secret room. The room was very large. The insides, however, were quite empty. The red-robed youth, Xianxia, was currently staring, mouth hanging open, at a nearby oil lamp. Above the lamp, there was an azure, blazing flame. The area around the tiny lamp was filled with circles upon circles of flames, all of which emanated powerful ripples, forcibly preventing Xianxia from reaching out to seize it. This immortal-ranked magic treasure? Xianxia felt that this really was his lucky today. Just now, when he had entered, he had seen that to the side of the room, there was a seemingly ordinary decorative lamp. Only, a fire was blazing within the oil lamp, causing him to feel intrigued. What he had thought to himself was, given that Immortal Witch River has died countless hundreds of millions of years ago, for this lamp to remain burning means that it must be extraordinary. He immediately had stretched his hand out to collect it into his storage-type magic treasure, but as he was about to do so, the lamp suddenly exploded with awe-inspiring might. Circles of fire blazed out from within the lamp, emanating a powerful, rippling energy aura that easily deflected him. Ha, who says Jining is the only lucky one around? I Xianxia can be lucky as well. This immortal-ranked magic artifact is mine. Xianxia was incomparably excited. He produced a horsetail whisk within his hand, then swept out with it. The white threads on the whisk immediately flew out, moving to surround the oil lamp. The oil lamp remained where it was, but the flames around it began to blaze even greater, forcibly keeping the threads at bay. What? A look of amazement appeared on Xianxia's face. I can't take it. Even when I'm using a magic treasure? A puny Wanxiang wants to be my master? The flame atop the oil lamp suddenly transformed into the face of a child, which then stared angrily at Xianxia. You had best know your own limits and quickly depart. Xianxia, however, only felt all the more delighted. According to the legends, immortal-ranked magic treasures would give birth to treasure spirits which could speak in the human tongue. It is as the legends say, they really are capable of human speech. An immortal-ranked treasure. Xianxia's eyes were shining. The entire Snowdragon Mountain was not in possession of a single immortal-ranked magic treasure. But now, he had a chance to acquire one. A tremendous bit of luck had befallen him. It would be a sin to do anything besides seize it. Magic treasure, you had best obediently follow me. A snowy white ribbon appeared in front of Xianxia. the power of it clearly much greater than the previous treasure. This was one of Xue Hongyi's most favored magic treasures, and it went sweeping in an entangling manner towards the lamp. The lamp remained where it was. It was, after all, only an immortal-ranked magic treasure. It wasn't yet able to fly about and move about on its own. However, it was capable of manifesting a bit of its might, and even just a small portion of the might of an immortal-ranked magic treasure was not something which an ordinary Wanxiang adept could handle. The circles of fire around it began to grow even larger, and the ripples it manifested grew even stronger, managing to forcibly block Xue Hongyi's white ribbon. "You aren't able to collect me. Your power is lacking by far." The blaze-turned toddler face sneered. "You had best leave now. If someone who is weak acquires an immortal-ranked magic treasure, it will only be a disaster, not a blessing." "Humph. I can take you and trade you for top-grade heaven-ranked magic items and many other treasures. Alternately, I can go to the local Raindragon Guard branch and immediately enter secluded meditation, only leaving once I reach the primal level. By then, my power will greatly expand, and Snowdragon Mountain will hold me in reverence." Xue Hongyi's eyes were filled with madness. "I refuse to believe I can't collect you, an inanimate object." Xue Hongyi used magic treasures repeatedly, attempting to capture it. However, he simply could not. He didn't dare use his own hand to snatch it. After all, he wasn't a Fiendgod body refiner. Upon doing so, he would probably be burnt to ash. Swoosh! Ripples of power suddenly came from outside, and the stone door began to be pushed open. "Someone's coming in." Xue Hongyi could no longer afford to wait. "Get over here!" Xue Hongyi let out a howl, then executed a forbidden technique. His face turned completely red, and a series of flying needles flew out, exploding with power and transforming into a gigantic hand that grabbed the lamp, smothering and breaking the flames surrounding it. "Get in!" He immediately collected the immortal-ranked magic treasure. Only now did Xue Hongyi turn his body, only to see that two figures had appeared from behind. Ji Ning and Yu Wei. "Decisive and vicious," Ning said softly. Xue Hongyi just grinned, seeming quite smug. At the critical moment, he had executed a forbidden technique and collected the immortal-ranked magic treasure. He too felt that he had been quite decisive. "Unfortunately, you were a step too late." Xue Hongyi gave Ning a glance. "That was an azure silk godfire lamp," Yu Wei said softly. "It can be used to nourish skyfire and raise it to the first grade in power. In addition, the azure silk godfire within it can be activated to attack enemies. It will pose a grave threat to even loose immortals, although it isn't very effective against celestial immortals. Still, it can be considered an excellent immortal-ranked magic treasure. If it were to be sold to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, it could fetch a price of 1.5 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence." Ning's heart shook. 1.5 million, and, according to what Yu Wei said, it seemed as though this azure silk godfire lamp was similar to the earthfire heart lamp in effect, capable of nourishing skyfire to the first grade. And it could also be used to fight against enemies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of figures flew out. Nine Lotus, Adept Vast River, North Sun, the Whitewater Hound, and Little Qing. The immortal-ranked magic treasure? Where is it? North Sun hurriedly looked around, then stared at Xue Hongyi. "It wasn't acquired by Xue Hongyi, was it?" "It was him," Yu Wei explained. In the largest hall within the Vault of Treasures, young Flame Nong was seated in the lotus position, continuously working to bind the hall. He, too, could sense the powerful ripples emanating from the immortal-ranked magic treasure. "There actually is an immortal-ranked treasure?" Young Flame Nong said, surprised. Was Immortal Witch River so wealthy that he wouldn't keep all of his immortal-ranked treasures by his side? Powerful experts would keep their most powerful artifacts by their side. A celestial immortal would generally have multiple immortal-ranked magic treasures. Young Flame Nong had originally felt certain that the Witch River Immortal Estate would have no immortal-ranked magic treasures within, and so he didn't care about the treasures here at all. "Young Master, are you going to take action?" Shang Liu Fang asked. "No need." Young Flame Nong shook his head. I have, after all, made a promise in the name of the clan. In addition, they will be needed within this immortal estate. Xiangliu Fang nodded. Once they are no longer of use. Young Flame Nong's eyes suddenly flickered with a bit of heat. I have to say that Rainbow Flame Fairy Yue. She really is quite fine. Xiangliu Fang laughed. He knew exactly what his master was thinking about. Young master, when the time comes, you just need to give a few subtle hints, and Yue will know how she should act. She's merely a reincarnated immortal. To immortal cultivators, the most important thing is their cultivation paths. The pleasures of the flesh are, by comparison, a minor matter. For the sake of being able to proceed to greater heights on her path, she will yield to you, young master. Xiangliu Fang spoke in a soft voice. His young master, in the imperial capital, was quite a lavish, generous spender. He was the future Godplume Duke. Given his status, the types of pleasures he enjoyed were quite extravagant as well. It was actually quite common for reincarnated female immortals to submit to being maidservants for him. Not the same. This Yue isn't like the others. She's even better than those I had in the imperial capital. Young Flame Nong licked his lower lip. But as for that Nine Lotus, her demeanor and aura is quite extraordinary as well. People from large, top-tier clans like her know how to judge a situation. I imagine that it would be a bit easier to convince her to play with me a few times. Yue will probably be harder. How about... Xiangliu Fang's voice grew even softer. No need. I still need them. Young Flame Nong shook his head. Some matters are more important than others. Right? Xiangliu Fang nodded. Within the private room, Jining, Mu North Sun, Yue, Nine Lotus, Adept Vast River, the Whitewater Hound, and Little Qin were all staring towards Xuehongyi. The allure of an immortal-ranked magic artifact was incomparably great. Although Adept Vast River had been a loose immortal in his past life, he had never acquired an immortal-ranked magic treasure. For the sake of such a treasure, even the annihilation of entire clans and sects was not uncommon. Why don't we kill them? Then take the immortal-ranked magic treasure to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain and trade it for liquefied elemental essence. We can split it evenly. Adept Vast River sent mentally, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Kill? Should we kill? They were all hesitating, but the most determined one was Adept Vast River. Ning and Xuehongyi weren't exactly on good terms. In the past, Xuehongyi had even intended to try and capture Ning. Fortunately, Northmont Baiwei had stopped him. Ning didn't feel any compunctions against killing Xuehongyi, but they had entered this immortal estate together. And, when they had done so, young Flame Nong had already given them a strongly worded warning. What are you planning on doing? Xuehongyi shouted. Previously, when we arrived at this Witch River immortal estate, young Master Young Flame said on the warship that we were forbidden from fighting against each other. Xuehongyi was mentally panicking as well. Although young Flame Nong had issued this warning, the reality was that at this point in time, these 5 disciples of the Black-White College were definitely more important to young Flame Nong than Xuehongyi was. If they really were to kill Xuehongyi, most likely young Flame Nong wouldn't be too upset about it. Ning and the others all exchanged glances. Previously, young Flame Nong had said these words. After we enter the Witch River immortal estate, we have to be of one mind and work together. We cannot fight internally. If anyone causes chaos inside, then don't blame me, young Flame Nong, for becoming cruel and unfeeling. What is there to fear? We 5 disciples of the Black-White College are more important to young Flame Nong. Adept Vast River sent mentally. After we kill Xuehongyi, young Flame Nong definitely wouldn't act against us. That would be like breaking his own arms. He won't act against us now, but after he binds this immortal estate, we won't be of use to him and he'll be able to act against us. Nine Lotus sent. Act against us? We aren't so easily dealt with. What's more, you, Nine Lotus, are the next leader of the Dongyan clan. Young Flame Nong won't dare to act too rashly. After all, he's currently just an ordinary disciple of the Young Flame clan who has a high chance of becoming the next Godplume Duke. He's not the actual Godplume Duke yet. If he dares to act against you, his inheritance might actually be seized and stolen by another. Adept Vast River said. He won't act against Senior Apprentice Sister Nine Lotus, but he would act against us. Yue sent mentally. If we don't kill Xuehongyi, then he won't have an excuse to attack us, because he previously gave us a promise. But once we actually kill Xuehongyi, then we'll have given him an excuse. Whether or not an excuse was created was of great importance. In all matters, one needed to occupy the moral high ground. After all, behind Ning and the others were powerful forces such as the Black-White College and the Dongyan clan. If Ning and the others were extremely weak and without much influence, then simply killing them might not matter. But because they did have backgrounds, in all matters, there was a need to occupy the moral high ground before dealing with them. We cannot give him an excuse. After all, that Fiendgod, Shangliu Fong, is far more powerful than us, Yue said. As for Xuehongyi, after we leave, we can find another chance to get rid of him. I agree with Senior Apprentice Sister Yue. Ning expressed his opinion mentally as well. Adept Vast River frowned. Of the five of them, himself, Ning, and Yue were the most powerful. With Ning and Yue disagreeing, while Vast River was capable of defeating Xuehongyi, he wasn't certain of being able to kill him. Humph! Adept Vast River turned his head and left. Ning and the others exchanged a glance. Then all left as well. The only one left in the room was Xuehongyi, who finally let out a sigh of relief. In the end, I was able to rely on young Flame known to scare them off. Xuehongyi mused to himself. After we leave the Witch River Immortal Estate, I need to immediately stick very close to young Master Young Flame, and then find a chance to use a lesser teleportation Dao Seal and flee. He understood that successfully escaping might be difficult, but he had to take the risk. For the sake of this immortal-ranked magic treasure, he had to. In fact, he didn't even dare trust the three primal Taoists of Snowdragon Mountain. In the immortal path, it was not rare for disciples to kill their masters and ancestors, and it was even more common for masters to kill disciples. For the sake of acquiring an immortal-ranked magic treasure, anything might happen. Ning and the others all spread out, once more continuing to search through the palace for treasures. After all, this was the vault of treasures of a celestial immortal. Any random treasure would be worth more than the entire holdings of an ordinary Wanxiang adept. They carefully searched for another hour. Each of them had completely searched the entire palace. They all believed that it might be possible that the others might have missed searching a spot. I'm finished. Master, I don't have anything. Not even a single magic treasure. The distant little Qing was chatting mentally with Ning. Not a single magic treasure? That's so sad. Ning teased. Ask Uncle White and see if he found any treasures. Little Qing sent back through their spirit link. All right, I'll ask. Ning sent spiritually to the Whitewater Hound. Uncle White, have you finished your search? I'm finished. The Whitewater Hound's mental voice seemed quite delighted. My luck wasn't bad. I discovered a corpse, which had a magic robe and some other treasures near it. I don't know if it was left behind by a loose immortal or a primal dire monsters, but all the treasures are excellent. I'm not able to bind them. They should be heaven-ranked magic treasures. Ning was instantly delighted. This vault of treasures actually could be said to be the most important of the five palaces. It had the most treasures, and thus it was normally guarded by monstrous experts that were at least at the primal or loose immortal levels. Even loose immortals generally wouldn't have access to an immortal-ranked magic treasure, and so it was quite hard to judge from magic treasures alone if they were left behind by a loose immortal or a primal dire monster. Only after binding the storage items and seeing how many treasures were inside it would one know. Master, how did Uncle White do? Did he also find nothing? Little Qing sent spiritually. Uncle White's luck was better than yours. He acquired the treasures from a skeletal corpse. A corpse? His luck was actually better than mine? I'm an azure sky serpent. It's as easy for me to encounter a stroke of luck as it is to eat rice. I'm surrounded by good fortune. But his luck was better than mine? Master, what about you? Did you find any treasures? I acquired even more than Uncle White, Ning replied. Even more? How can this be? Oh. Within the largest hall in the palace, Young Flame Nong remained seated in the lotus position on the jade bed, continuing to bind it, while Shangliu Fang stood to one side. Ning and the others had all regrouped here together. This is the Vault of Treasures. It should be the place within the Witch River Immortal Estate which was meant for the storage of treasures, and the place with the most treasures. By the looks of it, you have all gained quite a bit. Young Flame Nong sat above them, smiling. And just now, I could sense some ripples. It should have been an immortal-ranked magic treasure emerging. I wonder which of you was so lucky as to acquire the immortal-ranked treasure. Ji Ning and the others all turned their heads, looking towards Xue Hongyi in unison. Xue Hongyi was stunned. Oh, so it was you, Xue Hongyi? Young Flame Nong raised an eyebrow. Earlier, when trapped within the formation, Xue Hongyi had hid far away and abandoned Young Flame Nong. This caused Young Flame Nong to feel ill will towards him. Young Master Young Flame, I am willing to offer this immortal-ranked magic treasure to you, Xue Hongyi said hurriedly. Against Ji Ning's group, he was willing to threaten them and struggle against them. But Young Master Young Flame was simply too powerful. In terms of both background and political power, Young Flame Nong could completely crush him. In terms of personal power, that Fiendgod Shangliu Fang could probably annihilate him with one blow. Ning and the others all looked over with surprise. Offering it to Young Master Young Flame? Treasures should go to the worthy, Xue Hongyi said hurriedly. I, Xue Hongyi, acknowledge that I am lacking in worthiness. A treasure like this, to me, is a disaster, not a blessing. It is better for me to offer it to you, Young Master Young Flame. It is only natural and reasonable that someone as exalted as you, Young Master Young Lame, be the possessor of this treasure. Young Flame Nong laughed. He liked those who knew how to flatter, especially when the flatterer was a fairly powerful genius. Ji Ning and the others were from the Black-White College. All of them were proud by nature, and there was no way they could debase themselves to flatter in this way. Xue Hongyi, however, had lowered his head and bent his waist, truly humbling himself. I've already promised, in the name of my Young Flame clan, that the treasures you acquire will belong to you. I absolutely will not fight with you for them, or ask you to offer them, Young Flame Nong said. This isn't fighting with me, nor is it asking me to offer it up. This is a normal trade, Xue Hongyi said hurriedly. This immortal-ranked magic treasure, the Azure Silk Godfire lamp, isn't very useful to me. I'm willing to trade it to you, Young Master Young Flame, for some other treasures. You can just give me some random heaven-ranked magic treasures and it would suffice. You are overthinking things. Young Flame Nong shook his head. No matter what, I will not accept this immortal-ranked magic treasure. Only now did Xue Hongyi let out a mental sigh of relief. He had proactively offered the treasure, but Young Master Young Flame had declined. Now he was calm. Xue Hongyi is quite the clever fellow. Young Flame Nong mused secretly to himself. I can't accept it now. If I did, the hearts of Ji Ning and his group would turn cold. They are still very useful to me. After I bind the Immortal Estate, at that point I can have Xue Hongyi offer it to me again. If necessary, I can just bestow a few treasures upon him in exchange. After 2 full hours later, Young Flame Nong finally completed binding the jade bed. Haha! The binding is finally complete. Young Flame Nong walked down from the jade bed, a smile on his face. Young Master, the nearby Shangliu Fang said with a frown. Right now, the 2 most powerful monstrous forces in the entire Immortal Estate world are waiting outside. As soon as we emerge, we will most likely suffer their immediate attack. The 2 most powerful monstrous forces? Ning and the others were all startled. The titanic wave formed from more than 10,000 Dao soldiers, and the giant Xianxia Dao soldier formation formed by the Witch River clan. Those were capable of completely suppressing even the Fiendgod Shangliu Fang. He had been forced to rely on his astonishing recuperative abilities and evasive techniques in order to escape with his life. He hadn't been able to fight back at all. I can stay alive, but I am not confident in being able to protect the young master. This was Shangliu Fang's worry. Oh, Young Flame Nong frowned slightly. You say they are waiting outside? Right? They've been waiting outside the entire time, Shangliu Fang growled. They've been trapped for countless years within this immortal estate world. Every generation has always dreamed of leaving and going to the vast Grand Xia Empire. Thus, they will definitely stop at nothing and be willing to pay any price in order to seize the key to the immortal estate you hold. Young Master. Young Flame Nong nodded. He could understand the powerful desire and urge these two monstrous forces had to leave. It was a desire to see the greater world, a desire that would lead them to use all their might in acting against Young Flame Nong. This will be trouble. Young Flame Nong gritted his teeth. Ning and the others all stood there, racking their brains. What to do? How strong are the Dao soldiers of the monsters in this immortal estate world? Young Flame Nong frowned. He understood that the biggest obstacles to him binding this immortal estate were the local monster races present. They had all been trapped in this tiny world for far too long. Every generation dreamed of leaving. This sort of powerful desire was something which would cause them to be willing to sacrifice anything. The worst thing was, these monstrous Dao soldiers were all extremely powerful. The two most powerful forces are the Titan Wave Dao Soldier Formation and the Wuxia Dao Soldier Formation, Shang Liufang said. These two forces both have more than 10,000 Dao soldiers, and the leaders of each are at the Earth Immortal or Loose Immortal level. Both are at the Loose Immortal or Earth Immortal level? Young Flame Nong was surprised. Right? They each should have won, Shang Liufang said. The Titan Wave Dao Soldier Formation's leader should be a bit stronger. As for the Wuxia Dao Soldier Formation's leader, although their immortal is a bit weaker as a whole, they are stronger against these two forces. Even the most supreme of loose immortals would be beaten so badly they would have no choice but to flee. Shang Liufang was a true, primordial Fiendgod, and one of the Hydriga race at that. Although he was at the peak primal level, he was comparable to a supreme loose immortal in actual combat power. The slightly weaker Titan Wave Dao Soldier Formation was already powerful enough to force Shang Liufang into constant flight. The Wuxia Dao Soldier Formation was also able to dominate Shang Liufang with ease. It isn't too likely that we would be able to defeat them. Shang Liufang shook his head. Even if a few extra loose immortals came, it would be far from being enough. The immortal estate has 5 palaces in total, Young Flame Nong said in a low voice. Right now I've bound one of them. I'm confident in being able to move to the other 2 palaces. But the final 2 will be troublesome. Young Master Young Flame, you are confident in being able to go to 2 palaces? Mu North Sun said with surprise. Since you can go to 2, why can't you go to all 4? Ning and the others all looked towards Young Flame Nong, confused. The 2 monstrous forces were waiting outside. How were they supposed to charge past them? You don't understand? Young Flame Nong said with a laugh. I've already bound this vault of treasures. This palace is extremely large, one of the 5 main pillars of the entire immortal estate world, capable of affecting an area of 10,000 kilometers around it. By relying on the key to the immortal estate, I can open a corridor, allowing us to exit this palace at any location within 10,000 kilometers of this palace. If these 2 monstrous forces choose to just wait close nearby, then I can move us to a location thousands of kilometers away from them. Afterwards, by relying on Uncle Fong's evasive techniques, we can hurry towards the next palace. Ning and the others now understood. After I bind all 5 palaces, I can appear in any location within this immortal estate world. Young Flame Nong sighed. But right now, I've only bound one. Young Master Young Flame, by using this ability, Shui Hongyi said with astonished delight. Can't you just go into all 4 of the palaces? There's no way these monstrous forces can possibly prevent us from entering. You are wrong. Young Flame Nong shook his head and sighed. They have been sealed within this immortal estate world for too long, and so they've forgotten about the power of the palaces. But once I use the palace to move us to a location thousands of kilometers away, as soon as I use this technique, they'll know that it is possible for us to do this. By then, they will probably go and guard the palaces which I have yet to bind. The looks on everyone's faces grew solemn. Right? 5 major palaces. There was no need for the monstrous forces to wait for them outside. They could just go and completely surround and guard the palaces that had yet to be bound. For the sake of binding the immortal estate, young Flame Nong would still have to charge towards them, even though he knew that the unbound palaces were now surrounded in rings of protection. Lying in wait to catch the hare, Ning murmured this, saying to himself, the unbound palaces. Young Flame Nong has to go there. As long as they surround the unbound palaces with layers of protection, then there will be no way for us to avoid them. Lying in wait to catch the hare was a seemingly clumsy technique. But this technique was aimed at their weak point. Ning's group would have no other options other than to fall into the trap. Well, there's nothing we can do. Let's first go bind 2 of the palaces, young Flame Nong said. Let's go. In the area around the Pillar of Light, which represented the Vault of Treasures, the 2 most powerful monstrous forces of this world were gathered here. The Titan Wave Dao Soldier Formation and the Wuxia Dao Soldier Formation were both present. Dwaha, this time, the 2 of us should set aside our differences and work together to deal with the humans and seize the key to the Immortal Estate. Wuxia, if your Witch River clan is willing to join forces, I naturally will be delighted to comply. These were the 2 most powerful figures of the entire Immortal Estate world. One was an old loose Immortal Dwaha, who had lived for more than 100,000 years. The other was Immortal Wuxia, who had only lived for 10,000 years. The 2 of them immediately swore an oath to the Tao of the Heavens to join forces on this day. For the sake of being able to leave, they would be willing to sacrifice anything. The 2 sides continued to wait quietly. A long time later, the 2 loose immortals, as well as some primal dire monsters, simultaneously turned their heads to stare thousands of kilometers away. There, a warship suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And then, aboard the warship, Shang Liufang's body suddenly blurred, transforming into an enormous Fiendgod that was 3,000 meters tall, with the lower body of a serpent and 9 heads. The Fiendgod Hydra clutched the warship in his claws, then used an evasive technique, fleeing at an utterly astonishing speed. Swoosh! He left behind only a streak of light in the air. This caused both Immortal Dwaha and the Witch River clan to be flabbergasted. They knew very well that, in terms of speed, they couldn't possibly catch up with that Fiendgod. Since they had already started at a distance of thousands of kilometers, there was no hope at all. How could this be? How could they have suddenly appeared thousands of kilometers away? When they had entered the palace, they had all been very close to it. They had to be very close to enter. Why were they able to leave at a distance of thousands of kilometers? Even countless years ago, when Immortal Witch River was still alive and the master of this place, his clansmen didn't fully understand the special powers of these palaces. And now that countless years had passed, how could these monsters possibly understand them? They must have bound the palace. The palace is under their control, which is why they were able to do something so unique, Immortal Dwaha said. That has to be the case, Immortal Wuxia agreed. The Immortal Estate has 5 palaces in total. They've only bound 1. There are 4 which remain unbound. Let us each guard one of the unbound palaces. Unless they give up their quest, they will have to fight us head-on, Immortal Dwaha said. The 2 sides quickly agreed on a plan, and they howled through the air as they flew at high speed towards 2 of the distant golden sky pillars of light. The worst-case scenario has already come to pass. The 9-headed, serpent-bodied Hydra was still clutching the warship. Within the warship, young Flame Nong, Ji Ning, and the others were watching those 2 distant monstrous powers begin to move. They hadn't moved to pursue or attack. Rather, they had flown off into 2 different directions, towards 2 of those golden sky pillars of light. I have to bind this immortal estate. Young Flame Nong gritted his teeth. These monsters, damn them, damn them. Soon, the enormous Hydra Fiendgod, warship in one hand, had arrived at one of the other golden sky pillars of light. Go in. Young Flame Nong activated the key to the immortal estate, opening up a corridor. Ji Ning and the others all felt a certain somberness. They were able to easily enter this time, but that was only because there were no monsters blocking them. 2 of the 5 palaces, however, were now under heavy guard. How could those 2 palaces be so easily traversed? Whoosh! The Hydreiga shrank himself, once more entering the warship, and the entire warship flew into the open tunnel. Oh! An incomparably massive hall, so large that it was more than 1,000 times larger than the first hall they had entered in the Vault of Treasures. It's so big. Ning's group was completely amazed. Looking at this world felt like looking at an entire continent. This utterly massive hall actually really was a miniature sealed world. In the skies above it, a sun was blazing with endless light and heat. In the earth below, there were countless types of spirit grass and spirit fruit that were growing. During the passage of countless years, the immortal grass here had been taken care of by some constructs, but hadn't truly been nourished properly. These types of spirit grass and spirit fruit generally needed many unique treasures in order to grow properly. Still, despite that, after the passage of countless years, some truly rare and precious specimens of spirit grass and spirit fruit had appeared. Immortal grass and immortal fruit. Ning and the others were overjoyed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Fiendgod Hydreiga by young Flame Nong's side stretched his hands out. His hands quickly increased in size as his fingers transformed into 10 giant snakes, covering the skies as they swept out towards the entire region of immortal grass. In a twinkling, the 18 types of immortal grass and spirit fruit with the densest elemental auras were all plucked clean. Growl, damn you! This is the Master's immortal grass palace. You dared to steal his immortal grass? Damn you! 3 golems came flying out. The Fiendgod Hydreiga sent one of his giant hands outwards in a backhanded blow. The 3 golems were instantly sent flying away, smashing against the distant walls. And then, Xianxia Fang sent out another hand to grab them, tossing the 3 primal-level golems into his own large sack. Only then did Xianxia Fang come to a stop, standing there calmly by young Flame Nong's side, as though nothing had happened. Ah! Ning and the others stared towards the Fiendgod Hydreiga in astonishment. There was no way they could compete against Xianxia Fang when he chose to act. The treasures will go to whoever obtains them. I said these words earlier. Since Uncle Fang obtained them, those things will go to Uncle Fang. Young Flame Nong laughed. There is still quite a bit of spirit fruit and spirit grass remaining. Although their medicinal value is a bit lower, they still are very good. Ning and the others couldn't help but curse in secret. This medicinal garden left behind by Immortal Witch River, despite the passage of countless years, had never received the top-tier treatment it deserved. The large fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimp. As a result, 18 truly immortal-grade spirit fruit and spirit grass had emerged. All of the other remaining immortal grass and immortal fruit had had much of their spiritual energy stolen by those 18. Although all of them were unhappy, Ji Ning and the others, including Shui Hongyi, still hurriedly went to collect all of the immortal grass and immortal fruit remaining. The Immortal Grass Palace is an empty place. There are barely any rooms here. Young Flame Ning quickly discovered the core of this palace. It was a quite secluded little room built right next to the Immortal Grass Garden. The entire room was the core of this palace. The rest of you can do some sightseeing outside. You might find some treasures. Young Flame Nong calmly entered the room, beginning to bind it. Ning and the others cursed in secret. Immortal Grass Palace, Immortal Grass Palace. From the name alone, one could tell that the treasures within consisted of immortal grass. The Fiendgod, Xianxia Fang, had already taken the most valuable specimens for himself. What other treasures could they possibly find? Despite that, Ning and the others still separated and began a quick search. Unfortunately, this Immortal Grass Palace didn't have so much as a single skeleton within it. It made sense. This was Immortal Witch River's personal medicinal garden. He trusted his own constructs above all, and thus forbade any of his clansmen from entering this palace. 2 hours later. I've already bound the Immortal Grass Palace. Young Flame Nong laughed. Come, let us go to the next palace. Within the Immortal Estate world, the 3,000-meter-tall Hydreiga Fiendgod, warship in hand, once more used his evasive techniques to move towards a third palace. These local monsters, Young Flame Nong stared coldly into the distance. Of the 5 sky pillars of golden light, 2 of them were tightly surrounded by dense clusters of Dao soldiers. After I bind this immortal estate, I am definitely going to summon the clan's army and enslave all of these local monsters. They will forever serve our Young Flame clan in battle. The local monsters of this immortal estate were all exceptionally powerful. Even after binding the immortal estate, Young Flame Nong wouldn't be able to do anything to these powerful monsters. Still, behind him there was the even more powerful Young Flame clan. Senior Apprentice Brother, what method do you think young Master Young Flame will use in order to bind the final 2 palaces? It seems quite difficult to me. The monsters present really are a bit too powerful. Moon North Sun sent mentally. Don't underestimate Young Flame Nong. He is one of the 4 dukelings of the imperial capital. Since he has dared to come accept this trial, he definitely has many things up his sleeve. Ji Ning sent back. Swoosh. Soon, Ning's group entered a new palace. In the midst of the sky-covering Titan Wave Dao Soldier formation, the leader was a silver-haired, feather-robed, middle-aged man. His eyes flashed with electricity, and his bearing was graceful and leisurely. He was the most powerful and longest-living figure within this immortal estate world. Immortal Dwaha. Everyone, the moment has come for the destinies of all of us within this world to be changed. I won't try to invade or to assimilate you. Immortal Dwaha stared into the distance. Right in front of him, there was another massive wave. This was a wave formed from one of the lesser monstrous powers of this world. All of the weaker monsters had been invited to come over as well. The immortal estate world was simply too small. It was very easy for them to gather together. I can even swear an oath to the Tao of the heavens that I am willing to enter an alliance with you to work together against that Fiendgod and those humans. Immortal Dwaha said. We have to acquire that key. As long as we can acquire the key, all of us who live within this immortal estate world can leave and go to the wider world. Immortal Dwaha, you might not act against us, but what about the Witch River clan? Don't worry. Witch Sui and I have already sworn an oath to the Tao of the heavens. At a moment like this, why should we engage in internecine strife? The decision came very quickly. This was because all of the monsters present shared the same goal, to go to the greater world outside. Since they were all sincere in their desires and had no wish to squabble, the leaders naturally decided to swear oaths to the Tao of the heavens. Although these loose, scattered powers were seemingly small and weak, if one added them all up, they were definitely not any weaker than the 10,000-plus Dao soldiers which Immortal Dwaha himself commanded. Witch Sui, your Witch River clan is a bit stronger than my forces. Let these monsters stay with me and stand on guard here, Immortal Dwaha said. That's fine. The proud Witch River clan disdained from allying with the other monsters. With a teleport, Immortal Witch Sui once more departed, returning to his own Yuxia Dao soldier formation. Ning and the others had no idea at all that the monsters outside had finally accomplished a miracle which had not been seen in all the countless years after Immortal Witch River's death. Absolute unity. The Dao soldiers which Immortal Witch River had left behind consisted of 2 types. The Sea-Wave Dao soldiers and the Yuxia Dao soldiers. The Sea-Wave Dao armors were extremely numerous. As for the more elite Yuxia Dao armors, he had left them to his own Witch River clan. Now, under Immortal Dwaha's command, all of the Sea-Wave Dao soldiers had been gathered in one place, forming a power that was no weaker than the Yuxia Dao soldier formation. These Sea-Wave Dao soldiers tightly surrounded one golden sky pillar of light, while the other Yuxia Dao soldiers tightly surrounded the other one. Swoosh! Ning's group flew into the palace. This was an extremely large hall, almost identical to the Immortal Grass Palace. Within the hall were many, many corpses. Those are Dao soldier armors. Dao soldier armors. Ning's group, upon entering, was immediately stunned by the many corpses on the ground. And then they noticed those Dao armors. Boom! The Fiendgod Hydraga once more stretched out his 2 massive hands. With inexorable power, he snatched up the magic treasures around 2 corpses that were covered with Dao armors that were nearly translucent and which glowed with black light. These two Dao armors both emanated incredibly powerful ripples. Although they were inferior to Immortal-ranked magic treasures, they vastly surpassed the other Dao armors. After collecting these two Dao armors and sets of magic treasures, the Fiendgod, Xianxia, once more returned to stand on the warship next to young Flame Nong, acting as though nothing had happened. This guy. Ning's group was completely helpless. They had no time to waste for words. All of them transformed into streaks of light, beginning to frantically collect the treasures lying on the ground. The entire, massive hall had to have at least hundreds of skeletons littering it, all of which were covered by Dao armors. These Dao armors varied in strength. Some were suitable for the Zifu level, some were suitable for the Wanxiang level, and some were even suitable for primals. Those two that glowed with black light were probably meant for loose immortals or earth immortals to wear. Ning and the others mused silently to themselves. Soon, Ning's group had completely swept through this entire hall. This palace didn't have any private rooms. It was just a massive, empty palace. Swish. The Fiendgod, Xianxia, pointed off into the distance. A black surge of divine power landed on the distant walls of the palace, and three characters instantly appeared on the wall. Dao Soldier Palace. This is the Dao Soldier Palace. Young Flame Nong laughed. However, Immortal Witch River had too many Dao soldiers, so most remained in the outside world. Only a small number of them remained in here just now. The two Dao armors which Uncle Fong collected can only be considered top-grade heaven-ranked treasures. They are far from being at the level of Immortal-ranked treasures. If they were Immortal-ranked treasures, then they probably would have manifested treasure spirits. Ning and the others understood that young Flame Nong was trying to console them. Within the wide palace, there were also a series of extremely large pillars. One of them, covered in decorative carvings of a divine, coiling dragon, was the core of this palace. Young Flame Nong thus sat down in the lotus position in front of the pillar, beginning to bind it. Ning and the others could do nothing but wait patiently to one side. "Senior apprentice brother, that's amazing," North Sun said, seated next to Ning. He chortled. "Just now, each of us only managed to acquire a few of the treasures from those hundreds of Dao soldier corpses, but you, senior apprentice brother, with two spirit beasts helping you, it was as though there were three of you scavenging at the same time. And that azure sky snake in particular, with a blink. She moved from corpse to corpse at astonishing speed. Earlier, it had primarily been Ji Ning's group, Shui Hongi, the Whitewater Hound, and Little Qing who had been scavenging the corpses. Ning, Uncle White, and Little Qing had thus made up 3 of the 8 scavengers. Humph. He ended up with the most Dao armors as well. Still, I acquired an Immortal-ranked magic treasure. It's even better than 1,000 or 10,000 Dao armors. The nearby Shui Hongi mused silently to himself, but he didn't dare to say anything aloud. Right. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. After we go to the next palace, you need to take it easy. Adept Vast River laughed. Him? Take it easy? Yue laughed as well. It is your own fault for not having spirit beasts. Nine Lotus spoke up in Ning's defense. Adept Vast River sighed. Everyone wants good spirit beasts. If, for example, a red scale salamander was willing to submit to me, of course I would accept it. Unfortunately, there's no way I can even get close to that sort of god beast. As soon as the mere hint of one appears, supremely powerful clans like the Young Flame clan will immediately capture it. Even your Azure Sky Snake, junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Azure Sky Snakes are extremely skilled at finding treasures and fortuitous legacies. They are extremely rare and hard to find. To take in one as a spirit beast is quite hard as well. Azure Sky Snake. Come. Take me as your master, North Sun called out. Woody, you blockhead. You think you are worthy of being my master? Little Qing, coiled around Ning's arm, raised her serpentine head and spoke out in the human tongue, clearly filled with disdain. You Azure Sky Snake. I'm still your master's brother, you know? North Sun stared at him. I only acknowledge my master. You? Go sit in the corner somewhere. Little Qing said with tremendous arrogance. You! North Sun, utterly infuriated, was only able to let out a snort. You know what? I'm not going to squabble with a little snake like you. He had never been able to win a verbal victory over little Qing. Ning, watching this, began to laugh. Actually, the likes of Yue Wei and Adept Vast River, both reincarnated immortals, trained at extremely rapid rates. Thus, they generally would not acquire spirit beasts, because their spirit beasts wouldn't possibly be able to keep up with them. As for some truly powerful god beasts, they weren't so easily acquired. For example, the red scale salamander. Everyone wanted them, but they weren't so easily acquired. Although the azure sky snake was a bit weaker in power, it was still extremely talented in seeking out fortuitous legacies and treasures. Generally speaking, immortal cultivators would all be willing to tame one. Unfortunately, they were too rare and also very skilled in escape. As for whitewater hounds, by comparison, they were actually a bit inferior. Their strengths mainly lay in their intelligence and their comprehensive abilities. Still, to Ning, the whitewater hound was his Uncle White, like a parent or an elder in the family. He had also once saved both Ning and Ning's mother, and had always quietly supported Ning in his endeavors. Still, it had to be said that Uncle White was indeed quite accomplished in the art of formations. He had been the main problem solver in the Vault of Treasures. Young Flame Nong rose to his feet. He had already bound the core of this palace, but there wasn't a hint of joy on his face. Ning and the others weren't smiling either. This was because they had now completely bound 3 of the palaces: the Vault of Treasures, the Immortal Grass Palace, and the Dao Soldier Palace. 2 more palaces remained, and one was under heavy guard by the Yuxia Dao soldiers, while the other was under heavy guard by the Sea Wave Dao soldiers. If they wanted to enter, they would have to fight. There would be no way to avoid them. Those terrifying monstrous Dao soldiers were so powerful that they had beaten even a Fiendgod like Xianxia Fang into a constant retreat. If Ning and the others were to engage them in battle, they would probably be effortlessly slaughtered. Compared to Xianxia Fang, they were in a position of extreme weakness, to say nothing of those Dao soldiers. The threat of imminent death. It caused all of them to have ugly looks on their faces. Everyone. Young Flame Nong swept Ning and the others with his gaze. I have the key to the estate, and can open a corridor to leave from any location within this immortal estate. If we truly encounter a great danger that we simply cannot withstand, I'll lead you all in fleeing this immortal estate. Don't worry. I'm still confident in my abilities to escape. However, everyone, you need to be very careful. I don't wish for any of you to end up being killed by the monsters, Young Flame Nong said. Ning and the others all understood that there was no way out now. However, none of them had thought that challenging a celestial immortal's estate would be an easy task. Danger was expected and normal. Ning and the others all had their own life-saving measures, none of which had been used yet. Very good. Let's head out, Young Flame Nong ordered. All of the monsters of this immortal estate world had been divided into 2 forces. One was the Witch River clan's Yuxia Dao soldiers, while the other was the Sea Wave Dao soldiers. They were each guarding one of the palaces. In air far away, a large warship suddenly appeared. Waves of energy rippled out from it as it cruised forward, flying through the air at high speed and heading directly towards the Sea Wave Dao soldiers, led by Immortal Dwaha. They are coming. That Fiendgod and those humans are coming. Dwaha, it's up to you. Immortal Witch Sui sent mentally from far away. Immortal Dwaha had more than 20,000 monstrous Dao soldiers under his command. They formed into an incomparably titanic wave that covered the skies, and all of them stared coldly towards the large warship flying towards them. Aboard the warship, Ji Ning and the others stared at the massive, distant wave, and the savage, sky-filling aura the wave emanated. All of them had heavy feelings in their hearts. These monsters, after I bind the immortal estate, I am going to enslave all of them. All of them. Young Flame Nong stared at the distant monsters, his face turning savage. He also gritted his teeth, then produced in his hand a queer contraption that was the size of a person's head. Extraordinarily powerful ripples emerged from it. Ning and the others couldn't help but look at this item. A wild core, Mu North Sun called out in surprise. Ning and the others, including Adept Vast River, Nine Lotus, and Xuehongyi. All had puzzled looks on their faces. Clearly, they had no idea what this was. You actually know about wild cores? Young Flame Nong nodded. Right? This is a wild core. An immortal grade wild core. But your construct warship is only at the heaven rank. If you put this immortal grade wild core into this construct warship, it won't be able to withstand the power. Even if it looks perfectly fine from the outside, the formation diagrams inside it will begin to crumble. Your construct warship will be doomed. North Sun couldn't help but voice his concerns. It will be able to hold for a short period of time, the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, Young Flame Nong said calmly. He then immediately pressed the head-sized wild core towards the planks of the warship. Whoosh! A dark corridor naturally appeared in the floorboards of the warship, and the wild core burrowed within. For at least that period of time, this warship of mine will be able to reach a level that approaches the immortal rank. Perhaps it wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of celestial immortals, but these monstrous Dao soldiers won't be able to break my warship. Young Flame Nong said in a low voice. What's a wild core? Junior apprentice brother. What sort of a thing is this desolate heart? Ning and the others, puzzled, all sent mental messages to North Sun. North Sun was extremely skilled in the Tao of constructs, and he also understood wild cores very well. He immediately sent back, it's quite complicated, but to simplify it, wild cores are, in reality, meant to be used for immortal-ranked construct warships, allowing them to temporarily explode with power. Immortal-ranked construct warships are able to withstand this sort of sudden increase in power, but immortal-ranked warships are far more valuable than even ordinary immortal-ranked magic treasures. Even young Master Young Flame most likely doesn't possess this sort of warship. Thus, Young Flame Nong is placing his wild core into the warship he is using. His warship is actually very good as well. It is heaven-ranked and a very precious one. But the power of a wild core is simply too great, and this heaven-ranked construct warship cannot endure it. Even though its own body, being a magic treasure, won't be damaged, the formations and diagrams within it will begin to crumble, North Sun said. Although Ning and the others understood little of this craft, they understood the importance of formation diagrams. The formation diagrams of a construct served as their core. They were what made the constructs work properly. It was precisely because of the existence of formation diagrams that constructs were able to possess sentience and unleash powerful, precise attacks. Once the formation diagrams crumbled, the entire construct would be finished. One warship, one wild core. Young Flame Nong growled. We have to enter this palace. We have to. Ning and the others exchanged glances. They could all sense Young Flame Nong's resolve. Oh! The warship steadily moved forward. Immortal Dwaha, in command of more than 20,000 monstrous Dao soldiers, stared coldly as it approached. Kill! Kill that Fiendgod! Kill those humans! These monstrous Dao soldiers were all eager and impatient. However, without Immortal Dwaha's order, nobody dared to attack rashly. Finally, the seemingly placid and calm warship, that had been advancing at an ordinary speed, suddenly began to glow with a dazzlingly brilliant golden light. Its aura vastly increased, and a golden halo suddenly covered the entire warship as it became crisscrossed with lines of power. It seemed to have transformed into a long awl, shuttling through the air at an incomparably astonishing speed towards the massive, sky-filling sea-wave Dao soldier formation. It was too fast. The warship's sudden explosion of speed made it move lightning fast, catching the sea-wave Dao soldiers off guard. Kill! Immortal Dwaha's already gravelly voice suddenly rang out in the minds of every single Dao soldier. All of them activated their elemental ki into their Dao armors, and an enormous, endless amount of elemental ki passed through their armors as more than 20,000 monstrous Dao soldiers merged powers. As for Immortal Dwaha, he was the head of this massive sea-wave Dao soldier formation. How to attack and how to defend, it was all up to him. Let's go! Immortal Dwaha howled. The massive wave came smashing down towards the lightning-face warship. Boom! The wave heavily struck the warship head-on. The golden aura surrounding the warship, however, just trembled once, then regained its perfect stability. However, the collisive power was simply too great, causing the warship to be knocked backwards. "We can't charge them head-on," North Sun shouted hurriedly. Ning and the others, standing within the warship, were incomparably stable. All of them had solemn looks on their faces, and they raised their heads to stare at the massive wave which came crashing down upon them once again. "Uncle Fong, go," young Flame Nong said, gritting his teeth. "All right." Shangliu Fong let out a growling response, and each of his hands became filled with a long all that emanating an astonishing aura. And then, swoosh, he passed straight through the outer layer of golden light surrounding the warship. The golden light didn't impede him at all, allowing Shangliu Fong to leave. "Monsters, fuck off." Shangliu Fong, having transformed into his true form of a 3,000-meter-tall, 9-headed, serpent-bodied Hydra, went forward to clash with the massive, sky-filling wave. He began to launch his attack. By now, his alls were also 3,000 meters long. They struck out like the galloping thunder or the dancing lightning, stabbing directly into the wave. "Puny Fiendgod, don't even think of affecting us." Immortal Dwaha's voice boomed out, and the massive, savage wave sent out another surge of power, smashing directly against the Fiendgod, Shangliu Fong. Boom! Boom! Skin tore open and flesh split apart. Blood flew everywhere. One of the long alls was knocked flying, while Shangliu Fong himself was sent hurtling through the air as well. Last time, although he was capable of fighting against Immortal Dwaha's monstrous Dao soldiers, there had only been 10,000 of them. This time, Immortal Dwaha had unified all of the other smaller powers, forming a sea wave Dao soldier formation of more than 20,000 monsters. The power had increased several times over, causing even Shangliu Fong to be completely unable to fight back. "Come!" Shangliu Fong's hands stretched out, transforming into countless giant snakes and latching onto the discarded all. The injuries on his body rapidly healed, and he once more fearlessly charged forward. Boom! 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 The clashes between the Fiendgod and the wave contained enough power to shock the heavens and shake the earth. Although the Fiendgod, Shangliu Fong, was in a position of absolute inferiority, he still managed to divert a large part of the power of the Sea Wave Dao soldiers. For a moment, the warship, seeming incomparably tiny in the face of this vast wave, was able to once more advance at high speed, seizing the chance to hurtle forwards. Detestable! Immortal Dwaha was frantic as well. If he had to deal with Shangliu Fong, it was hard to avoid the warship from advancing through openings in their defense. He had no idea how this warship could have suddenly grown so powerful. Despite the power of the waves and the collisive force of the blows, they still weren't able to force the warship back. "Zhenbao, you come and lead my tribe," Immortal Dwaha sent mentally. "We will divide into 2 Sea Wave Dao soldier formations." "Yes, master." Zhenbao was the disciple which Immortal Dwaha trusted the most, and was second only to him in power. He was already a peak primal and was extremely powerful. "Divide!" Whoosh! Whoosh! The massive wave in the air instantly split apart, dividing into 2. The Sea Wave Dao soldier formation, personally commanded by Immortal Dwaha, formed from many merged lesser monstrous tribes, went to block the Fiendgod, Shangliu Fong. As for the other 10,000 Dao soldiers, they were led by Daoist Zhenbao to block the warship. Oh! Ning and the others, within the warship, watched as the massive Fiendgod battled with the giant wave. The warship continued to advance forward at high speed. "Ha ha ha! It is capable of stopping Uncle Fong, but not me." Young Flame Nong's eyes were filled with madness. "Keep charging. Charge to the edges of the palace, and I'll be able to enter." Around them were countless waves, but the warship continued to charge forward with inexorable power. Eh? The massive wave suddenly split apart, forming into 2 waves. One completely focused on stopping the Fiendgod, Shangliu Fong, and completely tied him down. The other, seemingly slightly weaker, was completely focused on guarding against the encroaching warship. The advance of the warship instantly grew much more difficult. They separated? Young Flame Nong ground his teeth. "Charge, charge, charge." Wild core. Blaze for me. Boom! The light on the surface of the warship suddenly skyrocketed in luminosity, and its charging power grew even more ferocious. The 10,000 monstrous Tao soldiers commanded by Taoist Jinbao were completely capable of suppressing loose immortals or earth immortals, but in the face of this explosively powerful warship, they actually weren't able to tie it down, and the warship continued to advance. Stop it! Jinbao! Stop it! Stop it! Immortal Dwaha hurriedly sent a mental message. Don't worry, master. Leave it to me. Taoist Jinbao was going crazy as well. His entire wave suddenly grew even more savage, transforming into a bloody color. As for the warship, it too advanced forward at a berserk speed. Faster! 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 Young Flame Nong gritted his teeth. Dangerous! This is dangerous! This is way too dangerous! Northson's eyelids were twitching as he watched. He hurriedly sent a mental message to Ning and the others. Senior fellow disciples, be careful. Young Flame Nong has gone utterly mad. This heaven-ranked construct warship was unable to withstand the wild core to begin with, and now he's burning its power like mad, causing its power to explode even more in a short period of time. The formation diagrams within this heaven-ranked warship can collapse at any moment. Once it does, the warship will be finished, and will have to suffer the attacks from these 10,000 monstrous Tao soldiers head-on. Ning, Yue, Adept Vast River, and the others all began to feel nervous. Charge, charge, charge. Young Flame Nong's face was completely red, and madness was in his eyes. Madman. He's a madman. Xue Hongyi, seeing this, felt panic in his heart. In front of the warship was that terrifying sea-wave Tao soldier formation. It was capable of splitting the skin and rending the flesh of even a Fiendgod like Shang Liufang. If the warship was destroyed and the wave slammed against them, it would probably break them all into tiny pieces. Crack. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the entire warship began to emanate sounds. Its charging speed began to lessen, and the aura of golden light around it began to grow unstable, starting to shudder. It's breaking. It's breaking. North Sun immediately called out, Young Master Young Flame. As for Taoist Jinbao, who was in command of the 10,000 monstrous Tao soldiers, he naturally noticed that the speed of the warship he was in charge of dealing with was beginning to lessen, and that the golden light surrounding it was weakening. He immediately was overjoyed, and he bellowed out, Kill them! Kill them all and seize the key. Instantly, an even more terrifying wave crest formed, smashing down viciously towards the warship. Jining, Adept Vast River, Yue, Nine Lotus, Mu North Sun, and Xue Hongyi were all incomparably nervous. As for Yue, a dim spot of light appeared in her forehead. Ning's elemental key had already seeped into his storage-type magic treasure. Within it, there was a green leaf that was covered with gray runes, causing it to appear unfathomably mysterious. This was one of the 2 life-saving treasures which Ning had acquired within the underwater estate, the one meant for defense. Nine Lotus clenched her fist as well, and the skin on her arm began to vaguely emanate with white lotus flowers. All of them were preparing to activate their life-saving treasures at a moment's notice. They stared towards the warship nervously, watching the shuddering, fluctuating golden barrier of light. Boom! A massive, savage wave viciously struck against the barrier of light. The warship flipped over, but then continued to charge forward. Despite the warship flipping over, Ning and the others all stood firmly on the floor of the warship, as though rooted to it. Their eyes couldn't help but suddenly widen as they all stared at the warship. Crack, crack, rack. A series of shuddering cracks rang out from inside the warship. The golden barrier of light began to dim. Arg! Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! Young Flame Nong let out a throat-rending howl. A rolled paper scroll suddenly appeared within his hand. The scroll seemed quite ordinary. Although paper was relatively rare in the G-Clan's territory, in Stillwater City, it was still quite common. This seemingly ordinary scroll, however, had a single large character written atop it. Lock. Lock. The gazes of Ning and everyone else were completely captivated by the lock character on the paper scroll. It was an extremely simple character, but it emanated with the aura of a vast Tao, far broader and wider than the Tao of rainwater and the Tao of the Inferno which Ning normally meditated on. In fact, Ning even felt a desire to submit and kowtow towards it. Rumble. The lock character atop the scroll suddenly began to glow with light. It emanated a blurry radiance which spread out to the surrounding area, and the surrounding Sea-Wave Tao soldiers were caught by it as well. In this moment, the wind halted. The water halted. It was as though the world had frozen. Ning and the others, however, were completely unaffected. All of them couldn't help but feel astonished. What was that? Wait, those Sea-Wave Tao soldiers are still moving. Only, they are moving extremely slow. Ning's group immediately realized that the massive, surrounding wave hadn't actually frozen. It was just advancing at an extremely slow pace. Swoosh! Without the Sea-Wave Tao soldiers blocking the way, the warship instantly traversed the final 10 kilometers. Open! The ashen-faced young flame Nong activated the key, and an illusory palace door instantly appeared in front of him. The warship immediately flew into the illusory gate, and then the gate swung shut. Whoosh! As young Flame Nong and the others entered the illusory gate, the massive wave, which had seemed to be almost frozen in place, suddenly came crashing down. How can that have happened? The leader of the Sea-Wave Tao soldiers, Taoist Jinbao, stared in disbelief at the distant, already shut palace door. Just now, just then. He would never forget that feeling. He clearly had already unleashed the full power of the Sea-Wave Tao soldiers, and had been attacking at high speed. But how could the enemy warship have suddenly increased in speed by 10,000 times or 100,000 times? It was precisely because the enemy's speed had suddenly increased by an utterly ridiculous amount that he had been unable to control the wave and unleash an attack. Thus, the enemy had passed straight through his Tao soldiers and entered the illusory palace gate. Master, how did they suddenly move so fast? I was completely unable to block them. Taoist Jinbao sent mentally. The distant immortal Dwaha, who had been dealing with Fiendgod Xianxia Fang in the distance, had actually been paying attention to the battle over here as well. After all, the humans aboard the warship were what mattered the most. Just now, he had been completely stupefied as well. It wasn't that they were fast. It was that you were slow, Immortal Dwaha sent mentally. All of the Tao soldiers, in that instant, seemed to be crawling even slower than a baby turtle. How can that be? I didn't feel as though my speed lessened, and none of the Tao soldiers under my command felt that their speed had lessened. Taoist Jinbao said frantically. That's because time changed for you. You should have heard the saying, a day in the Deva realm, a year in the mortal realms, right? This is because time passes at different rates in the Deva realm and in the mortal realms. Perhaps in the Deva realm you might only feel as though a day had passed, but in the mortal realm a year might have passed. This is exactly what happened just now. You felt as though just an instant had passed, but in reality, an extremely long period of time had passed, and the enemy warship flew more than 10 kilometers away. A hint of despair was in Immortal Dwaha's eyes. These humans were actually able to produce such a treasure. Can it be that the heavens themselves wish to destroy those of us in this immortal estate world? Taoist Jinbao now understood as well. So it was time. Time had changed for them. It was as though an instant had passed for him, but thousands of years had passed for them. When time flowed at completely different rates, what happened just now would occur. There's actually a treasure like this, Taoist Jinbao murmured to himself. Ha ha ha. You aren't capable of stopping my young master. You aren't capable of it. The distant Fiendgod, Xianxia Fang, had already begun to flee. As he did so, his laughter echoed out in the heavens. The Sea-Wave Tao soldiers were completely unable to catch him with their attacks. When Xianxia Fang completely focused on running away, they weren't able to catch up to him at all. Let's go, all of us. Immortal Dwaha had the appearance of a middle-aged man, but in that instant, he seemed to have aged significantly. Rumble. The two Sea-Wave Tao soldier formations reformed into one, and the massive sea wave flew at high speed towards the distant. A short period of time later, the massive sea wave Dao soldiers reunited with the Wuxia Dao soldiers. You actually failed? Failed. Immortal Wuxia sent a mental message over, and the other members of the Witch River clan looked at them as well. Failed. Immortal Dwaha said hoarsely. These humans actually held an inconceivably powerful treasure. Earlier, the two sides had been separated by 10,000 kilometers, and so the Witch River clan hadn't been able to clearly watch the exchange of battle. What sort of treasure was it? For it to be able to break through your defense? Immortal Wuxia asked. A treasure capable of affecting time itself, Immortal Dwaha said, shaking his head. Time. Immortal Wuxia was shocked as well. He was, after all, of the Witch River clan. He knew some secrets. Generally speaking, it was fairly common for celestial immortals to encounter treasures that affected time itself. For celestial immortals, it was a common type of attack. But it was rare for even 1 out of 10,000 Earth immortals to become a celestial immortal. Treasures capable of influencing the flow of time, to loose immortals, were incomparably powerful. The loose immortals and Earth immortals of the outside world might have witnessed such treasures before, but these two loose immortals of the Immortal Estate world had only heard of them. Don't worry, Immortal Wuxia sent mentally. It is already incredible that the human had even one such treasure. I refuse to believe he has a second one. Immortal Dwaha nodded as well. Dwaha, we have no way out now. This is the last palace. We have to guard it. This is our last chance to acquire the key to the Immortal Estate, Immortal Wuxia said. The dream which those of us within the Immortal Estate have held for countless generations. This is our very last chance. Not just our last chance at leaving, Immortal Dwaha said hoarsely. Our last chance at survival as well. Survival? Immortal Wuxia was startled. And then, his face turned completely pale. Someone capable of having a treasure like this, and having a Fiendgod serve as a guard. These humans definitely have an extraordinary background. Immortal Dwaha's voice echoed out in the minds of every single Dao soldier. He slowly said something which caused terror in every single monstrous Dao soldier's heart. After he completely binds this final palace, then he will be in complete control of the entire Immortal Estate. By then, he can do whatever he wants to us. Everything will be under his control. He can also summon an army from the outside world, or he can also destroy the environment of this Immortal Estate world, causing our descendants to not even have anything to eat or drink, starving them to death. In short, if he binds this Immortal Estate, he will have countless tools at his disposal. All of the monsters were terrified, right? If the enemy was to control the Immortal Estate, he could launch sneak attacks from anywhere in the estate. If he were to toss out some powerful, deadly poisons, it would be too simple to destroy an area of mere tens of thousands of kilometers. Some terrifyingly powerful poisons were capable of causing an area of tens of thousands of kilometers to be completely poisoned, where not even a blade of grass would grow. Creation was hard. Destruction was easy. After destroying the environment of this immortal world, a few tens of thousands of years later, most likely almost no one would be left alive within it. This is our last hope. This is our last chance. We have to fight. We have to seize the key to the Immortal Estate. Even if all of us die, we cannot let them bind this final palace. Immortal Dwaha's voice rang out in the skies. Fight! 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 All of the monsters howled in anger. All of them brimmed with eagerness for battle. This was no longer a battle for freedom. It was a true battle for survival. Oh! Within an ancient palace, the warship had charged in, and as soon as it did, the golden glow around it completely vanished. The mysterious, powerful aura that had previously permeated the warship was completely gone. It seemed completely inert and lifeless. The formation diagrams finally collapsed. North Sun shook his head. Towards the end, the warship was just flying forward on momentum. A heaven-ranked construct warship just like that was destroyed. The heaven-ranked construct warship was nothing. Adept Vast River shook his head. gesturing with his eyes. Take a look at young Master Young Flame. Ning and the others had noticed as well. Young Flame Nong was currently clutching that paper scroll, staring fixedly at the lock character atop it. Alas, the lock character now seemed completely ordinary. There was nothing special about it at all. 1 instant, 1,000 years, Yu Wei said softly. This sort of treasure, when used, can virtually guarantee the death of a loose immortal. Although this sort of treasure isn't immortal ranked, it isn't too far from it in value. Ning and the others were puzzled. The nearby Nine Lotus, seeing the look on Ning's face, sent mentally to him, 1 instant, 1,000 years. This name symbolizes the ability of this sort of treasure to affect the rate of time. For you, it might feel as though an instant had passed, but for the enemy, more than 1,000 years would have passed. But of course, that's only an extremely overly extravagant description. In short, when the rate of time is flowing at very different speeds, a primal Taoist is capable of killing a loose immortal. From this, you can tell how precious this treasure is. Ning understood. Originally, when he had been received the star-seizing hand transmission in the transmission space of the underwater estate, he had spent months within, but time in the outside world had barely moved. This was indeed far more incredible than a mere scroll. Damn. Young Flame Nong stared at the scroll in his hand, grinding his teeth. Judging from the look on young Master Young Flame's face, he must be about to go crazy from grief. Mu Northson's mental voice had a hint of schadenfreude to it. This exalted young master had taken one powerful treasure after another. How could Ji Ning, Northsun, Xuehongyi, and the others not feel powerless before them? They all understood that they were nothing more than geniuses of Stillwater Commandery, while the man before them was very likely going to be the next Godplume Duke, someone who was even more exalted than the Marquis of Stillwater. Even though he was just the heir to the position, the treasures he possessed were enough to cause Ning and the others to constantly sigh in amazement. The monsters of this immortal estate. I won't spare any of them. Young Flame Nong ground his teeth. To charge into this 4th palace, he had to use up his heaven-ranked construct warship, a wild core, and his lock scroll. Psychologically, he had been completely unprepared to have to use up all 3 treasures. And this was just the 4th palace. By now the Sea Wave Dao soldiers and the Wuxia Dao soldiers had surely assembled outside the 5th and final palace. The cost for them to enter that 5th palace would definitely be incomparably astonishing. Just thinking about it made young Master Young Flame feel miserable. I am definitely going to enslave them all, then sell them off to various tribes. Their descendants will forever be slaves. Young Flame Nong said with a hate-filled voice. Young Master Young Flame. Xuehongyi spoke out softly. Yes. Young Master Young Flame looked at him. What is it? Xuehongyi immediately smiled and said, Young Master, are you worrying about entering the 5th palace? As I see it, actually, there's no need to fight head-on against them. These monsters just want to leave this immortal estate world, right? Young Master, you can promise to let them leave. I imagine that these monsters would be willing to accept. Each of you can set an oath to the Tao of the heavens, which they wouldn't dare violate. In this way, young Master, you would be able to enter the 5th palace without using up any treasures. What do you think, young Master? Xuehongyi thought that his idea was a good one. Young Master Young Flame gave him a cold glance. Between grinding teeth, he spoke out 2 words. You imbecile! Young. Xuehongyi's face instantly turned red. Being a genius of cultivation didn't necessarily mean that one was intelligent in handling worldly affairs. Still, Xuehongyi was still quite intelligent. Upon being rebuked as young Master Young Flame as an imbecile, although he felt incredibly insulted, he then immediately understood what young Flame Nong was thinking. Nine Lotus, standing next to Ning, sent a mental laugh to him. This Xuehongyi really is an imbecile. Since young Master Young Flame has elected to come to this estate, he most likely has already prepared for all contingencies. As far as he is concerned, if he can bind this estate, then all of the monsters within can be toyed with as he pleases. They wouldn't even be able to escape. Tens of thousands of monster slaves, and all of which are Dao soldiers as well. There are even precious Wuxia Dao soldiers here. Only celestial immortals could afford to be so extravagant. Once he offers these Dao soldiers to his clan, not only will he be able to make up for his losses, he will be rewarded richly. To negotiate with the monsters and to let them leave. Isn't this the same as letting an enormous fortune just walk away? Ning nodded his head. The vast number of Sea-Wave Dao armors and Yuxia Dao armors alone was an inestimable fortune. This palace actually doesn't even have a single golem within, nor are there any attacking formations. Young Flame Nong no longer focused on his losses, instead carefully inspecting the palace. Humph! He suddenly waved his hand, and a bubbling, boiling black strand of elemental ki spread out in every direction, striking against the walls of the palace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The palace walls were incomparably sturdy, but under the assault of the elemental ki, 3 words suddenly appeared on the palace wall in front of them. Dao Repository Palace. Dao Repository Palace? The eyes of Ning and everyone else lit up. Every single power needed to build a Dao repository. Even the Ji clan of West Prefecture City had its own vault that was used for hiding sutras and scripts for its descendants to learn from. The Black-White College had its own Dao repository as well. Immortal Witch River had his own forces. Although his roots weren't as deep and his history wasn't as old as the Black-White College, he vastly surpassed the likes of Snowdragon Mountain. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Without even waiting for young Flame Nong to say anything, Ning and the others transformed into streaks of light, charging towards a corridor right next to the 3 characters, Dao Repository Palace. The reason they all charged towards this corridor was because this was the only corridor there was. These guys. With a swooshing sound, young Flame Nong charged forward as well. Oh! Upon charging into the corridor, what greeted them was a massive, vast hall. The insides of this hall were filled with countless books, a veritable sea of them, most likely not much smaller than the Dao repository of the Black-White College. Quick! Take them! Quick! All of them seemed to have been possessed. Every single power cared deeply about its techniques and secret arts. If they were to find any which the Black-White College was not in possession of and offer it to them, they would be able to acquire enormous sums of black-white pellets. Whoosh! Ning waved his hand, and a large number of books in front of him were immediately collected into his storage-type magic treasure. As for the Azure Sky Snake, she blinked from place to place, calling out in celebration, "Come here, all of ya!" The books beneath her all vanished. Come! The Whitewater Hound collected the books before him as well. Take them. These are mine. Xuehongyi had gone crazy as well. Everyone, including the final person to enter, young Flame Nong, began to quickly collect the books. Although this giant hall had a massive number of books, in just a few moments, the entire hall had been completely emptied out. In the end, they didn't even spare the shelves used to carry the books. Look at how crazy all of you have gotten. Young Flame Nong shook his head. I hope these aren't just the abridged versions. All of you will be stupefied if they are. Ning and the others knew this as well. It was very likely that the books here were simple abridged versions. But no one wanted to take the risk that they weren't. After all, it would take some time to ascertain if a book was an abridged version or not, and in the time it took, everyone else would have seized all the other books. Let's take a look. Ning and the others started to take out one book after another, perusing through them carefully. Moments later, abridged. This one is abridged. It just has the very first part of the technique. This is abridged. This one is also abridged. This one isn't abridged, it is complete, but it is actually the most commonly seen formation technique. All of them were instantly downfallen. Nearly 90% of the books were abridged, and as for the complete versions, they were commonly known comedies. In the Black-White College, one didn't even have to use black-white pellets to trade for them. Almost all larger schools had them. The books with more valuable techniques, secret arts, and divine abilities were all abridged. Almost all of these are abridged, Ning mused to himself. But there should definitely a place where the full versions are located. The full versions should be located in a more hidden area. I refuse to believe that immortal Witch River carried all of those books with him. Can it be that his clansmen wouldn't need to train while he was wandering and adventuring? Swoosh One Ning immediately scurried towards one of the 4 corridors leading away from the massive hall. It wasn't just Ning who had come to this conclusion. The others had as well. There had to be complete versions somewhere, and that place was most likely hidden. Swoosh. Young Flame Nong, by relying on the affinity from the key to the estate, moved into one corridor, quickly discovering a private room. Here it is. Young Flame Nong entered the room, immediately seeing the skeleton within it. This skeleton was the guardian of the Dao Repository Palace. In you go. Young Flame Nong collected the skeleton, and then turned his gaze towards a stone book. His key was telling him that this stone book was the core for the entire Dao Repository Palace. Bind. Young Flame Nong just bound a small part of it, then came to a halt. He only needed to bind a small part of it to ensure that all of the formations and restrictive spells within the Dao Repository Palace would be deactivated. And then, young Flame Nong quickly left the room, beginning to search as well. If he were to locate a powerful divine ability or secret art which the Young Flame clan didn't already possess, he would be rendering a major merit. However, given how ancient and powerful the Young Flame clan was, it was very, very hard to discover secret arts or divine abilities they didn't already have. Ning's divine sense had been activated long ago, filling every single part of the hall he was in. However, since the walls of the Immortal estate blocked out divine sense, he wasn't able to search deeper. Ning, son, quick, come over here. Uncle White suddenly sent him a mental message. Ning, just about to push open a stone door and investigate, suddenly came to a halt. He transformed into a streak of light, hurrying towards Uncle White's direction. Just a few seconds later, he entered a private room. Within the private room, there were rows of books, all of which were protected by restrictive spells. However, these restrictive spells were all inactive, and the Whitewater Hound, Shuehongi, and Adept Vast River were frantically seizing them. Quick! Ning had no time to waste. He began to frantically start collecting books. Actually, as soon as he entered the room and saw the books and bookshelves, Ning felt quite certain that they should all be complete versions. This was because, generally speaking, complete versions of techniques would span up to 10 full volumes. Abridged versions, in turn, might take up just a thin book. And this. Ning was frantically collecting books. A short while later, the entire room was completely empty. The final person to arrive, young Master Young Flame, was only able to collect a few books. These are all full versions. Ning and the others began to look through the books they had acquired. Just Earth-ranked techniques. This one is mortal-ranked? These secret arts are too ordinary. Ning and the others began to frown as they looked. They were all geniuses, and in the Black-White College they chose from immortal-ranked key refining techniques. However, the books they had found here were all mortal-ranked and earth-ranked techniques and secret arts. Although the books were extremely numerous, there wasn't even a single heaven-ranked technique. My Young Flame clan has plenty of this sort of crap. There isn't even a single useful book here. Young Flame Nong furrowed his brows, shaking his head. Ning, however, just laughed. Right. These books were useless to him, but they would be very useful to the G-Clan. The G-Clan had far, far too few techniques and secret arts, and those they had, he had purchased from the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. But how many could he possibly buy on his own? To accumulate a large number of secret arts and techniques, generally speaking, the only way was annihilate another large clan and seize their books. More than 1 million techniques and secret arts. Although they aren't that good, they are enough for Xiantian lifeforms and Zifu disciples to use. Ning mused to himself. In the future, after I find some top-tier key refining techniques, my G-Clan will be able to set up a Dao repository of its own to pass down to later generations. Dao repositories were the heart of any tribe, sect, or school. Each generation relied on their Dao repositories to grow strong. Immortal Witch River was a celestial immortal. He definitely must have more powerful techniques and divine abilities. But where are they? Young Flame Nong frowned. The most powerful techniques and divine abilities must be stored in extremely well-hidden places. They might not even be in this Tao repository palace. Ning and the others just pondered briefly, and then, swoosh, 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 they all scattered in different directions, searching for treasures. Although this Tao repository vault didn't necessarily have any top-tier techniques, secret arts, or divine abilities, perhaps it did. Swoosh. Young Flame Nong once more returned to that earlier room. He sat down in the lotus position in front of the stone book, beginning to once more bind the core of this Tao repository palace. Once I bind it, I'll be in complete control of this entire Tao repository palace. No matter how well hidden a room is, I'll know about it. Young Flame Nong mused to himself. I need roughly 2 hours to bind it. Given how well hidden the top-tier secret arts and divine abilities must be, they might not be able to find them within 2 hours. The top-tier techniques, divine abilities, and secrets arts. They are going to be mine, all mine. Shui Hongyi was rapidly checking one room after another. His eyes filled with an endless frenzy. He came from Snowdragon Mountain, which currently didn't even have a single loose immortal. Even if it did occasionally produce a loose immortal or earth immortal throughout its long history, there was no way those figures could compare to a celestial immortal like Immortal Witch River. The divine abilities and secret arts left behind by a celestial immortal would definitely be extraordinary. When one's level of power was very close to another's, the deciding factor were divine abilities and secret arts. This was especially true for geniuses. Oh! This is a chance. A tremendous chance. I have to find it. With powerful secret arts in this life, I might be able to overcome the celestial tribulation. Adept Vast River was filled with endless desire as well. Oh! Everyone was searching. Ji Ning, the Whitewater Hound, and Little Qing had separated as well. Where is it? Where could it be? A little azure serpent was slithering forward like a streak of light, occasionally disappearing into thin air and reappearing somewhere else, and at other times moving directly into a room without even pushing the stone door open. For me, finding fortunes is as easy as eating rice, but in this immortal estate, I've gotten fewer treasures than even Uncle White. The Azure Sky Snake used her Void Blink technique repeatedly, and even blinked from one end of a hallway to the other to save time, or directly into rooms. She wildly teleported about with abandon, trying to find something. Whoosh! Yet another Void Blink. The Azure Sky Snake appeared within a new room. Nothing here, Eth. The Azure Sky Snake suddenly came to a halt. The Azure Sky Snake looked about this room in surprise. This was a very ordinary room. It wasn't very large, and it only held 2 bookcases and a single table. The bookcase was covered with a few books, while the number of books on the table was even more pitifully low. The total number of books in this entire room was very low. That's all. It must be understood that training tomes for immortal cultivators were extremely massive and complicated. A single set might comprise of dozens of books. For example, when Ji Ning had received the transmission of the Star-Seizing Hand, divine ability, it had been directly transferred to his soul, and had taken several months. From this, one could tell how massive the amount of information was. The Azure Sky Snake couldn't help but transform into an azure-robed maiden. She lowered her head to glance at the books, and as she did, her gaze narrowed. Master, master! Quick! Come quick! Little Qing hurriedly shouted through their spirit link. Wah! Coming! Ji Ning, located in another region, spread out his divine sense, searching through the various corridors. Given that he could mentally sense where Little Qing was located, he quickly found a route to her. As he did, he felt extremely surprised. Little Qing actually ran to this place? This place really is rather unassuming and out of the way. How long would it have taken to find such a tiny little study? Swoosh! Ning immediately transformed into a streak of smoke, rapidly advancing forward and soon arriving outside the room. He pushed the door open. What is it? Upon entering, Ning saw that the room was completely empty. There was nothing there, aside from Little Qing, who stood there. I collected it all, little Qing said excitedly. I didn't dare leave them here, for fear that others might take them. What techniques did you discover? Why are you so careful? Ning began to grow excited as well. Little Qing said in a lowered whisper, 6 types of immortal ranked key refining techniques, totaling more than 300 volumes. 3 types of divine abilities, totaling more than 100 volumes. 1 divine will technique, totaling 6 volumes. All of them are complete. Ning's eyes instantly turned completely round. Immortal ranked key refining techniques? Divine abilities? A divine will technique? This was truly priceless. Even in the Black-White College, it would number amongst their top-tier materials. This room was actually filled with immortal ranked key refining techniques, divine abilities, and divine will techniques. Ning quickly understood. Previously, we only discovered mortal ranked and earth ranked techniques and whatnot. I imagine that another room was used to store heaven ranked techniques and arts. Mortal, earth, heaven, immortal, the higher the rank was, the more precious the technique was. Now that he had acquired the immortal ranked key refining techniques, divine abilities, and a divine will technique, Ning was no longer too interested in those heaven-ranked techniques and arts. It'd be nice if he could get them, but it wouldn't matter if he didn't. Master, they are all over here. Little Qing waved her hand, and a pile of books instantly appeared in front of her. Ning was so terrified that he instantly waved his hand, collecting them into his own storage-type magic treasure. He actually began to sweat from fear. How could you just take them out? It's better to leave them with you. I'm not a Fiendgod body refiner. Those divine abilities are useless to me. I already have top-tier key refining techniques of my own as well. Right? Later, I'll give that divine will technique a try. Little Qing instructed. Right? Ning nodded. He immediately sent his divine sense into his storage treasure, beginning to investigate. There were only a few hundred tomes present. In total, there were 10 complete sets, 6 sets of immortal ranked key refining techniques, 3 sets of divine abilities, 1 divine will technique. These immortal ranked key refining techniques are useless to me. The divine abilities. Ning swept them with his divine sense. Heavenly transformation, 3 heads, 6 arms, and pentabolt vajra. This caused Ning to feel delighted. Heavenly transformation was a commonly seen divine ability, which virtually all larger schools and sects possessed. 3 heads, 6 arms was in the possession of the Black-White College, but it could be considered quite a precious divine ability. Ning had yet to train in it, primarily because he didn't have enough Black-White pellets yet. Now, however, he had acquired it, and a complete set at that. This ability, 3 heads, 6 arms. When executed, it will allow me to grow 4 more arms that are identical to real arms. Ning was extremely excited. Actually, at the void level, powerful Fiendgod body refiners were capable of transforming a single strand of hair into a clone, and could completely change their physical appearance. It would be extremely easy to even generate 18 new arms, but that would just be a superficial change. Those wouldn't be true arms. The reason why 3 heads, 6 arms was so powerful was because the heads and arms it generated were absolutely real, allowing one's power to truly rise exponentially. Ning could execute the star-seizing hand divine ability with 2 arms, but once he used the 3 heads, 6 arms technique, all 6 arms would be able to use the star-seizing hand. This was why Ning had always deeply desired to acquire this technique. I didn't acquire it at the Black-White College, but I acquired it here. Ning was absolutely overjoyed. The 3 heads, 6 arms technique, when synergized with my star-seizing hand, the power will definitely be exponentially greater. Pentabolt Vajra? Ning, with a thought, made a book appear in his hand. It was the first volume of the Pentabolt Vajra. He began to flip through it. The Pentabolt Vajra was a divine ability which only a true Fiendgod, or perhaps a Fiendgod body refiner who was very close to being a true Fiendgod, was capable of learning. Fortunately, I trained in the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens. Ning let out a secret sigh of relief. Previously, when he had been at the local Raindragon Guard branch, Ning had discovered that some supreme, top-tier divine abilities had extremely high requirements for Fiendgod body refiners. Some actually stated outright that only someone who trained in the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, or someone who was a true Fiendgod, could train in them. That Immortal of the Raindragon Guard had also told Ning that once he passed the trials of the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains, he would soon come to learn how truly powerful the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens was. The reason the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens was so mighty was because it allowed the user to train in some truly top-tier divine abilities, including some which generally only Fiendgods were able to use. Pentabolt Vajra, to bathe in thunder and lightning and form a Vajra-like body. Only after 5 baptisms by 5 types of lightning can one be said to have mastered it. But the 5th one actually requires one to be at the Empyrean God level before training in it. Ning was secretly shocked. It was the same as the star-seizing hand, which was divided into the 6 cycles. The Pentabolt Vajra was divided into 5 levels. The highest level was only trainable by Empyrean gods. Only at that level could this divine ability be truly perfected to a supreme level. This is the simplified version of the legendary divine ability, Golden Near-Mana Body? Ning, upon seeing this, nodded in understanding. The very first tome said it plainly. This divine ability's creator had developed it as a simplified version of the Golden Near-Mana Body, to be left to his descendants. The Golden Near-Mana Body. It was a legendary divine ability that was one of the top divine abilities of the entire 3 realms. From the notes in this tome, at least, the Golden Near-Mana Body was one of the absolute best divine abilities. Ning hypothesized that it should be on the same general level as his own star-seizing hand. I wonder which major power simplified the Golden Near-Mana Body into this Pentabolt Vajra, Ning mused to himself. To be able to simplify it, this major power must be incredible. Ning waved his hand, collecting the divine ability book, then took out the divine will technique. There was only one of them, and it was titled Soldiers of the Mind. Soldiers of the Mind? Ning had just begun to flip through it, but he suddenly frowned, then hurriedly sent through their spirit link. Little Qing, hurry up and leave. Swoosh. Little Qing instantly disappeared into thin air. Boom. The stone door was pushed open, and Xue Hongyi charged in. You! Xue Hongyi stared in astonishment towards Ning. What a coincidence! Ning glanced at Xue Hongyi, then paid him no attention, immediately flying out from the stone door that had just been opened. Xue Hongyi frowned as he studied the room. It was completely empty with nothing within. He hesitated a moment, then shook his head. Nah, no way. He then turned and left, continuing the search. Oh! Each of the rooms within the Dao Repository Palace were hidden quite well. Ning continued to frantically search through them in a seemingly crazed manner. He didn't want others to know that he had already acquired top-tier key refining techniques, divine abilities, and a divine will technique. It must be understood that the Yuchi clan had suffered annihilation, simply because they had been discovered to be in possession of a single divine ability, the Windwing Evasion. Thus, it was best not to casually reveal such things. Phew! Young Flame Nong gave the stone book in front of him a glance. He had already completely refined the core to this Dao Repository Palace, and everything within it was now under his control. Eh? He closed his eyes, sensing everything in the palace. Nothing? There is actually nothing. His senses were telling him that the entire Dao Repository Palace didn't have a single book within it. It was completely empty. Oh! Another hour passed. Ning and the others had just reunited with young Flame Nong at the outermost hall. We're all here. Did you find any divine abilities or secret arts? Young Flame Nong laughed as he looked at them. Nothing. Nothing. They all shook their heads. Ning too shook his head. Nothing. The Rainbow Flame Fairy and Adept Vast River were fairly lucky. They discovered those heaven-ranked techniques. Xue Hongyi spoke out. But there should be immortal-ranked techniques, divine abilities, and secret arts. We didn't find them anywhere. Can it be that those things were too valuable, and so they weren't placed in the Dao Repository Vault, and were instead hidden somewhere else? North Sun said. That's possible. Ning nodded. Young Flame Nong gave the group of Wanxiang adepts a look. He mused to himself. Perhaps they aren't in the Dao Repository Palace? Or perhaps one of them has them. Still, Immortal Witch River was merely a dire monster immortal. His roots weren't that deep. Even if he had some divine abilities or techniques, the Young Flame clan probably has them as well. And they are still very useful to me. Everyone, since we have finished our investigations, then let us head to the final palace, Young Flame Nong said. Right? Ning and the others immediately began to grow nervous. Let's go. Young Flame Nong took out yet another magic treasure, a flying weaver's shuttle. The flying shuttle expanded to 30 meters long and 10 meters wide. Ning and the others entered it, which was quite roomy. Swish! The flying shuttle immediately exited the Dao Repository Palace. As they emerged, the Fiendgod Shangliu Fong was already waiting for them. Young Master! Shangliu Fong transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the shuttle. Young Flame Nong smiled and nodded towards Shangliu Fong, seeming somewhat relaxed. But then, he turned his head to stare at the final golden sky pillar of light, and the many monstrous Dao soldiers guarding it. He snorted coldly. These monstrous Dao soldiers have blocked me repeatedly. After I bind this immortal estate, I am definitely going to repay them for their actions. How could the monsters of a puny little immortal estate possibly withstand the Young Flame clan? Shangliu Fong laughed as well, and Young Flame Nong nodded. Ning and the others were secretly surprised. Why was it that Young Flame Nong didn't seem to be the slightest bit worried? So many monstrous Dao soldiers. Ning mused to himself. The Sea Wave Dao soldiers and the Wuxia Dao soldiers are all far more powerful than ordinary loose immortals. Even Shangliu Fong was dominated. What sort of treasure does this Young Flame Nong have? Senior apprentice brother, he seems quite confident, North Sun said with a smirk. Let's watch and see, Ning sent back. As the flying shuttle continued to fly forward, constantly advancing towards that distant golden sky pillar of light and the Sea Wave Dao soldiers and the Wuxia Dao soldier formations surrounding it. They were now quite close. Humans! A deep voice shook the heavens. Young Flame Nong just laughed icily, while next to him, Shangliu Fong spoke out on his behalf. What is it? Actually, there is no need for you to fight with us, the monstrous races of the immortal estate world. So long as you are willing to open up a corridor out with your key and let us leave to the world of the Grand Xiar Empire, then we are willing to permit you to enter this final palace, the deep voice said. Immortal Dwaha and Immortal Witchsway both felt that, given these humans still dared to advance in the face of so many monstrous Dao soldiers, that they probably felt confident in passing through them. Thus, Immortal Dwaha and Immortal Witchsway quickly came to the decision of negotiating with these humans. Let you leave? That's not impossible. Young Flame Nong revealed a smile. But I have a requirement. Oh? Speak. What requirement? The deep voice echoed forth once more. Simple. Hand over all of your Dao armors, and I'll let you leave. Young Flame Nong's voice also echoed out in the skies. All of our Dao armors? Impossible. Kill this human. In his dreams. All sorts of ferocious howls rang out. These Dao armors had been left behind by Immortal Witch River, and were the reason why these monsters were so powerful. Without the Dao armors, we would be like a pile of loose sand. We wouldn't even be able to defeat that Fiendgod by your side. In fact, we'd probably be beaten by him instead. The deep voice thundered angrily. I can swear an oath to the Dao of the heavens that if you are willing to hand over all of your Dao armors, that I will let you leave and will not pursue or kill you, Young Flame Nong said. The Dao armors interested Young Flame Nong the most. If he could obtain them easily, then he wouldn't mind letting the wielders of them leave. Impossible! The deep voice bellowed angrily. Then don't blame me for this. Young Flame Nong shook his head. You are forcing us. The deep voice snarled. Right? So what if I am? Young Flame Nong snickered. These powerful monsters were bloodthirsty to begin with. Given how excessive Young Flame Nong had behaved, they were now truly angered. Kill! 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 An enormous, sky-filling wave arose, blotting out the heavens and smashing down towards the flying shuttle which Ning and young Flame Nong were riding. The flying shuttle, however, went directly towards the giant wave with incredible agility. This is the moment. A long time ago, young Flame Nong had produced a queer-looking disc in his hand, which was a mixture of black and white in color. Polaris Starshifter. Young Flame Nong let out an angry roar. Rumble. This black and white bicolored disc floated into the air. A ray of black light enveloped the entire flying shuttle, while a ray of white light shot directly towards part of the distant Xianxia Dao soldiers. Whoosh! Space instantly distorted. That portion of the distant Xianxia Dao soldiers instantly disappeared, then appeared in the location where the shuttle had been. As for the flying shuttle, it appeared in the location where those Xianxia Dao soldiers had been. Open! As soon as the shuttle appeared, a corridor into the palace appeared. Swoosh! The long shuttle flew directly into the tunnel, and then the gate shut behind it. This! Immortal Dwaha and Immortal Wuxia were completely stunned. All of the Dao soldiers were stunned, then stared stupidly at the bicolored black and white disc. As the energies of the disc were used up, it silently, soundlessly shattered. They entered. They entered, just like that. Immortal Dwaha and Immortal Wuxia, as well as all the other monsters, had looks of disbelief, anger, and despair in their eyes. It shouldn't have been like this. It shouldn't have. Immortal Dwaha's eyes were filled with boundless rage. Raising his head, he let out an earth-rending, pained, agonized roar. They had lost. Utterly lost. If this had been an actual battle, teleporting away a small part of their Dao soldiers would have only been a minor matter. But this wasn't an actual battle. The enemy, upon teleporting those soldiers away, had immediately been able to enter the final palace. After this, the immortal estate will be bound. After this, all of us will be under his control. Immortal Wuxia was mumbling to himself. In this moment, the countless monstrous Dao soldiers were all howling in anger, grief, and despair. Swoosh! A long shuttle appeared within the hall with young Flame Nong, Shangliu Fang, Ji Ning, and the others within it. They all emerged from within. Ha ha ha! Young Flame Nong, upon entering, began to laugh joyfully. We've finally arrived at the final palace. And it is quite beautiful as well. Far more so than those other 4 palaces. Ning and the others were still feeling shocked by what had happened with that bicolored disc. It had actually caused them to completely swap positions with the distant enemy Dao soldiers. What treasure was that? Ning, at least, had never even heard of such a treasure. It really is much more beautiful. Every single pillar is exquisitely, intricately carved, Xianxia said quickly. The final palace. After binding it, the entire immortal estate will be under my control, and the trial the clan gave me will have been concluded. I'll have earned an immortal estate as well. Young Flame Nong was quite delighted, but then he let out a sigh. What a pity! Though, after entering this immortal estate, I lost 2 of my 3 most powerful treasures. Treasures are meant to be used. After you master the immortal estate, you'll acquire even better treasures. Young master, Shangliu Fang said. I hope so. Young Flame Nong still felt a bit of pain in his heart. The lock scroll and the Polaris Starshifter disc were 2 of the most powerful magic treasures he had on him. These were treasures which even many loose immortals didn't have access to. Even if one had large amounts of liquefied elemental essence, it would be difficult to purchase them. After all, they were simply too rare. Young Flame Nong had only managed to acquire them after many years of collecting resources. Still, for the sake of solidifying his status as the next Godplume Duke, he had no other choices. Acquiring the immortal estate will mean that I'll have recouped my costs, and earned a little on top of it. Those monsters, they should make their preparations for all of their descendants to forever be slaves. A cold light flashed through young Flame Nong's eyes. And that Xianxia. I need to acquire his immortal-ranked magic treasure as well. This impressive group of experts filed in through a corridor, arriving at a massive, towering hall. The hall was lined with seats, and the walls were lined with musical instruments. This must have been the place where, when immortal Witch River was alive, he would merrymake with his monstrous clansmen. Young Flame Nong laughed loudly. These tables, these pillars, and these sculptures, all of them are utterly exquisite and extraordinary. Ning and the others all nodded. They could completely imagine how, countless years ago, the dire monsters would all be seated next to those tables, eating and drinking and making merry. And that's the place where immortal Witch River must have Saturday. Young Flame Nong pointed towards the front of the hall. The front of the hall had the most beautiful, lavish table of all, and decorative screen behind it was also exquisite. To each side of the decorative screens, there were bronze lamps. That bronze lamp was the core of this Witch River Palace. Young Flame Nong said, pointing towards a Zifu disciple. Go next to that bronze lamp. Yes. These Zifu disciples were all death-sworn. They knew very well that they had been trained solely for the purpose of obeying their master. If their master was to order them to their deaths, they wouldn't hesitate at all. As soon as the Zifu disciple moved to walk towards the front of the hall, boom! The entire hall instantly began to change in appearance. Ning and the others watched as the scenery around them transformed into a beautiful peach tree garden. They were surrounded by peach trees, and the floor was covered with petals. Careful! It is an illusory formation, Xianxia Fang shouted. I knew it. This place, the main palace, the Witch River Palace. There's no way we'd be able to acquire it so easily. Young Flame Nong laughed coldly. With Uncle Fang present, he wasn't nervous at all. This was a formation that had been in storage for countless years, and it didn't have anyone truly controlling it. At most, this formation would be able to unleash a tenth of its power. Assemble into formation. Jining, Mu North Sun, Yue, Adept Vast River, and 9 Lotus all immediately assembled into that 5 elements pentagonal formation. All of them were on their guard. This illusory formation is very formidable. Even divine sense is unable to see through it, Adept Vast River said. And I have a vague feeling that this formation is even stronger than the one which had been located in the Vault of Treasures. This formation seems to be gathering azurewood godbolts, Ning said with a frown. It seems you understand a bit about formations as well. Xianxia Fang, standing next to young Flame Nong, gave Ning a glance, then said calmly, this formation activates the power of the solar star. Using wood to guide the power, it generates azurewood godbolts. Although no one is controlling it, you still can't underestimate the power of the azurewood godbolts. I need some time to break this formation. I wish all of you the best during this time. Ning and the rest of the 5 moved closer to each other, prepared to deal with the azurewood godbolts at any moment. They didn't dare to run about wildly. To do so in this illusory world was to seek death. What should I do? Xue Hongyi was panicking internally, but on the surface, he continued to grit his teeth and wait. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 3 bolts of azure lightning thundered down from up above, smashing directly towards young Flame Nong. Someone is commanding the formation? Xianxia Fang was shocked. How could someone be commanding it? The nearby young Flame Nong was panicked as well. Whoosh! Xianxia Fang stretched his large hands out. His hands were like dark clouds capable of covering the skies and smothering the sun. They stretched out to those 3 bolts of lightning. Boom! 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 The lightning struck against the giant hands, and although the giant hands sank down momentarily, and the skin on the hands split apart as lightning writhed and spat against them, the hands endured. Ha ha ha! Young master, don't worry. While receiving the lightning bolts, Xianxia Fang actually began to laugh loudly. Immortal Witch River died countless hundreds of millions of years ago. The Witch River Palace definitely has no living creatures within it. Anything still surviving should be a golem. Generally speaking, golems only possess a simple level of intelligence. At most, they can activate formations. They aren't able to control them. After all, this sort of large formation is quite complicated. Without Immortal Witch River passing down the special technique to control it, There is no way they will be able to do so. If my guess is correct, the Witch River Palace should have a powerful golem within it, and this golem should have a sentient spirit animating it. Thus, this golem is extremely intelligent, and is thus also skilled in controlling formations. Immortal Witch River must have trusted him so much that he transmitted the formation control method to him. Xiangliu Fang laughed. But unfortunately, he is still merely a golem with no elemental key within his body. At most, he is capable of unleashing 20 to 30% of the power of the formation. As Xiangliu Fang was speaking loudly, one bolt of thunder after another continued to come crashing down from the skies. Xiangliu Fang by himself received all of these blows. Ning and the others let out sighs of relief. Xiangliu Fang's guess was most likely accurate. To truly control a formation required the usage of elemental key. If the key was that of an immortal, then the power of the formation would naturally increase greatly. But golems didn't have any key at all. Even if they were able to control the formation, they would only be able to, at most, increase its power by a small amount. Humans, you are not the immortal's heirs. To barge into the Witch River Palace is a capital offense. A furious shout rang out from within the illusion of a peach garden. A capital offense? Who is going to carry out the penalty? You? If my guess is correct, you are at most comparable to an ordinary loose immortal in strength. Xiangliu Fang laughed coldly. Your power is far from being a match for mine. As soon as his words came out, Xiangliu Fang suddenly let out a savage howl. Break! Instantly, Xiangliu Fang's hands swung outward, howling out as the fingers on his large hands all transformed into giant serpents. The 10 giant serpents instantly latched onto something in the void and gave it a hard pull. The entire formation immediately seemed to have been stuck, and the peach blossom formation trembled, grew blurry, and completely vanished. How can this be? An astonished cry. With the disappearance of the peach blossom, Ning's group once more was able to see the giant hall, and the tables within it. Not bad, not bad. I managed to survive. Fortunately, that golem was extremely intelligent and knew that it had to kill young Flame Nong, and so it focused all of its efforts on him. If those lightning bolts had struck amongst the rest of us, although those 5 of the Black-White College would probably be able to endure it, I would have been in danger. Shui Hongyi felt as though he had been blessed with tremendous luck. Last time, when he and Adept Buyu had faced those attacks from the golems, Adept Buyu had died while he had been lucky and survived. He had then acquired an immortal-ranked magic treasure, and just now avoided yet another tribulation. He had survived multiple dangerous encounters, and had even acquired an immortal-ranked treasure. Wasn't this a tremendous blessing of luck? The formation is already broken. Xiangliu Fang swept the hall with his gaze, then said calmly, Everyone, no need to be afraid. Immortal Witch River was only a celestial immortal, and his roots were not very deep. It is already quite impressive for him to have produced a golem that is fairly close to a loose immortal in power. If that golem doesn't appear, then fine. If he does, however, I'll capture him. Young Flame Nong laughed and nodded, then instructed. There are golems lying in wait within the Witch River Palace. Everyone, don't run around rashly. If you run into those golems, Uncle Fong won't be able to save you in time. How could we dare to run about rashly? Are we suicidal? Shui Hongyi hurriedly responded. Ning and the others shared a glance. Clearly, an extremely powerful golem was lying in wait within the Witch River Palace. They were no fools. Naturally, they wouldn't run about wildly within. Xiangliu Fang and young Flame Nong moved to the front of the main hall, beginning to bind a bronze lamp. Haha! This is the core of the final palace. Young Flame Nong was utterly delighted. After binding it, the entire immortal estate will be under my complete control. The Witch River Palace definitely has other dangers lurking within. However, there's no need at all for us to go and take any risks. Once I bind the immortal estate, the golems will naturally have lost. Ning and the others nodded. The rest of you, be careful. Those golems won't just watch and wait for me to successfully bind this palace. I imagine they will try to ambush us, young Flame Nong said. Oh. 18 savage, fearsome-looking Xianxia manticore golems were looking at their leader, a black, armored, muscular man. The black-armored man growled. That person who broke the formation just now, he is most likely a Fiendgod. He was able to make his hands so large, and his fingers transform into giant serpents. Only true Fiendgods are capable of such a thing. From the techniques he displayed, I can tell that he is more powerful than me. Commander, what should we do? They are starting to bind the Witch River Palace. The Xianxia golems were all panicking. I estimate he will need 2 hours to completely bind the Witch River Palace, the black-armored man said in a low voice. We need to come up with a method, and we need to succeed in one try. We need to kill the humans that Fiendgod is protecting. From the conversation between those humans when they first arrived, that human should have already bound the other 4 palaces. This is the last one. Prepare to obey my orders. The black-armored man's cold, dark eyes flashed with a freezing light. Oh! A group of Zifu disciples were scattered in the surrounding area. Jining, Nine Lotus, Adept Vast River, Shuehongyi, and the others were all waiting vigilantly, worried that the golem might suddenly attack. Young Flame Nong, seated high above at the front of the hall and binding that bronze lamp, seeing how nervous everyone in the hall was, couldn't help but frown. He barked, "No need to be so nervous. It's just a few golems. If one comes, Uncle Fong will capture one. They will definitely lose." Ji Ning and the others, including Shuehongyi, silently tightened their lips. Yes, Shangliu Fong could defeat all comers. But the most powerful of those golems had the combat strength of an ordinary loose immortal. If golems of such power were to suddenly attack and catch this group off guard, some of them might die. They were not protected by Shangliu Fong after all. Attend me. Young Flame Nong, seeing how Ning and the others remained vigilant, couldn't help but frown and bark. Prepare a celebratory banquet. Very soon, the 2 Zifu disciple maidservants who personally served young Flame Nong had prepared a banquet of fine wine. Actually, during the 2-day journey on the warship from Serpent Wing Lake of Swallow Mountain to the Immortal Estate, they had often drank and enjoyed themselves, and so the fine wine had been prepared long ago. Very soon, the table became filled with wine, spirit fruit, and delicacies. Young Flame Nong sat down in the lotus position, laughing loudly as he scooped up a goblet of wine. He only needed to use up a small amount of his attention on binding the bronze lamp. Everyone, no need to worry. The outer perimeter will be handled by my Zifu Deathsworn. Even if golems attack, they'll be the first ones engaged, giving you enough time to react and fight back. Sit, all of you, young Flame Nong called out. Seeing Ning and the others continue to hesitate, he couldn't help but snap. I told you all to sit. Ning and the others exchanged a glance. They had no choice but to sit down. That's more like it. Young Flame Nong laughed. You've all accompanied me into this Witch River Immortal Estate and engaged repeated dangers with me. You've rendered quite a few merits. However, this is the final moment. After I bind this bronze lamp, the task shall be complete. Although a few golems continue to resist, they aren't much to be worried about. Come, let us toast each other for the treasures we have gained, and for my successful binding of the Witch River Immortal Estate. After speaking, young Flame Nong lifted up his bronze wineglass, etched with a tattoo of flames. Let us down this cup together, Shuehongyi hurriedly called out. He wanted to flatter young Flame Nong as best as he could, because in his heart, he was still thinking about later leaving the Witch River Immortal Estate, then fleeing alive with the immortal-ranked magic item in tow. My fellow disciples, we must be vigilant against the outsiders. Let's not drink this wine, Adept Vast River sent mentally. We were useful to him earlier, but now we are useless. Who knows what sort of tricks he might play? North Sun sent as well. But Nine Lotus said, I imagine he wouldn't dare to be so heartless and crazed. While sending mental messages amongst themselves, they all lifted up their cups and drank from it. Gulp! The wine entered Ji Ning's mouth. Then a surge of elemental ki surrounded the liquid. The liquid was completely vaporized by a streak of fire. Only then did Ning put down his wine cup. Chun and Ji, the 2 of you, perform a dance and help us enjoy ourselves. Young Flame Nong was in an extremely fine mood as he gave the orders. Instantly, two of the female Zifu disciples behind him moved. Previously, their robes were in the shape of maid robes, but the robes now changed. Their sleeves fluttered as the two of them laughed, unveiling their astonishing charisma as the two of them began to dance gracefully in the center of the palace hall. Strum. Clink. Three other nearby Zifu disciples who were musicians moved to those ancient musical instruments in the hall. Then, in a very practiced manner, began to drum and strum. Although countless years had passed, the instruments were completely undamaged, as they were all magical treasures. One melody rang out after another, while the beautiful courtesans danced. Young Flame Nong was absolutely delighted with himself as he watched and drank, and Ning and the others all accompanied him. His spirits having grown increasingly high as he drank, young Flame Nong suddenly glanced sideways at the truly peerless, fairy-like beauty, Yu Wei. In terms of appearance and aura, even he, young Flame Nong, who had seen reincarnated fairy-like maidens in the capital of the Xianxia dynasty, felt her to be astonishing. His throat went a little dry, and his heart began to grow heated. The desire he had held down this entire time was beginning to rise. Still, he knew quite well that this rainbow flame fairy would probably be hard to convince. Thus, he then looked towards Nine Lotus, then laughed. "Little sister Nine Lotus, now that I have completed my task, we need to have a good celebration. Little sister Nine Lotus, why don't you perform a dance to us and help us celebrate?" "Eh?" Ning frowned, his face growing somewhat unsightly. "Little sister Nine Lotus?" This was not a form of address for young Flame Nong to use, and he wanted Nine Lotus to dance? How could Ning not feel angry? This young Flame Nong is going too far. Little Qing sent through the spirit link. "Master, this young Flame Nong holds you in no regard at all. He knows that you are Nine Lotus are Dao companions, but he still acts in such a way." Indeed, all of the others present in the hall were stunned. Nine Lotus was astonished as well. She first gave Ning a glance, then said hurriedly, "Young Master Young Flame, I have no talent in dance. Compared with the beautiful courtesans you have by your side, I am far inferior. I'd rather not go up and embarrass myself." "How can they compare with you, little sister Nine Lotus?" Young Flame Nong laughed. "What? Aren't you even going to give me, young Flame Nong, even this tiny bit of face?" Nine Lotus hesitated a moment, then put a smile on her face. "Then I'll go up and dance to a song." At the same time, she gave Ning a glance. Ning just sat there, an ugly look on his face. It was just a dance. With so many fellow disciples present, it wasn't appropriate for Ning to grow angry. "Ning, son, be careful," the Whitewater Hound sent spiritually. "Inviting her to dance as part of the victory celebrations is a small matter. Young Flame Nong clearly knows that you and Nine Lotus are Dao companions, but when he asked her to dance, he didn't even look at you or say a single word to you. Clearly, he holds you in no regard at all. Given that, you need to be careful." Ning immediately came to his senses. "Don't worry, Uncle White. I understand." Ning sent back, and then turned to look at Nine Lotus, who was dancing in the middle of the hall, in tune with the melodies. As Ning watched, he suddenly realized that Nine Lotus was actually a very skilled dancer. Truth be told, Ning knew far too little about the Dongyan clan and the other major clans. The people which future clan leaders like Nine Lotus interacted with were generally some of the more formidable figures of the entire Xianxia dynasty, and thus she would learn a bit of this and a bit of that so as to ensure that her performance in any event was perfect. "Good, good, good." Young Flame Nong laughed as he drank his wine, occasionally clapping his hands in praise. Nine Lotus was like a blooming lotus flower, swirling about throughout the hall. But as she moved closer to young Flame Nong suddenly swung his arm out. A long, black whip actually swept out, coiling around Nine Lotus' arm, then tugging at her. Nine Lotus, caught completely off guard, couldn't help but be pulled even closer to young Flame Nong. Still, Nine Lotus was a Wanxiang adept. By activating her elemental key, she managed to stabilize herself as she was pulled closer to young Flame Nong. However, young Flame Nong intimately grabbed her by the arm. He had originally actually been planning on taking her by the waist. Laughing, he pulled at Nine Lotus' arm, wanting to pull her in while saying, "Little sister Nine Lotus, come, let's drink a cup of wine together." This scene shocked everyone present in the hall. "What? Mu North Sun, Yu Wei?" And the others were all shocked. As for Shui Hongyi, he just gave Ning a sideways glance, revealing a cold smile as he took a sip of wine. Ning felt as though his head had gone blank. Earlier, Nine Lotus Dance could have been said to be a performance for everyone, but now, bang! Ning suddenly rose to his feet, smashing his hand hard against the table. This table was technically a mortal-ranked magic treasure, but it was only used for holding wine and food. It wasn't meant for combat. In addition, Ning was currently gripped by rage, and even his eyes had begun to turn bloodshot. This slap towards the table was actually even more powerful than the palm blows he would deliver in a life-or-death battle. The energy wave alone from this palm blow smashed all of the plates into tiny pieces, and the fine wine and meat were utterly transformed into dust. Boom! The entire table actually was split apart. Large amounts of shards went flying everywhere, and some of them actually sliced across the body of a nearby Zifu disciple, causing blood to instantly fly everywhere. Young Flame Nong immediately gave him a cold look. "What? I can't even share a drink of wine with little sister Nine Lotus?" As he finished speaking, a hint of anger appeared on Young Flame Nong's face. Young Flame Nong's anger would have instantly reduced most people to a quivering pile of fear. But Ning's eyes only reddened further. Ignoring all else, he barked out, "Young Flame Nong! Ji Ning!" Nine Lotus realized that Young Flame Nong's eyes had a hint of a murderous intent in them, and she immediately barked out towards Ning. Ning looked at Nine Lotus, then said coldly, "Nine Lotus, there's no need for you to pay any heed to this young master of the Young Flame clan. He's not even the God-plume Duke yet. When we first followed him into the Immortal estate, he was so mild and humble. But not that we are useless to him, this is how he acts. You are courting death." Young Flame Nong's anger was beginning to build. Previously, Ning was a useful assistant, but he was now useless. Geniuses like him, they weren't much in the eyes of him, Young Flame Nong. Ning said angrily, "Do you remember our original agreement? You made us promises in the name of your Young Flame clan. What, now that you have the Immortal estate, you are planning to act against us? Are you feeling greedy for the treasures we acquired in the Immortal estate? You endured it then, but are now planning to act against us. Be silent." Nine Lotus cried out. "Nine Lotus!" Ning was utterly infuriated. "Sit down!" Nine Lotus shouted at him, while also sending him a frantic mental message. "Ji Ning, you are too rash. Think about Young Flame Nong's status. He's normally in the imperial capital, and when together with the imperial princes and various young dukelings, they often act in dissolute, wanton ways. I just have to deal with it and drink a few cups of wine with him, and this matter will be at an end. If you let anger cloud your mind, then it will be trouble." Ning sent back, "Some things I can endure, but others I cannot." Nine Lotus, are you trying to get yourself killed? You want to fight him? Nine Lotus sent furiously, "Don't be so immature." Ning was stunned. Immature? Young Flame Nong was naturally watching the mental argument between Nine Lotus and Ning. It seems as though this young and famous Ji Ning doesn't live up to his reputation. Young Flame Nong sent mentally to the Fiendgod by his side, Shangliu Fong. A scene like this has already angered him to the point of insanity. To deal with him would be simplicity itself. For now, however, there's no rush to deal with him. If I kill him within the Immortal estate, once the news of it is spread out by the Dongyan clan, the other large tribes will all think of me, Young Flame Nong, as a narrow-minded man. Right? Shangliu Fong concurred. Nine Lotus' words had truly enraged Ning now. Who was Nine Lotus? She was the next leader of the Dongyan clan. There was absolutely no need for her to compromise in such a manner. Since there was no need, why did she do so? Young Master Young Flame, Ji Ning is still young. Please pardon him. Nine Lotus smiled towards Young Flame Nong. Young Flame Nong didn't continue with his earlier actions. He could tell that if he went just a bit farther, this Ji Ning probably would actually start to a fight to the death against him. He dared to kill Ji Ning, but Nine Lotus? Nine Lotus was the next leader of the Dongyan clan. If he killed her, he would be in serious trouble. Nine Lotus quickly returned to Ning's side and sat down. Ning remained seated in the lotus position on his chair. Zifu disciple servants removed the shattered magic treasure table in front of him, replacing it with a new one. Ji Ning. As soon as Nine Lotus returned to her seat, she immediately spoke mentally to Ning. Calm down. Oh, so you know I'm pissed? Ning looked towards Enina Lotus. This really was nothing. This was a small matter. If in the future you were to see how the young masters of the major clans act when they are together, you'll understand that this sort of minor flirtation, it really means nothing. Generally speaking, everyone has a bottom line that they won't cross. To engage in a little playing around is nothing. Nine Lotus sent. You've seen too little, which is why you were so easily enraged. Look over there. After drinking a cup of wine, young Flame Nong is no longer harping on this matter. I've seen too little? Ning sent back with a shout. Bottom line? Nine Lotus, you are my Tao companion. This so-called a little playing around of yours, being embraced by others' men, being teased by them, drinking with them, these signs have already gone beyond my bottom line. Do you understand? You? How can you act this way? Nine Lotus was furious as well. That's the way I am. Can it be that you didn't know? Ning stared at her. Nine Lotus and Ning's gazes intersected. She could sense the determination and resolve from Ning's eyes. Fine. I won't be act like this in the future. Nine Lotus lowered her head. Ning lowered his head as well, beginning to drink. Although Nine Lotus had bowed her head to him, Ning still felt as though there were thorns stuck in his heart. Just now, he truly hoped that Nine Lotus would directly refuse young Flame Nong. Even if she didn't throw the cup of wine into young Flame Nong's face, she had to at least turn and immediately leave. In this recent period of time, the two had already argued twice due to differences in the way they behaved towards others. This time, their fight was due to the fact that they handled matters and conducted themselves in completely different ways. Heh. Young Flame Nong, seated at the front of the hall, was able to tell that there was some unhappiness between Ji Ning and Nine Lotus. He actually laughed. And then his gaze fell towards the nearby rainbow flame fairy, Yue. The flames in his heart blazed even hotter. The desire he felt towards Yue was far stronger than the desire he felt towards Nine Lotus. Quite a few thoughts were going through young Flame Nong's mind. At the same time, the other members of the Black-White College began to console Ji Ning. Junior apprentice brother, endure it. Adept Vast River sent to Ning. After we leave the Witch River Immortal Estate, you won't have to stay here and swallow young Flame Nong's attitude. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. Yue sent, worried. We aren't able to beat young Flame Nong right now. However, truly powerful immortal cultivators rely on themselves. No matter how impressive he might be, in the future young Flame Nong will only be the God Plume Duke, whereas the real powers behind the Young Flame clan are those old fellows who have lived for countless years. When you train to the celestial immortal level in the future, the Young Flame clan will treat you with courtesy, not daring to slacken off in the slightest. What would a God Plume Duke be to you? He's nothing more than a titular leader. Ning gave Yue a look. He had met with the Lord of Chui Manor and Granny Meng, and had watched as a great power had assaulted the 6 paths of reincarnation. His master, Taoist Three Lives, was one of the most incredible figures of the 3 realms. It really was as she had said. Personal strength was the truest foundation to power. If Ning were to also become a major power of the 3 realms, what would a mere Young Flame clan, one of the clans subordinate to the Xianxia dynasty's major world, be to him? There were 3,000 major worlds. As long as he was able to reach the celestial immortal level, the Young Flame clan would be respectful to him. After all, it was rare for there to be even a single celestial immortal for every 10,000 loose immortals. Celestial immortals were true immortals, who had escaped the binds of the 3 realms and lived carefree lives. Senior apprentice brother, North Sun sent to him. If you aren't happy with senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus, then as I see it, you should just break up. I'm just saying it's up to you and how you really feel. You need to ask yourself if you truly want for Senior Apprentice Sister Nine Lotus to be your Dao companion. Ning gave North Sun a glance. Junior Apprentice Brother. No need to say anything further. In his heart, Ning truly did like Nine Lotus. In his past life and in this life, Ning had never been in a romantic relationship. He couldn't quite explain how he felt towards her, but he truly did feel a hazy liking for her. However, these recent arguments had caused Ning to truly feel upset. Glug glug glug. Ning held his cup, constantly drinking wine. Although he downed one cup after another, all of the wine continued to be burnt away by flames after it entered his body. Oh! Nine Lotus sat there in the lotus position, staring at the constantly drinking Ning. It seems Ji Ning is really angry. Nine Lotus felt frustrated as well. How can Ji Ning act like this? I lowered my head to him, and this wasn't even a big deal to begin with. This sort of thing is too common. I just had to deal with it in a casual, superficial manner. Why does he have to be so angry about it? If he gets angry at this and angry at that. In the future, after I become the leader of the Dongyan clan, am I supposed to follow his every wish and desire? I'll let him calm down and sober up first. He should understand later. One had been held up high since childhood, and had been chosen to be the next leader of a major clan. The other came from a world of peace in his past life, and was a genius who had been born into a backwater clan in this life. The two of them attracted each other. When they had been in the secluded peach garden utopia of Serpent Wing Lake, there had been no problems, but once they truly began to face worldly affairs together, their disagreements had begun to constantly worsen. Oh! Ning and Nine Lotus were both feeling rather frustrated in their hearts. Suddenly, boom, 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 boom. A figure carrying a terrifying, tremendous force came charging in. Those Zifu Deathsworn that had been stationed in the outer perimeter instantly blew apart, their bodies being knocked flying and blood spraying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was transformed into an Azura's hell, the floor stained with blood and chunks of meat. The golem, young Flame Nong, seated at the front of the hall, was greatly surprised, but then he immediately grew excited and eager. One golem after another charged in. As for Ji Ning and the others, as they had been assigned to sit down at various locations in the table, they weren't able to assemble into formation. That dogs hit young Flame Nong. He said that those Zifu Deathsworn would be able to hold on for a few moments, but in reality, they weren't able to do so at all. Ning's Dark North swords appeared in his hands as he hurriedly blocked the Xianxia Manticore golem which was pouncing towards him. Boom! Ning's sword light flashed out, crashing against the body of the Xianxia golem and sending it flying away. Junior Apprentice Brother Ji Ning, protect Junior Apprentice Brother Mu North Sun. Adept Vast River Scent. I know, don't worry, Ning said hurriedly. This hall was simply too large. Ning's group had been divided into two rows that sat on each end of the table. Nine Lotus, Vast River, and Yue were on the side opposite to Ning, and were quite far from each other as well. As for Ning, North Sun, and Xuehongyi, they were on the same side. Right now, 6 Xianxia golems were throwing themselves against Ning and the rest of the 6 Wanxiang adepts. Even more of the golems were charging towards young Flame Nong. It was very easy for Ning to handle a single Xianxia golem, but clearly it was a bit difficult for North Sun. North Sun was more talented in controlling golems, not at close combat. Swoosh! A pair of black wings appeared on Ning's back, and the wings fluttered as he began to execute the Windwing evasion, howling through the air as he moved next to North Sun. His sword light flashed out, striking against a primal-level Xianxia golem and sending it flying. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother. North Sun was covered with cold sweat, and he hurriedly controlled a giant silver serpent construct, sending it into battle. It's nothing, Ning laughed, twin swords in hands, and then lotus petals began to bloom around him, easily blocking those 2 Xianxia golems. Oh! Ning and the others, including Xuehongyi, were each dealing with a single Xianxia golem. In truth, these 6 golems weren't meant to kill them. They were assigned to keep them tied down. The other 12 Xianxia golems and their black-armored leader simultaneously charged towards young Flame Nong. Ha ha ha! Young Flame Nong laughed loudly. Capture them. Shang Liufang's twin hands struck out, and those massive hands seemed to cover the skies as they did so. His fingers transformed into massive serpents, which seemed to coil about as they moved to wrap around the Xianxia golems. In fact, some of them managed to snare 2 Xianxia golems each. All 12 of them were actually seized by his giant hands. But the black-armored man pulled out a long sword from within his leg with his right arm, hacking it directly against Shang Liufang's hands. Boom! The surrounding area was filled with a deafening explosion. Actually, it was quite taxing for Shang Liufang to rely on nothing but a pair of hands to capture those 12 Xianxia golems. The power of this sword attack was even more tremendous. His hands trembled and were knocked aside, allowing the Xianxia golems to all escape their captor. Eh? Shang Liufang was shocked. This sword of yours. Chop! The black-armored man transformed into a streak of light, charging forwards and slamming the sword down towards Shang Liufang once more. Right at this moment, the other 12 Xianxia golems howled through the air, flying towards young Flame Nong. Young Flame Nong frowned, and instantly that enormous red-scale salamander appeared around him. At the same time, a leaf-like Dao seal appeared in his hand. They are rather irritating. Young Flame Nong muttered softly, but he felt completely confident. He had Uncle Fong, the red-scale salamander, and a protective treasure. He was definitely going to win. Growl! The red-scale salamander howled with rage as it fought against the Xianxia golems. But suddenly, a Xianxia golem reached out to snatch the nearby bronze lamp, then began to run away with it. The bronze lamp! Young Flame Nong was shocked. Now he understood. These golems weren't meant to kill him. They knew that they weren't strong enough to do that. Thus, their real target was the bronze lamp. To bind a treasure, one had to be right next to it and slowly use one's elemental key to bind it. If one was a bit too far away, or if someone else took possession of it, then there would be no way for one to fill it with elemental key. Naturally, then, there would be no way to bind it. This would result in it taking forever for him to control the immortal estate. Given how well these golems knew the Witch River Palace, they could simply play hide-and-seek with him within it. The golems could delay for thousands of years. But he could not. Quick! Seize the bronze lamp. Young Flame Nong howled furiously. Shang Liufang immediately let out an astonishing howl as well. His right arm suddenly split apart and flew out from his body. His severed right arm blasted out with a sky-filling black-colored divine power, which rippled forth, then transformed the right arm into a new Shang Liufang. As for the original Shang Liufang, he grew out a new arm. In the blink of an eye, 2 Shang Liufangs had appeared within the main hall. However, by the time the splitting process had completed, that Xianxia golem had already charged out of the main hall. After all, primal-level Xianxia golems were indeed as fast as lightning. 1 Shang Liufang remained in combat against the black-armored man. The other, however, went chasing after the Xianxia golem that had fled with the bronze lamp. With a swoosh, he charged into the corridor, continuing his pursuit. 2 Shang Liufangs? A clone. Ning and the others were all shocked. The bronze lamp, the bronze lamp. Damn them, damn them. Young Flame Nong bellowed with rage. But right at this moment, at a distant corridor within the hall, Shang Liufang suddenly reappeared, bronze lamp in one hand, sack in the other. Ha ha! Young Flame Nong instantly laughed. As for the black-armored man, he immediately felt disappointed. He knew that the difference in power between himself and these invading humans was simply too great. Thus, he had hoped to catch them off guard and seize the bronze lamp. Unfortunately, this Fiendgod was truly too powerful. The Fiendgod was able to tie him down with one body, then use another one to chase after the Xianxia golem and bring the bronze lamp back. The overall situation has been cast in stone. Young Flame Nong immediately felt completely relaxed, watching the battle going on in the rest of the hall with leisure. But as he did so, his face suddenly changed. He was looking at Ning and North Sun, located far away from him. Ning was wielding 2 Dark North swords, and on his back was a pair of black wings. he was effortlessly blocking two Xianxia golems. Wings! Young Flame Nong carefully watched the way in which Ning moved. At the same time, he sent mentally to Shangliu Fong. Uncle Fong. Look at Ji Ning. Shangliu Fong's two bodies had merged into one again. Fighting at full power once more, Shangliu Fong stuffed the black-armored man into his sack. Upon hearing young Flame Nong's words, he immediately turned to look. Upon doing so, his face changed as well. Uncle Fong, that's the Windwing evasion. I'm not mistaken, am I? Young Flame Nong asked. Windwing evasion. Young Flame Nong himself had never trained in it, but he had watched his clansmen train in it repeatedly. Because of how often he had seen it, and because he had personally read the contents of the Windwing evasion manual, he could see traces of it in the way Ning moved. Right? That's the Windwing evasion. I've trained in it before. Although Ji Ning is using wings to mask it, he is definitely using the Windwing evasion. Shangliu Fong sent mentally. In the past, the descendants of the Wuxia clan also used wings to hide it. Ji Ning is using the same old trick. Although this is a rather clumsy method, unless one has an extremely deep understanding of the Windwing evasion, there's no way one would be able to tell. Young Flame Nong sent mentally, Uncle Fong. How could Ji Ning know the Windwing evasion? It should be one of the surviving spawns of the Wuxia clan. Shangliu Fong sent back. Surviving spawns of the Wuxia clan? Young Flame Nong began to feel a killing intent in his heart. Not a single member of the Wuxia clan is to be spared, and those members of the Wuxia clan who have trained in the Windwing evasion are all the more deserving of death. The Windwing evasion, only my Young Flame clan can have it. It cannot be learned by others. The secret arts and divine abilities which were unique to a certain major clan were absolutely forbidden to be taught to others. Any outsiders who learned these techniques would suffer pursuit and assault. Uncle Fong, let's deal with these golems first. Young Flame Nong had no desire to play around anymore at all. For the first time, he truly had the desire to kill Ji Ning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shangliu Fong's two large hands swished through the air, snatching away at the Xianxia golems with abandon while shouting, Everyone! Stop these Xianxia golems. Don't let them escape. If they escape, they'll cause problems in the future. While saying this, he continually captured Xianxia golems and stuffed them into his sack. Everyone did their best to stop the Xianxia golems from escaping, allowing Shangliu Fong to capture them, one by one. They really were suicidal. The black wings on Ning's back disappeared. He gave a glance to the blood-stained corpses on the ground. Although those Zifu disciples were all death-sworn and were able to assemble into formation, the difference between them and golems at the primal level of power was simply too vast. The first wave of assaults from the Xianxia manticore golems had caused virtually all of the Zifu disciples to be wiped out, leaving behind only 10 or so. How pitiable! They were Zifu disciples. But against these golems they were completely useless. And yet, Young Flame Nong insisted on having them watch the perimeter. Clearly, he didn't give a damn about them dying. Mu North Sun sent with a mental sigh. Young Flame Nong truly is cold-blooded. These Deathsworn had been voluntarily gifted by Northmont Een and some others. To Young Flame Nong, however, these Deathsworn had been raised by outside clans, and there was no way the Young Flame clan would truly trust them. There was no point to him bringing him back, and yet, he couldn't just return them back to Northmont Een. Thus, he might as well let them die. If some were lucky enough to survive, then that meant that they had been blessed with good fortune and might be worthy of bringing back to the clan and training. Oh! The few lucky Zifu disciple survivors hurriedly began to clean the hall, completely removing all of the corpses and bloodstains and restoring it to a pristine condition. Young Flame Nong reseated himself at the front of the hall. His gaze cold, he stared directly at Ning, then barked, Ji Ning! Everyone in the hall was stunned. North Sun, Yue, Nine Lotus, Adept Vast River, and Xuehongyi were all astonished. They could sense that there was a terrifying look in Young Flame Nong's eyes, and the cold, tyrannical way he had just shouted was something they could all sense. Not even earlier, when Ning had shattered the table, had Young Flame Nong been so formal and cold. Young Master Young Flame. Ning looked towards Young Flame Nong. What is it? Speak. Young Flame Gnome. This time it was Nine Lotus, seated on the other side, who grew angry. Ji Ning is my Dao companion. Earlier he offended you, but that was just a minor matter. For you to act this way, you are being a bit too narrow-minded. Although these young masters and princes of major clans often chatted and teased each other, there were some bottom lines that could not be crossed. Ji Ning was her Dao companion, after all, and he had also helped young Flame Gnome this time. It was one thing for the two of them to have had a bit of friction earlier, but for young Flame Gnome to act this way now was going too far. Nine Lotus, you'll understand after hearing what I say, young Flame Gnome said coldly. Then I shall listen attentively, Nine Lotus said with cold anger as well. Ji Ning, I ask you this. Young Flame Gnome looked at Ning. Just now, was the divine ability you displayed the Windwing Evasion? Ning was stunned. Windwing Evasion. How did young Flame Gnome know about the Windwing Evasion? Ning's mother's clan, the Yuchi clan, had been almost completely obliterated. Most likely, the only remaining member was Ning's uncle's daughter, and Ning didn't even know if she was still alive. Ning could be somewhat considered a descendant of the Yuchi clan, but the Yuchi clan was extremely secretive about the Windwing Evasion to begin with. No need to deny it. You used the Windwing Evasion, young Flame Gnome said with a cold laugh. Uncle Fong, display it for him. Whoosh. Xianxia Fong suddenly disappeared from young Flame Gnome's side. He seemed to have transformed into a giant rock, instantly appearing in the center of the main hall. Then, with another movement, he retreated and returned to young Flame Gnome's side. Ning, seeing this, felt his heart tremble. His other fellow disciples of the Black-White College couldn't tell, but he himself, as a practitioner of the Windwing Evasion, could. Xianxia Fong truly was using the Windwing Evasion. In addition, it was even more precise and profound than Ning's own usage. But this made sense. After all, Ning was only a Fiendgod body refiner. Compared to Xianxia Fong, a true Fiendgod, he was still far inferior. They are the culprits. They are the ones who annihilated my clan. A thought suddenly entered Ning's mind. Can it be that it was the Young Flame clan which annihilated my mother's Yuchi clan? Can it be that the grandparents and aunts and uncles who I never met were all slain by the Young Flame clan? Well, young Flame Gnome looked at Ning. Is it the same as yours? I do indeed train in the Windwing Evasion. Ning knew that there was no point in lying. Frowning, he said, but so what if it is? Nine Lotus, Yue, Adept Vast River, and North Sun all sued there, watching nervously but not rushing to speak. Young Flame Gnome laughed loudly. The Windwing Evasion technique was originally unique to the Yuchi clan of the East-Isle commandery of our Grand Xia dynasty. Ning, hearing this, felt his heart shake. The Yuchi clan had possessed this divine ability for a long, long time. However, they relied on using wing-type magic treasures to hide it. Our Young Flame clan, however, found out about it long ago. After preparing for an extremely long period of time, we annihilated the entire Yuchi clan in one blow. But were unable to find the original manual of the Windwing Evasion. Some of the powerful immortals of my Young Flame clan personally intervened and used a soul scour technique to collect enough memories from members of the Yuchi clan to completely rebuild the Windwing Evasion manual from scratch. Young Flame Gnome looked at Ning. Right now, the Windwing Evasion is unique to my Young Flame clan, and it is absolutely forbidden to teach it to others. For you to learn the Windwing Evasion without the permission of my Young Flame clan. This in and of itself merits the death penalty for you. What's more, I suspect that you are one of the surviving spawn of the Yuchi clan. Speak. Are you a surviving spawn of the Yuchi clan? Young Flame Gnome stared at Ning. Everyone else now completely understood. So this was what it was all about. Warfare between clans. There was no real right or wrong in interclan warfare. Since the Young Flame clan had annihilated the Yuchi clan, and the Yuchi clan's Windwing Evasion technique was now solely possessed by the Young Flame clan. From the Young Flame clan's standpoint, it was true that all descendants of the Yuchi clan had to be annihilated. After all, between the two clans, there was now a grudge that stemmed from clan genocide. Ji Ning. Nine Lotus sent to Ning, saying frantically, no matter what, don't admit that you are a descendant of the Yuchi clan. If you admit to it, Given that there is hatred that stems from clan genocide between you and the Young Flame clan, the Young Flame clan will definitely not permit you to remain alive. You only need to say that you acquired the original copy of the Windwing Evasion Manual through happenstance, and that without knowing the full backstory, you learned it. Thus, since you didn't know it was forbidden to learn it, you cannot be blamed. I will have my Dongyan clan engage in negotiation with the Young Flame clan on your behalf, and this matter will quickly come to an end. Ning looked towards Young Flame Nong and Shangliu Fang. His heart was filled with boundless rage. The immortals of the Young Flame clan had soul-scoured the souls of many Yuchi clansmen in order to remake a complete Windwing evasion. Upon being soul-scoured, one soul would generally be dispersed and destroyed. Damn. Ning truly wanted to take revenge for his mother's entire clan. Are you the surviving spawn of the Yuchi clan? Young Flame Nong stared at Ning, his murderous intent billowing to the heavens. Previously, during the banquet, he had just been flirting a bit with Nine Lotus. He hadn't truly felt any desire to kill Ning. After all, he had to protect the Young Flame clan's face and reputation. However, if Ning truly was a spawn of the Yuchi clan, then even the patriarchs of the Young Flame clan were present, they would still mercilessly kill Ning. In this moment, he was the representative of the entire Young Flame clan. I am not. Ning stared at Young Flame Nong and Shangliu Fang. He forcibly repressed his anger and said in a low voice, Young Flame Nong, if you want to kill me, there's no need for you to put on such a show to find an excuse. My senior apprentice brother has already spoken. There is no relationship between himself and the Yuchi clan, North Sun said angrily. Young Master Young Flame, we came here to help you. Is this how you are going to treat us? Young Master Young Flame, since my junior apprentice brother Ji Ning has said that he is not a descendant of the Yuchi clan, that means he is not. He most likely acquired this divine ability through a fortuitous encounter. He can negotiate with your Young Flame clan and offer some compensatory gifts, then swear an oath to the Tao of the Heavens that he absolutely will not pass this divine ability out to anyone else. Adept Vast River said. Yue Wei spoke out as well. Young Master Young Flame, for you to claim at a time like this that junior apprentice brother Ji Ning is a descendant of the Yuchi clan. Once word of this spreads, people will think that it is you, Young Flame Nong, who intentionally sought out an excuse to act against him. Young Flame Nong. Nine Lotus stared at Young Flame Nong as well. Filled with wrath, she said, Ji Ning is my Tao companion. Everyone was standing out, pressuring Young Flame Nong from all sides. But he only laughed. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Young Flame Nong said with a laugh. Since Ji Ning has accompanied me on this trip through the Immortal estate, I'll give him a chance to live. As he spoke out, he produced a set of black manacles, covered with ancient golden runes. He tossed the manacles directly towards Ning. Clank. They landed on the ground before him. These are godlock chains. Young Flame Nong looked towards Ning. Upon being manacled, you'll be like an ordinary mortal. Even Fiendgods, when locked by these chains, won't be able to resist. Put these chains on and wait for my orders. I can swear an oath as well. So long as you are not a spawn of the Yuchi clan, I absolutely will not kill you, nor harm your power. I will go out and engage in an investigation. If, however, I can verify that you are a spawn of the Yuchi clan, I will kill you. If you are not, I'll release you to your freedom. Ning furrowed his brows. Yue Wei spoke out in a high voice. Young Master Young Flame, think about how powerful your Young Flame clan is. Is it necessary for you to act in such a petty manner? You can let junior apprentice brother Ji Ning go free for now, then engage in your investigations. Upon verifying the results, you can act against him later. Can it be that, in the face of the power of your Young Flame clan, junior apprentice brother Ji Ning would be able to escape your reach? Ji Ning, do you agree or not? Young Flame Nong looked at Ning. I've given you your only way out. Ning stared at Young Flame Nong. You want me to chain myself and hand over my life to you? Do you think this is possible? Young Flame Nong's face instantly turned even colder and more sinister. No matter what, Ning would not voluntarily put the godlock chains around himself. But right at this moment, Young Master Young Flame, The nearby Xue Hongyi suddenly laughed coldly as he pointed at Ning. Don't listen to his lies. This Ji Ning's father was known as Ji Yichuan, while his mother was known as Yuqi Snow. You learned the Windwing evasion, and your mother was Yuqi Snow? Young Flame Nong instantly revealed a savage look on his face, and his voice became as cold as ice. So you truly are the spawn of the Yuqi clan. Die! Ji Ning shall die. Anyone who attempts to block the path of the Young Flame clan in doing so will be killed, without reservation. Everyone close to Ji Ning, such as Mu North Sun and Nine Lotus, all knew that Ning's mother was named Yuqi Snow. However, they all wanted to try and buy him some time. At the very least, they wanted to make sure that could leave this major world alive. Later on, the Dongyan clan and the Black-White College could use some methods at their disposal to ensure that Ning could be sent and escape to other lesser worlds, or perhaps even a different major world. Unfortunately, Xue Hongyi had thoroughly investigated Ning long ago, and had even purchased a set of intelligence reports regarding Ning from the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Naturally, he knew who Ning's parents were. Young Flame Nong. Nine Lotus was enraged. Hold! Yu Wei's forehead suddenly began to glow with white light. Her aura quickly became terrifying as she, too, roared with fury. Adept Vast River and Mu North Sun all called out in anger as well. Whoosh! Shangliu Fang only stretched out a single hand, which instantly expanded to a tremendous size. At the same time, his 5 fingers transformed into 5 giant serpents, each more than 300 meters long. They stretched out towards Nine Lotus, Yu Wei, North Sun, and Adept Vast River. Every single serpent emanated a terrifyingly powerful aura, causing the faces of Nine Lotus and the others to become unsightly. Nine Lotus, I won't kill you. Young Flame Nong pointed towards Nine Lotus. But those 3 fellow disciples of yours, Uncle Fong, if they dare interfere, just kill them. Although he felt lust towards Yu Wei, women, to Young Flame Nong, were nothing more than playthings. Playthings, in the end, were still playthings. They could be killed at a moment's notice. You! Young Flame Nong. Nine Lotus, North Sun, Yu Wei, and Adept Vast River all stared towards him with hatred. But they knew exactly how strong Shangliu Fang was. He was absolutely capable of crushing them. Although they had some protective items on them, those items would at most allow them to stay alive for a short period of time. To completely change the situation was impossible. Senior apprentice brother, senior apprentice sister, junior apprentice brother, Nine Lotus. Ning looked towards Young Flame Nong, seated at the front of the hall, then said calmly, "There's no need for you to intervene. This is a matter between myself and Young Flame Nong." Ji Ning. Nine Lotus called out frantically towards him. Ning looked towards Nine Lotus. "Don't worry. Young Flame Nong." Nine Lotus was absolutely livid. "You are provoking my Dongyan clan. If it was the forefather of the Dongyan clan who said these words to me, then I might truly be forced to reconsider. But you." Young Flame Nong laughed, then shook his head. Nine Lotus suddenly produced a black lotus petal in her hand. A petal with an aura that inspired terror. The black lotus petal quickly expanded, causing Shangliu Fang to call out icily, "Are you looking to die?" His giant python finger instantly smashed headlong against the black lotus flower, which trembled, then began to crack. This cracked black lotus flower continued to fly straight towards the giant serpent. Boom! The giant serpent quickly froze into a statue of ice, then shattered apart. In fact, Shangliu Fang's entire hand became frozen, all the way to his elbow, then began to splinter across. However, Shangliu Fang's arm then once more grew out. Whap! His fingers once more transformed into serpents, striking heavily against Nine Lotus and causing her to be knocked flying, vomiting blood from her mouth. Not bad. Unfortunately, you were only capable of injuring Uncle Fang. Young Flame Nong shook his head. Even I am unable to produce treasures capable of killing Uncle Fang. You! Shangliu Fang was of the ancient Fiendgod Hydriga race. His life force was incredibly powerful, and his combat ability was comparable to a peak loose immortal's. To kill Shangliu Fang? This was an incredibly hard task. Xuehongyi, I'll give you a chance to render merits for yourself. Young Flame Nong looked towards Xuehongyi. Go and kill Ji Ning. Me? Kill Ji Ning? Xuehongyi was stunned. Are you going to kill him or not? Young Flame Nong's eyes flashed with a cold light. Xuehongyi mentally cursed non-stop. He had been flattering young Flame Nong this entire time, and had even told him that Ning's mother was named Yuchi Snow. He had done all of this in the hopes of making young Flame Nong like him. But who would have imagined that young Flame Nong would be this vicious? Young Flame Nong had actually ordered him to go kill Ji Ning. He had no confidence in being able to do so at all. Kill, yes, kill. Xuehongyi nodded frantically, but in his heart, he thought to himself, I'm not going to be able to kill Ji Ning, but I should be able to stay alive at least. Ji Ning, prepare to die, Xuehongyi called out with anger, then instantly shot out a series of flying needles towards Ning. Young Flame Nong and Shangliu Fang stood there at the front of the hall, watching this happen. A look of anticipation was in young Flame Nong's eyes. Xuehongyi's strength should be a bit weaker than Ji Ning's. If Ji Ning really was to go all out against him, he should be able to kill Xuehongyi, and after Xuehongyi dies, his immortal-ranked magic treasure will be mine. Uncle Fang, after Xuehongyi dies, you attack and kill Ji Ning. Young Flame Nong sent. The immortal-ranked magic treasure will be mine then. Yes, young master, Shangliu Fang said. Upon hearing young Flame Nong say the words, Ji Ning shall die, and anyone who attempts to block the path of the Young Flame clan in doing so will be killed, Ning had already made up his mind to kill young Flame Nong. Shangliu Fang was far too powerful. Ning didn't feel any confidence in his ability to defeat him, but he had no choice now. Die! Xuehongyi charged forward. First you, then young Flame Nong. Ning wielded his Dark North swords in his hands. At this point, he couldn't be bothered to use wings to hide his technique. Whoosh! A series of flying needles filled the skies, shooting towards him. Kill! Ning let out an enraged bellow. In this moment, Ning's sword heart was more steadfast and firm than it had ever been before. He understood now. In this moment, he had embarked on a brand new path. If he didn't kill young Flame Nong, then due to being physically located within this immortal estate, he wouldn't be able to escape. He would die. But if he did kill young Flame Nong, someone who had the highest chances to become the next Godplume Duke, the Young Flame clan would definitely pursue him with full power. This was a clan that was even more terrifyingly powerful than the Northmont clan of Stillwater. Two roads lay ahead of him. One was the road to death. The other was the road of being pursued by the Young Flame clan. After having been pressured to this extent, Ning actually became incomparably resolved. Boom! His soul became completely pure and transparent in this moment, more than it ever had been before. Ning suddenly felt as though time itself slowed down, something that he had been strugglingly this entire time to reach, and yet had never been able to. Finally, he truly had reached it, and embarked on a new journey through his Grand Tao. This was the Grand Tao of the Sword, a vast, awe-inspiring Grand Tao. In this moment, Ning felt as though he had transformed into a sword that was swimming through the entirety of the Grand Tao. In this moment, Ning had completely reached the Grand Tao domain level. Generally speaking, immortal cultivators who trained in a Tao all had the chance to reach the Tao domain level, but that was generally only true for an ordinary Tao. The Tao of the Sword, however, was one of the Grand Taos. To reach the Grand Tao domain was far more difficult than even completely mastering an entire Tao path. Although Ning had reached the 5th stance of the 3-foot sword long ago, if he hadn't been placed under such enormous pressure this time, causing his heart to suddenly and completely comprehend and allow him to pass through the final barriers, it would have remained very difficult for him to reach this new level. Within his sea of consciousness, Ning's soul suddenly transformed into a sword, an incomparably dazzling sword. This was the Sword Soul, which only a sword immortal who had truly reached the Grand Tao domain level would possess. This was a fundamental change, an evolution of the soul. Whoosh! The sword suddenly transformed into Ji Ning's appearance, but the spirit Ning faintly emanated with the light of a sword. What is the purpose of a life lived? All I ask for is to be joyful. Kill, kill, kill. Exterminate all injustices. Exterminate all those who deserve killing. Only then will I be exultant. As loose immortals, there is no path to immortality. Thus, better to live passionately for a day than to live a century while stifled. My sword is the joyous sword, the sword of passion, the sword which exterminates all injustices. The name of this sword technique is the 3-foot sword. While battling against Xianxia, Ning suddenly began to laugh loudly, and with joy. Kill, kill, kill. Exterminate all injustices, and exterminate all those who need killing. Better to live passionately for a day than to live a century while stifled. As Ning laughed loudly, the Dark North swords in his hands suddenly became incomparably brilliant and incomparably awe-inspiring. Swish! An unfathomably terrifying sword aura instantly filled the entire hall. A dazzling streak of sword light lashed out, tearing through the flying needles as though they were made of rotting wood, then sliced across Xianxia's body. Xianxia's eyes were completely round. He had never imagined that he would end up like this. Filled to the brim with terror, even his soul began to crack and shatter under the terrifying sword aura filling the hall. And then his body fell into 2 parts on the ground. The 6th stance of the 3-foot sword, the Grand Dao Domain. The 3-foot sword, as the highest level sword art of the Black-White College, had 6 stances that were available to the public. The final 3 stances, however, were limited to direct, epical transmission for sword immortals. The first stance, Lustrous Swordheart. The second stance, Manifold Thistlethorns. The third stance, Sudden Swordlight. The fourth stance, Sun in the Sky. The fifth stance, Moonlight Hiding the Sword. The sixth stance, Grand Dao Domain. These sword stances weren't completely set in stone. For example, the first stance, Lustrous Swordheart, was different for each person, depending on how they comprehended it. The 3-foot sword primarily served as a guide. It guided sword immortals towards techniques that suited them best. Every single practitioner of the 3-foot sword was capable of executing the 3-foot sword in a way which suited them the most. In dire straits, Ning's heart had completely merged into the Grand Dao, allowing him to reach the Grand Dao domain level. The power of this 6th stance he had comprehended was truly incomparably frightening. Is this a Grand Dao domain? Young Flame Nong watched as a terrifying sword aura washed over the entire hall, causing even his own soul to shudder. Young Flame Nong's face completely changed from its previous, calm and smug look. He stared at Ji Ning, this young man from a backwater clan, who seemed to have gone berserk and who had just killed Xianxia with one blow. How old is he? He actually has already reached the Grand Dao domain level? And in the Dao of the sword, the most offensive of Daos. Young Flame Nong suddenly felt jealousy in his heart. Why couldn't he be this talented? Why did this sort of talent had to fall onto a rustic youth like this one? Grand Dao domain? This Dao of the sword. Yue, Adept Vast River, and 9 Lotus were in a state of shock. The sword aura that filled the hall, all of them could feel the resoluteness, the sharpness, the indomitableness emanating from it. The sword was a sharp weapon. The heart of a sword immortal, only one whose heart was truly as sharp, resolute, and indomitable as a sword would be capable of truly comprehending the exquisiteness of the Dao of the sword. When the sword emerged, there was no room for regret. When the sword emerged, it could not be blocked. This was what it meant to be a sword immortal. Kill! Ning wielded his twin swords in his hands. His body suddenly increased dramatically as he transformed into a 30-meter-tall giant as he simultaneously executed his divine ability. Star-seizing hand as well. In this moment, the sword light in Ning's hands had reached an awe-inspiringly powerful level. But Shangliu Fong just let out a furious growl, smashing out with his palm, which swept forward like a dark storm cloud as the giant serpents that were his fingers ravenously bit down. Boom! An explosive sound rang out. The flesh on Shangliu Fong's serpent hand split open, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere as divine power lashed everywhere. Ning was sent flying back as well, blood spewing out from his mouth. In this moment, Ning understood that although his power had increased dramatically, compared with Xiangliu Fang, who possessed the power of a peak loose immortal, the difference in power was simply too great. The opponent was able to defeat him with just one hand. Ji Ning, Senior Apprentice Brother, North Sun, Yue, and Nine Lotus all called out in alarm. While being knocked backwards, Ning's eyes became filled with madness. That black loop, which had been tucked into his bracer the entire time, suddenly appeared in his palm. This was the treasure which Taoist Three Lives had personally forged. Of Ning's two important life-saving treasures, it was the only one capable of an active attack. Ning had no other choices left to him. Go! Ning waved his hand, sending the black loop flying out. The black loop seemed quite ordinary, but as Xiangliu Fang struck out with his massive, dark, cloud-like hand, with those giant, serpentine fingers, the black loop actually passed straight through it. The giant Fiendgod's hand wasn't harmed at all. It was as though the black loop was composed of a different type of force, as though it was illusory. Passed straight through. What's this? Xiangliu Fang was completely flabbergasted. Kill him. Young Flame Nong's eyes were filled with a murderous intent as well. But then, he too stared in amazement at the black loop which had appeared. A seemingly ordinary black loop, but it caused both young Flame Nong and Xiangliu Fang to feel nervousness, because they had no idea what sort of a treasure it was. One of them was an ancient Fiendgod with vast experience. The other was all but guaranteed to be the next God-plume Duke, who similarly had seen many things. The two of them had seen countless treasures, but they had never seen a treasure like this before. In fact, they couldn't even tell what it was. This black loop easily passed through Xiangliu Fang's massive, Fiendgod hand, and didn't injure it in the slightest? Mu North Sun was completely awestruck as well. It was like an ordinary person being struck by a ghost. The ghost would pass straight through the person. When Xiangliu Fang and the sphere collided, the sphere shot straight through him. But Xiangliu Fang, as a Fiendgod, had an incredibly powerful level of divine power. If it had been a ghost or something like a ghost, it would have been shattered. What queer thing is this? Enina Lotus was amazed as well. She came from the Dongyan clan, but had never heard of such a treasure. Adept Vast River had long ago awakened fragments of his former memories, but he felt puzzled as well. Yue originally had a look of puzzlement, but then she revealed a look of astonishment. Can this be? How can it? Oh! The black loop flew into the air directly above young Flame Nong and Xiangliu Fang, and as it did, it suddenly emanated a soft, hazy glow, causing it to appear dreamlike and illusory. Shatter! Xiangliu Fang howled angrily. A long awl appeared in his hand, filled with a boundless, savage aura, and Xiangliu Fang stabbed the black loop viciously with his awl. Protect me. Young Flame Nong also felt that this black loop was extremely bizarre. He had already taken out that leaf-like Dao seal earlier, in order to protect against the black-armored golem's sudden ambush if necessary. He now shattered it right away. Instantly, a hazy golden aura covered him with a tight defensive aura. This would be able to withstand for a few moments against even a full-strength attack from a loose immortal. Whoosh! Xiangliu Fang's ferocious stab missed. It was as though the black loop didn't exist at all. Or perhaps it existed on a completely different plane. The black loop continued to emanate that hazy light. Suddenly, an invisible, devouring ripple swept out. This is... Young Flame Nong and Xiangliu Fang's faces both changed dramatically. They could both sense that invisible devouring force, and it was aimed directly at their souls. Ah! No! Young Flame Nong's face turned incomparably savage and terrified. He let out a hideous howl, and then his soul left his body. Twisting and distorting, it was forcibly drawn into that black loop. Young Flame Nong was a peak Wanxiang adept, and ever since he was young, he had access to an extremely high-level visualization technique. His soul was comparable to a primal Taoist by now, and so naturally it could almost take physical form. Ning and everyone else personally witnessed his twisting, distorting soul howl in anguish as it was drawn into the black loop. What sort of treasure is this? How can it absorb my soul? How can this be my end? How could I have died to this Ji Ning? Is my soul about to be destroyed? Ji Ning, spare me, spare me. Young Flame Nong's soul let out a soundless screech, continuing to twist and distort as it was drawn deeper and deeper within. Shangliu Fang was struggling in a berserk manner, and yet, his powerful Fiendgod soul was still being forcibly ripped out from his Fiendgod body. As a primal-level Fiendgod who was capable of creating a clone of himself, it was clear that his soul had long ago completely merged with his Fiendgod body, fusing into one. And yet, it was still being forcibly ripped out right now. It was an enormous soul, and it was letting out earth-shaking bellows that shook the entire hall. But it, too, was being drawn into the black loop. And so, just like that, Young Flame Nong and Shangliu Fang, despite their protective treasures or powerful divine bodies, had their souls forcibly devoured by this terrifying, bizarre treasure. Crack. The black loop let out a clear sound, like a piece of ice breaking. Instantly, it shattered apart, dissipating and melting in midair, leaving nothing behind at all. Even Young Flame Nong and Shangliu Fang's souls had completely vanished. Slump. Young Flame Nong's body remained standing there for a moment, eyes completely blank, and then his body slumped gently to the ground. The mighty Shangliu Fang remained standing for a moment as well, but then he too collapsed to the ground, no longer breathing. This ancient Fiendgod, who had been born in the Fiendgod era, then been enslaved by the Young Flame clan, finally died on this day. Young Flame Nong and Shangliu Fang just died. Like that? North Sun stared with huge eyes. He cleared his throat repeatedly, completely awestruck. Dead. This Adept Vast River was completely awestruck as well. Nine Lotus and Yue both looked at the two collapsed, lifeless figures as well. One master, the other a servant. They felt as though they were in a dream. Shangliu Fang had been so powerful. He was an ancient Fiendgod. As for Young Flame Nong, his background and status were both mighty as well. Earlier, when dealing with the monstrous Dao soldiers, he had taken out the likes of the Lock Scroll and the Polaris Starshifter treasure. They had watched him do this and had realized how truly extraordinary the next Godplume Duke truly was, and how many protective items he had. But the end result? They had both died. Ji Ning, who had been knocked flying backwards and had vomited out blood, revealed a look of astonishment as well. He had never imagined that the Black Loop would be this powerful. When he had originally selected the Black Loop, the giant yellow bear had said to him, "Ji Ning, to tell the truth, I originally didn't want to give you this treasure. However, after you grow more powerful, it will no longer be of much use to you, as by the time you become a primal, you'll be able to carry around this underwater estate with you." The Wanxiang Adept period. This is the period in an immortal cultivator's life when he is most susceptible to dying. This treasure was personally forged by my master. Although he did so casually, it is more than enough to keep you alive. You can consider it a second life. But it can only protect you once. A treasure personally forged by Taoist 3 lives. Even though he made it in a casual way, it was simplicity itself for it to devour the souls of a primal Fiendgod and a Wanxiang-level noble of a major clan. Ning couldn't help but sigh in astonishment to himself. He only knew that this black loop was meant for the sole purpose of drawing in and eradicating souls. But up till now, he had no idea how powerful it was. Oh! Ning was only amazed for a second. In the next instant, however, he understood that he had embarked on a path of no return. Actually, ever since Young Flame Nong had determined that Ning was a descendant of the Yuchi clan and moved to kill him, Ning had already embarked on a path of no return. Either he would be killed by Young Flame Nong, or he would kill Young Flame Nong. These were his only two options. But by killing Young Flame Nong, someone who was virtually guaranteed to be the next Godplume Duke, and whose background was incredibly astonishing, Young Flame Nong's status within his clan was similar to Ning's former status in the Ji clan of West Prefecture City. Ning had both the Lord Prefect and his own father supporting him. For it to be all but determined that young Flame Nong would be the next Godplume Duke meant that he definitely had an incredibly powerful figure supporting him as well. Young Flame Nong had died. If only for emotional reasons alone, that powerful figure would come to seek revenge. Aside from saving face for the Young Flame clan, revenge for young Flame Nong would also be an important reason. Ha ha ha. Ning actually began to laugh loudly. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a streak of earth fire, which burnt the corpse of Xue Hongyi to ash. He then collected the magic treasures which Xue Hongyi had left behind. Xue Hongyi had that immortal-ranked magic treasure. Naturally, since Ning was about to flee for his life, he would want to carry as many treasures with him as possible. Whoosh! With a single step, Ning moved to young Flame Nong and the Fiendgod Shangliu Fang's corpses. A streak of earth fire burned young Flame Nong's corpses to gray ash, but the earth fire was completely unable to damage Shangliu Fang's Fiendgod body at all. This caused Ning to frown. Come in here. He simply stored the entire Fiendgod body into his storage-type magic treasure. Then, with a wave of his hand, Ning collected the key to the Immortal estate. Ning quickly began to bind it. The key to the Immortal estate was merely a talisman. Binding it was quite simple. The nearby North Sun, Yue, Nine Lotus, and Adept Vast River just watched as Ning burned the corpses of Xue Hongyi and young Flame Nong, then took away all their magic treasures. All of them were still in a state of shock. Senior apprentice brother, you killed young Flame Nong? Northsun's mouth flapped open a few times. He was still speechless. More than 10 or so Zifu disciples were still alive. They all watched Ning intently, especially those 2 female Zifu-level maidservants who served young Flame Nong. Swish! Ning's gaze flickered past them. Suddenly, the air was filled with sword ki, which howled downwards, instantly killing all of the Deathsworn. If the Deathsworn remain alive, they would only reveal everything which happened here. Ning knew very well that these Deathsworn were completely loyal to young Flame Nong. They had watched everything happen. Once the Young Flame clan found these Deathsworn, everything would have been exposed. Ji Ning. Nine Lotus had a look of panic on her face. Tears actually began to appear. How could you have killed young Flame Nong? The Young Flame clan is definitely going to pursue and kill you. There's no way to stop the Young Flame clan. He was one of the 4 dukelings of the imperial capital of the Grand Xia dynasty. He was extremely famous. For the sake of their reputation alone, the Young Flame clan would spare no expense in pursuing and killing you. Ning looked towards Nine Lotus. I had no choice. I only had 2 options. To let him kill me or to kill him. Either he died or I died. What should I have done? Nine Lotus was so frantic, she began to cry. Previously, she had been trying her best to prevent hatred from developing between Ning and young Flame Nong. But in the end, the result was even worse than what she had feared. Young Flame Nong, the exalted heir presumptive to the position of Godplume Duke of the Young Flame clan, had died. No need to panic, Ning said with cold calmness. I killed young Flame Nong, but I trust that none of you will voluntarily report me. There's no way the Young Flame clan would be able to ascertain, within such a short period of time, who the killer was. They will need to spend time to investigate. I'll immediately send you all out of this Immortal estate. By then, you can return to your own homes, to the Dongyan clan and to the Black-White College of Stillwater City. Nothing which happened here had anything to do with you. I was the killer. The Young Flame clan won't act against the rest of you. But by the time they've fully investigated this matter, I'll have already arranged an escape plan and executed it. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, you are wrong. Yue was frantic and restless as well, and she said hurriedly, according to legends, some extremely powerful figures, such as celestial immortals, are completely capable of causing a temporal inversion, resulting in scenes from the past being replayed in the present. From this, they can discover right away that you were the culprit. Ning instantly felt his heart clench. Temporal inversion? Ning instantly realized that the situation was far more dire than he had thought. He had previously believed that after having killed young Flame Nong, he would have some time before the Young Flame clan discovered him. which would allow him to arrange for his clan, the G clan, to escape. But now it seemed time was far too tight. Everyone, we have no time. I'll send you all out now. Go to a safe location. Because of me, all of you have been implicated. In order to save time, Ning began to converse mentally with them. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, Yue sent hurriedly. You don't need to worry about our safety. The Xianxia dynasty has its rules, and the Young Flame clan cannot simply do what it wishes. As long as we return to the Black-White College, we will be fine. The Xianxia dynasty's laws state that violence is forbidden within its commandery cities. In addition, we weren't the ones to kill Young Flame Nong, and so the Young Flame clan would have no excuse to act against us. Right now, you need to worry about yourself. You have two main options right now. The first is to flee. Flee to a place where the Young Flame clan cannot reach you and take revenge, such as other lesser or major worlds. Another option would be to flee straight to the main headquarters of the Raindragon Guard. The Raindragon Guard remains the most powerful military force within the Xianxia dynasty. No matter how daring the Young Flame clan is, they wouldn't dare to act against you while you are with the Raindragon Guard. The second option is to go up against them head-on. Go straight to the imperial capital of the Xianxia dynasty. That's the capital city for the entirety of the Xianxia Empire, and the most supreme clans and schools of the entire Xianxia Empire reside there. You can first go to the local Raindragon Guard branch. That place will be absolutely safe. Afterwards, you can participate in the conclave of Immortal Destiny. Now that you have mastered a Grand Dao domain, you will definitely be able to perform with brilliant splendor at the conclave. Given your talent, there will be quite a few powers which will want to draw you into their fold. By then, you can join a power that is opposed to the Young Flame clan. The Young Flame clan is powerful, but if you look at the Xianxia dynasty as a whole, you'll still find a few organizations which are more powerful than them and which hold vast grudges against them. Some of the grudges can be described as mortal enmity, and there are more than a few. After all, in this vast world which the imperial clan of the Xianxia dynasty has unified, it is normal for the largest, most powerful clans, sects, and churches to have their disputes and grudges against each other. For example, the Kindwater clan is even more powerful than the Young Flame clan, and these two clans have felt mortal enmity towards each other ever since the Fiendgod era. After countless generations of struggle, both sides have even lost celestial immortals. One leader after another has been assassinated by the other side as well. Given that you've killed Young Flame Nong, powers like the Kindwater clan would definitely be willing to pull you into their fold. By relying on powerful clans such as them, you can continue to fight against the Young Flame clan. Two options, one to flee, the other to resist. These are the only two ideas I'm able to come up with in such a short period of time. Yue sent. Ning had previously been planning on fleeing. He hadn't expected that Yue would be able to provide yet another clear path for him. Right? The Young Flame clan ranked in the top 10 clans of the Xianxia dynasty. But that meant there were 9 other clans on par with them. The more powerful an organization was, the more fights it would get into over resources. This was extremely common. As for your clan, the G clan, Yue sent hurriedly. For now, you can have your clansmen lay low. You can also have some of the elites be sent to Stillwater City or the imperial capital of the Xianxia dynasty. Murder and fighting is forbidden in commandery cities. If anyone dares to act in such a way, they will definitely suffer reprisals from the Xianxia dynasty. Although the Young Flame clan might be able to arrange for some wanted criminals to go commit suicide attacks, how powerful could these wanted criminals possibly be? These wanted criminals are all completely lawless. The more powerful they are, the less willing they are to do anyone's bidding, especially those Fiendgods and loose immortals. It will be very hard for the Young Flame clan to invite those truly terrifying figures to intervene. The only option is for the Young Flame clan to send its own loose immortals out to annihilate your G clan, even if they escape blame by claiming that the loose immortal did it of his own free will. That loose immortal would definitely die. Yue continued, sending mentally. No matter what, so long as a tribe can save its elites, in the future, it will flourish again. You are the genius which the G clan has finally produced after countless years. You need to protect yourself. Thank you, senior apprentice sister. Ning had some plans of his own, but upon hearing Yu Wei's suggestions, he instantly felt as though a bigger picture had been revealed to him, giving him some new ideas as well. And Ning also had a feeling, as though Yu Wei seemed to have quite a clear understanding of the most powerful supreme forces of the entire Grand Xia dynasty. Ji Ning, Nine Lotus sent hurriedly, "Come with me. I'll take you to see the forefather and have him send you out from this major world of the Grand Xia dynasty. As for the Ji clan, I'll come up with a way to protect some of their elites. In the future, when you are more powerful and come back, we can have the Ji clan flourish again. Senior apprentice brother, are you preparing to flee? I'll go with you. My master is close to the end of her life. She's going to enter her final, closed-door meditation. She's already taught me everything she can. I have nothing holding me back. Going with you and fleeing together is bound to be an exciting life." North Sun sent. "Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, protect yourself. Only then will you have a chance to turn the tables in the future." Adept Vast River looked towards Ning. Ning laughed. Then suddenly Ning's gaze fell upon Nine Lotus. He sent mentally, "Nine Lotus." "Yes." Nine Lotus looked at Ning. "I killed young Flame Gnome. Regardless of whether I choose to flee to another world, or if I choose to join another supreme clan or alliance, I'll be unable to remain within Stillwater Commandery. I'll be a homeless wanderer. Would you be willing to go with me?" Ning looked towards Nine Lotus, eyes filled with hope. I. Nine Lotus hesitated. She could imagine the path which Ning would walk down in the future. It would be a path of incomparable danger. Should she accompany him on that wandering path? She felt an impulsive urge to agree, to wander to the edges of the world with Ning, to share life and death together. But then she thought of her clan. She was the next leader of the Dongyan clan. She couldn't possibly just go wandering off with Ning to the ends of the earth endlessly. No one could know how long the wandering would last. Nine Lotus. Ning could sense her hesitation. He couldn't help but feel a bit of pain in his heart. He knew that this request of his was a bit excessive. Only in this moment, after having embarked on this path, Ning truly wanted for someone to walk it with him. This arduous immortal path. If someone could share it with him and share its burdens with him, Ning truly hoped that someone would be Nine Lotus. "I'm sorry." Nine Lotus' eyes filled with tears as she looked at Ning. "Ji Ning, I suddenly understand now. I simply can't wander the world by your side. I can't share life and death with you." The forefathers' words were right. To be Dao companions. That means to be willing to die for someone. Dao companions? If immortals or Buddhas block your path, for the sake of bringing your Dao companion back, you would be willing to murder immortals or annihilate Buddhas. But I can't do it. I truly can't do it. I have my own path to follow and I don't want to give up my own path for you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tears were streaming down Nine Lotus' face. No need to say anything further. Ning's eyes were glimmering with unshed tears as well. It's my fault for being too greedy. I'm embarking on a path of certain danger, and I'll definitely be fighting against the Young Flame clan for countless years to come. I went too far in what I asked for. I shouldn't dare to drag you in and implicate you as well. From now on you are you. I am me. This immortal path. It's enough for me to walk it alone. Ning pointed into the distance. Whoosh! Instantly, a watery, rippling pattern appeared, followed by a tunnel. Outside the tunnel was the Skyrove Mountains of the Grand Xia dynasty's major world. Ning immediately said, "Senior apprentice sister Yu Wei, Senior apprentice brother Vast River, Junior apprentice brother North Sun, and Nine Lotus, you can leave. Senior apprentice brother, I told you that I'm going to go adventuring with you. I have nothing holding me back. What the hell do I have to be afraid of?" North Sun spoke with great urgency. "This is an extremely dangerous path I am embarking on. Junior apprentice brother North Sun, do you think I'm too weak for it?" North Sun ground his teeth. "Right, you are too weak. You can't help me. Instead, you'd slow me down." Ning gritted his own teeth as well as he responded. The nearby Yu Wei spoke out to urge North Sun. "Junior apprentice brother North Sun, don't be stubborn. This isn't the time to show your loyalty. Your strength truly is a bit too low. North Sun looked at Ning, his eyes turning slightly red. Senior apprentice brother, after my mother died, I no longer had any kinsmen left. After I joined the school, you became the closest person in my life. Long ago, I started to view you as I would an actual biological brother. It is true that I am a bit weak, and I know that you said those words because you don't want me to be pulled into this. I'm not going to say anything else for now except, when I go back, I'm going to train hard. And if you die, I'll definitely take revenge for you. Ning's eyes turned red. He hadn't imagined. He truly hadn't imagined that North Sun, in his heart, viewed Ning as he would a real brother. Ha ha ha! Don't worry, I won't die that easily. Tears in his eyes, Ning laughed loudly, then said, Stop dawdling. Hurry up and leave. Nine Lotus felt all the more agony in her heart at this moment. Even North Sun had been willing to throw everything away. But her? She truly wanted to do the same, to throw everything away, to discard her clan, to roam the world by Ning's side. But she continued to hesitate. She just couldn't throw it all away. I'm sorry. Tears fell down Nina Lotus' face. Stay alive. You have to stay alive. And then, she turned her head and flew through the corridor to the Sky Rove Mountains on the other side. North Sun, Yue, and Adept Vast River all understood. Dao companions? What were Dao companions? Only those who would never abandon each other, even at their most critical moments, could be considered Dao companions. Nina Lotus' departure, and the words she had just spoken. They caused the three to understand that in the future, most likely Ji Ning and Nine Lotus would truly embark on completely separate immortal paths. Be careful, North Sun said. Stay alive. Yue looked at Ning. You have to stay alive, Adept Vast River instructed as well. And then, the three flew through the corridor, arriving within the Sky Rove Mountains. The corridor then shut. Oh! The Sky Rove Mountains. They had returned to the world of the Grand Xia dynasty. Nine Lotus, Yue, North Sun, and Adept Vast River all turned their heads to stare at the corridor. Through it, they could vaguely make out that solitary, lonely figure within the main hall on the other side. From today on, Ning was going to have to fight by himself. Nine Lotus stared through the tunnel. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop her tears from continuing to fall. The choice she had made today was an incomparably agonizing choice for her. She wasn't able to abandon her tribe. She had her own dreams. She simply couldn't make herself discard everything for Ning's sake. Yue, North Sun, and Adept Vast River didn't say anything. This was because they, too, understood how rare it was for there to be a pair of Dao companions who would truly share life and death together, who would never leave each other, and whose lives would become as one. In fact, many so-called Dao companions would actually end up hating each other and becoming enemies. It wasn't uncommon for them to end up fighting over treasures and killing each other, to truly be together until death parted them. This was far too rare. Nine Lotus had too many other things she cared about. She couldn't throw them all away. Whoosh! The corridor swung shut, and they could no longer see to the other side. Let's go. North Sun gritted his teeth. Let's go. I'm going back to my clan. Nine Lotus returned by herself to the Dongyan clan, while North Sun, Adept Vast River, and Yue returned to the Black-White College. Oh! Within the palace. From today onwards, I shall traverse my immortal path alone. It's for the best, actually. By myself, I'll be much more carefree, Ning said with a laugh. Master, you still have us. Little Qing raised her serpentine head and called out to him. Ning looked towards the azure sky snake, then towards Uncle White, who had followed him silently this entire time. He felt a warm feeling in his heart. Right? I still have you too. Little Qing, Uncle White, let's go. Let's go and meet the monsters of this immortal estate. Within the immortal estate, the clan commanded by Immortal Witchsway, along with the many Sea-Wave Dao soldiers commanded by Immortal Dweha, continued to wait on the outside of the fifth palace. Although they were enraged and despairing, they still hoped hoped that a miracle might occur. Monster clans. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and along with it, waves of divine will rolled out, instantly encompassing all of the monstrous Tao soldiers. All of the monsters looked over. Even Immortal Wuxia and Immortal Dwaha were shocked. A few 100 kilometers away, there was a fur-clad youth, with a little azure serpent coiled around his arm and a large, snowy white dog by his side. In the air around them hovered ancient, plain, unadorned wooden sticks. It was the Fushi staff formation. Space within 100 kilometers of that human was completely locked, and there would be no way to teleport inside. Immortal Wuxia and Immortal Dwaha immediately recognized him. Amongst the group of humans, there was indeed a fur-clad human who had a giant snowy white dog. The key to the Immortal estate is now in my hands. Ning's voice rang out by the ears of every single monster. His divine sense had spread to 1,000 kilometers. Naturally, he was able to send his voice to each and every one of them. Open. Ning held the key to the Immortal estate in his hands. He sent his will forth, and next to him a corridor appeared. It was the corridor to the Sky Rove Mountains in the outside world. Actually, just now, Ning had already used the key to leave and go to the Sky Rove Mountains, then re-entered, having Little Qing lead him and Uncle White in a teleportation. Little Qing was actually far more powerful now than she had been in the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. For near-distance blinks, she could bring others along with her. The main thing was that Ning had yet to bind the various branches. If he emerged directly from within the Witch River Palace, he would have been surrounded by the monsters. The key to the Immortal estate. He is holding the key to the Immortal estate in his hands. That's the outside world. The smell of the outside world. Immortal Wuxia and Immortal Dwaha swept forward with their divine senses, and were even able to extend them into the corridor leading to the outside world. That's another world. Immortal Wuxia, Immortal Dwaha, and the many monsters all stared towards Ning with even more blazingly desirous gazes. Although they were suspicious as to why the other human was no longer holding the key, the truth remained that this man before them was holding it now. They couldn't be bothered to overanalyze it. They knew that the appearance of this youth represented a desire by this youth to negotiate with them. Immortal Wuxia and Immortal Dwaha were actually considering whether or not they should try to seize the key to the Immortal estate. However, their earlier, repeated failures caused them to no longer dare to act rashly. Don't try anything. I've already set up a formation around me, and the corridor is already open. I can leave at any time. In addition, even if you truly were to attack, you wouldn't be able to kill me, Ning said. He had that other protective magic treasure, and also the magic treasures which young Flame Nong had left behind. His words were completely true. Immortal Wuxia and Immortal Dwaha, as well as the other monsters, all calmed down. They no longer dared to make any more gambles. What do you want? Immortal Wuxia asked. I offended a powerful tribe, the Young Flame Clan, and the clan is going to come act against me. They might even act against my tribe. Ning's divine sense was sending a message to every single monster. My tribe is located in a commandery city of the Xianxia dynasty, the city of 10,000 swords. I wish for you, the monsters of this Immortal estate world, to go to the city of 10,000 swords and protect my tribe. Protect them for 1,000 years. After that period of time, I'll release you and give you your freedom. As for the key to the Immortal estate, I can just give it to you. The key to the Immortal estate wasn't of much use to Ning. There was no way he could carry the Witch River Immortal estate with him. What was he supposed to do with it? In addition, he had the underwater estate, an even finer estate left behind by Daoist Three Lives. As for the treasures within the Witch River Immortal estate, the Dao repository and the treasure vault had already been looted clean. Protect them for 1,000 years? Immortal Wuxia and Immortal Dwaha, along with the tens of thousands of monsters, were both amazed and delighted. Although 1,000 years was a fairly long period of time, monsters had extremely long lifespans to begin with. To simply protect a tribe for 1,000 years, they would then be able to go to the wider, vast world. They would even receive the key to the Immortal estate. They didn't even dare to imagine something like this previously. They had been preparing to be fleeced, and had even been willing to hand over part of their Dao armors as their offer for peace. But Ning had no desire for the Dao armors. Wearing the Dao armors, these monsters would be 10 times or even tens of times more powerful. That was what he wanted. Them to be powerful. Your tribe is located in the city of 10,000 swords of the Grand Xia dynasty? Based on what I know, the Grand Xia dynasty is extremely strict in its prohibition against battles within commandery cities. If anyone dares to fight within one, they will suffer pursuit and apprehension by the Grand Xia dynasty. This young flame clan that wishes to act against your tribe, they shouldn't dare to actually attack your city, should they? Immortal Dwaha asked. Although they had always been trapped within here, they had passed down records regarding the Grand Xia dynasty's world from generation to generation, and so they knew some of the most basic things. Correct, they won't dare to launch an actual attack. However, if they were to send some wanted criminals or some deathsworn to attack my tribe, Ning sent to them, these criminals and deathsworn would most likely be at the Wanxiang level or the primal Taoist level. Loose immortals? The chances of there being one of them should be very, very low. Celestial immortals? That's even less likely. To enter a commandery city of the Grand Xia dynasty and launch an attack was a challenge and affront to the entire dynasty. Anyone who did so would be killed without question. For the sake of young Flame Nong, who was already dead, would they really be willing to sacrifice a loose immortal, just for the sake of giving vent to their rage and killing a backwater tribe? The chances were quite low. As for sacrificing a celestial immortal, that was virtually impossible. It must be understood that every single celestial immortal was considered one of the true foundations for a clan. A single word from a celestial immortal could even cause the clan leader to be changed. If Ning were to become a celestial immortal, he would become one of the figures capable of influencing the entire Grand Xia dynasty. Even the entire Young Flame clan would treat him with courtesy. If it had been a celestial immortal who had killed Young Flame Nong, most likely the Young Flame clan would just go negotiate with him, rather than pursue and attack him. Thus, there was no way the Young Flame clan would be so stupid as to send a celestial immortal into a commandery city and begin a slaughter. We know a little bit about the Grand Xia Empire's world. It is already incredible for the supreme clans to have even just one or two celestial immortals. There is no way they would let them end up as wanted criminals. Immortal Dwaha and Wuxia exchanged a glance, then made up their minds. We have decided to agree to your request. For 1,000 years, we shall be stationed at that commandery city of the Grand Xia Empire, the city of 10,000 swords, and protect your clan. Given our power, even if supreme loose immortals come, we should be able to easily defeat them. However, if a celestial immortal comes, there is nothing we can do. If a celestial immortal attacks, I'll just accept it, Ning sent. Monsters, all of you need to now swear an oath to the Tao of the heavens. I shall do the same. Fine. That's how it should be done. The monsters were indeed afraid that Ning would later go back on his word. It was best if they all swore oaths to the Tao of the heavens. Soon, with Ning personally choosing the words to the oaths, both came to an agreement on what to say, then swore the oaths. Tens of thousands of monsters simultaneously swore an oath to the Tao of the heavens. Ripples of power from the Tao of the heavens descended upon them, and through his divine sense, Ning could clearly see every single monster making the oath. These 30,000 plus monsters were the elites of this entire immortal estate world. More than 99% of the dire monster immortal cultivators were present. Oaths to the Tao of the heavens were useless against mortals and useless against ordinary monsters. But upon monsters or humans embarking upon the immortal path, it would have tremendous effect. These monstrous Tao soldiers were all at the Zifu level at the very least. The 30,000 plus monsters, along with 2 loose immortals, all swore their oaths to the Tao of the heavens, and Ning, in turn, was no longer worried about them going back on their word. Naturally, he swore an oath as well. There is no time to waste, Ning sent mentally. That expert from the Young Flame clan might even be a celestial immortal, and he will soon reach the Witch River immortal estate. Once he comes, he might annihilate all of you. We need to immediately leave. What? Immortal Wuxia, Immortal Dwaha, and the others were all shocked. The 2 immortals were quite decisive. In the face of an opportunity that would change the destinies of all the monsters in the Immortal Estate world, they immediately ordered the necessary arrangements be made. Taoist Jinbao, Taoist Witch Axel, each of you go lead 1,000 Tao soldiers and gather all of our clansmen within the Immortal Estate world. Then lead them to the city of 10,000 swords. This is a map of the Stillwater Commandery of the Grand Xia Empire. There is a mark here for the city of 10,000 swords. Ning flew over as well. Given that they had all sworn oaths to the Tao of the heavens, they were naturally now in the same boat. We'll lead these soldiers to head there right away, Immortal Wuxia and Immortal Dwaha both said. Everyone, get in. The two immortals each produced a giant sack. Whoosh. Not a single one of the many monstrous Tao soldiers resisted. All of them allowed themselves to be drawn into the sacks, leaving behind just Immortal Jinbao, Immortal Witch Axel, and the 2,000 Tao soldiers under their command. Let's go. Whoosh. A corridor appeared, leading to the Skyrove Mountains. Ning, Immortal Wuxia, Immortal Dwaha, and Taoist Witch Axel all flew out. They appeared within the gorge in the Skyrove Mountains. Even the aura and the smell here was different compared to the Immortal Estate world. This was an aura of a vast, endless world, the smell of an entire major world. It's different. It really is different. This is the Grand Xia Dynasty's world. Immortal Wuxia, Immortal Dwaha, and the others were all stunned and excited. This is the key to the Immortal Estate. Ning handed the key directly to Taoist Witch Axel. I'm giving it to you now. Immediately lead the remaining monsters to quickly depart from the Immortal Estate world. If you delay, the situation might change. Right? Taoist Witch Axel accepted the key, then immediately generated a corridor, returning to the Immortal Estate and then shutting the corridor off. Let's go, Ning said. The city of 10,000 swords is 600,000 kilometers to the north. Let's go. Immortal Dwaha, that powerful old fellow, personally executed a teleportation, bringing Immortal Wuxia, Ning, Little Qing, and Uncle White with him in a long-distance teleport. Whoosh. Ning realized that the surrounding environment had changed. He took a careful look, then said, "We were slightly off. The city of 10,000 swords is roughly 26,000 kilometers to our southeast. Then I'll just teleport us again." The shorter the distance, the easier a teleportation was. Immortal Dwaha easily teleported them a short distance. In the middle of the air, surrounded by clouds, at a location just a few hundred kilometers outside the city of 10,000 swords, a spatial ripple appeared. Then from within it emerged Immortal Dwaha, Immortal Wuxia, and a fur-clad youth, a little azure serpent, and a large, snowy white hound. Here we are. Ning stared towards the distance. His fiend-god-like eyesight could easily see the distant commandery city, just a few hundred kilometers away. This caused Ning to let out a sigh of relief. Previously, when he had been chatting with the monsters in the Immortal Estate, he had done so through divine sense so as to save as much time as possible. He had been worried about taking too much time and unforeseen things happening. Ning pointed towards the distant commandery city. That city is the city of 10,000 swords, the city which the monster clans of the Immortal Estate must protect for 1,000 years. Within the city of 10,000 swords, inside a large, secluded palace. What? A tribe even more powerful than the Northmont clan of Stillwater. G9 Fire, G True Keep, and Granny Shadow were completely petrified. This is Immortal Dwaha, while this is Immortal Wuxia. Both are extremely powerful loose immortals. After describing the dangerous situation, Ji Ning moved to introduce the two by his side. Loose immortals? Nine Fire and the others felt dazed. Legendary, exalted loose immortals were before them, and two of them at that. They will command 30,000 monstrous Tao soldiers to protect our city of 10,000 swords, Ning said. They are all wearing Tao armors, and so with these two loose immortals in command of 30,000 monstrous Tao soldiers. Even if tens of loose immortals come, they should be able to withstand them. They will protect our city for 1,000 years. Unless a celestial immortal or someone with a celestial immortal's power attacks us, Our city should be completely safe. Nine Fire, True Keep, and Granny Shadow were cultivators after all. Despite still being stunned, they quickly regained their equilibrium. You three can decide what arrangements need to be made for the tribe, Ning said. You know more about these things than me anyhow. Don't worry, True Keep nodded. With such a powerful army of Dao soldiers stationed here, and with this being a commandery city of the Grand Xia Empire that is under special protection from the Rain Dragon Guard as well, anyone who dares attack will be pursued throughout the entire Grand Xia dynasty. No matter how powerful the Young Flame clan is, they wouldn't possibly be willing to have one of their legendary celestial immortals become a wanted criminal. Celestial immortals were figures of legends. It wasn't even known for certain whether or not the Northmont clan of Stillwater had a celestial immortal. As for the Black-White College, in its countless years of existence, it had produced countless loose immortals, but only a single celestial immortal. Little Ching, Uncle White, the two of you shall stay here for now. Here is a talisman. Ning handed a talisman to the human-shaped Uncle White. If you notice that the talisman has shattered, then teleport directly towards Serpent Wing Lake and reunite with me. If the talisman remains whole, then you are absolutely not permitted to come. Right? Little Ching and Uncle White both nodded. At a critical moment like this, they wouldn't let him down. Ning, son, be careful, Uncle White instructed. Ning nodded and smiled. I'll leave now. After this departure, I probably won't be able to return for a very long period of time. Ning looked towards Nine Fire, True Keep, and Granny Shadow. It was I who brought this calamity upon the tribe. In the future, I'll make up for it. Don't say such things. Nine Fire scolded in a low voice. Remember, you have to protect yourself. Only if you are alive shall our G-clan have a chance to flourish. For a tribe to produce a genius like Ning was completely a matter of luck. I'm leaving now. Ning immediately used a lesser teleportation Dao seal. Whoosh! He disappeared from within the hall. Oh! In the air above Bright Heart Island of Serpent Wing Lake. A ripple in the air could be seen, and then Ning emerged. Autumn Leaf. Upon landing, Ning immediately sent his voice out, calling towards Autumn Leaf. Soon, a light gray-robed Autumn Leaf emerged. She looked at Ning in surprise and delight. Young master, you can no longer stay on Bright Heart Island. Hurry up and have everyone on the island move away to the city of 10,000 swords. As for you, you need to leave immediately, Ning instructed. Autumn Leaf was stunned. What happened? Bright Heart Island had long ago become her home. She had poured her heart out in developing this place. Don't ask. I don't have time to explain in detail. When you arrive in the city of 10,000 swords, you can ask Uncle White and the others, and they will let you know. Right now, you need to make the arrangements right away, then immediately leave. This is a lesser teleportation Dao seal. You can use it to teleport up to 10,000 kilometers away. Teleport straight to the city. Ning handed her a Dao seal. Autumn Leaf immediately understood how grave the situation was. Actually, even if a celestial immortal of the Young Flame clan was to personally investigate, he would have to first go into the Witch River Immortal Estate, find the Witch River Palace in which Young Flame Nong had been killed, then utilize a temporal inversion technique. Even if, through the usage of such a technique, he discovered that Ning was the killer, he would probably need a bit of time before finding out about Ning's background. This entire process would take time, and in truth, by the time that Celestial Immortal might have made his way to Swallow Mountain, much time would have passed. And even if he came, he wouldn't recognize Autumn Leaf, nor know about the relationship between her and Ning. Thus, there was absolutely no need at all for Autumn Leaf to use the lesser teleportation Dao seal. Ning, however, was uneasy. In order to prevent any unknown variables from arising, he thus instructed Autumn Leaf to use the Dao seal. Swoosh. After making the arrangements, Autumn Leaf, per Ning's request, was forced to use this lesser teleportation Dao seal. Phew! Ning let out a sigh of relief. All right. He pushed open the door to the private room he normally stayed in, entered, then shut the door. With but a thought, he caused the illusion of a giant grizzly head to appear within the room. The grizzly head swallowed Ning within its mouth, and Ning disappeared from Serpent Wing Lake, entering the underwater estate in another world. Oh! The imperial capital of the Grand Xia dynasty. This was the administrative heart of this entire major world. There were many loose immortals and primal Taoists here, as well as various supreme tribes, schools, and sects as well. In fact, even some of the most powerful forces from other major worlds would arrange for spies and intelligence agents to be placed here. This was truly a place where the fish swam with the dragons. Immortals were as common as the clouds, and unfathomable in their power. The young Flame clan's estate in this place took up 1,000 kilometers. It was incomparably luxurious. Within a quiet study inside their estate, a golden-robed man with a crown on his head was seated before a desk, reading various intelligence reports. He was the leader of the young Flame clan, the current Godplume Duke. The Kindwater clan is becoming increasingly excessive in their actions. The golden-robed man frowned and muttered to himself. Clan leader, clan leader. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, the golden-robed man's face sunk. He hated it when his subordinates lost their bearings and grew panicked. However, this particular subordinate was his personal attendant, and one who should have known the rules. The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man dressed in blue robes charged in, then knelt down and said in sobbing voice, Clan leader, young master young Flame Nong, he. Young Flame Nong? What about him? The golden-robed man frowned. He died. The blue-robed, middle-aged servant spoke out in a terrified, frantic voice. What? The golden-robed man rose to his feet, revealing a look of astonishment. How did he die? How do you know he died? You can't say such things unless you are absolutely certain. His life tablet in the ancestral hall has shattered, the blue-robed servant called out. The golden-robed man stood there in the study. After a few moments of silence, he said in a low voice, Investigate. Send out my orders. Within the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, young Flame Nong's whereabouts needs to be discovered. Yes, the blue-robed servant said hurriedly. Young Flame Nong actually died? He should have gone to the Witch River Immortal Estate. How could he have died? Even if he wasn't able to bind the Witch River Immortal Estate, he had a greater teleportation Dao seal on him. Even within the Immortal Estate, he would have been able to teleport out to the Grand Xia Dynasty's world. And he had that Fiendgod with him, Shangliu Fong. The golden-robed man was pondering to himself. Young Flame Nong was one of his juniors. They weren't exactly on close terms with each other, and in fact he didn't really like young Flame Nong. But young Flame Nong had a celestial immortal supporting him. Although on the surface, the most powerful figure in a clan was its titular clan leader, compared to the celestial immortals who were the patriarchs of the clan leader was far inferior. These celestial immortal patriarchs who had lived countless years were the true foundation of a clan. The birth of every celestial immortal would cause the entire clan to celebrate, and the fall of every celestial immortal would be hidden for as long as possible. This was why no one was certain as to how many celestial immortals a clan had. For example, the Northmont clan of Stillwater. Did it have any surviving celestial immortals or not? This was a mystery. How many celestial immortal patriarchs did the young Flame clan have? This too was a mystery. Even the Godplume Duke himself only knew of 3 celestial immortal patriarchs within the clan. As for young Flame Nong, he only knew of 1. But even the Godplume Duke wasn't certain as to exactly how many celestial immortals his clan had. Clan leader, the blue-robed servant returned, saying hurriedly with respect, 3 days ago, young Master Young Flame Nong used a teleportation array to go to Stillwater Commandery, then headed towards the Witch River Immortal Estate. I'm not capable of locating the exact location of the estate. Right? The golden-robed man nodded. I need to go on a visit. For now, you are not to inform any outsiders of young Flame Nong's death. Yes. Soon, 9 golden flood dragons, pulling an immortal carriage behind them, soared out from within the young Flame clan's estate. They howled through the air, departing from the imperial capital of the Grand Xia dynasty and entering the azure void of the skies. At the peak of a tall volcano which stretched through the clouds, the 9 golden flood dragons, pulling the immortal carriage, descended from the skies, then flew into the mouth of the volcano. The last time this volcano had erupted was hundreds of thousands of years ago. They continued to fly down through the opening. Bubbling streams of lava could be seen in the depths below. In the center of the lava flows, a towering, red-haired giant could be seen, reclining in the lava. This red-haired giant lay there as though lying within a personal bathtub. His head was supported by a pillow of stone, and his feet pressed against another stone. His eyes were even larger than the immortal carriage. Senior Bayfire. The golden-robed man stood in front of the immortal carriage and called out, "Oh!" The red-haired giant opened his eyes and looked at the golden-robed man. After pondering a moment, he said slowly, "You are young Flame Fujuan, the current clan leader and God-plumed duke?" "I am." The golden-robed man was still quite humble. This was because he knew who the Fiendgod in front of him was. This Fiendgod was surnamed Bayfire, and was an incomparably powerful warrior who had belonged to an extremely mighty Fiendgod tribe, back in the Fiendgod era. He was a void-level Fiendgod. However, although he was only a void-level Fiendgod, his true combat power was absolutely on the level of celestial immortals. In the past, it had been one of the most brilliant, outstanding patriarchs of the Young Flame clan who had subdued and tamed him. Unfortunately, that patriarch had already fallen over the passage of countless years. "What is it?" the red-haired giant asked. "Are the three patriarchs still within this major world?" the golden-robed man asked. The red-haired giant said slowly, "Patriarch Infatuation left this major world more than 10,000 years ago. Where he went, and when he shall return, is unknown. Patriarch Sunfish, just a few decades, went to meet with friends in the Deva realm. Generally speaking, he will spend a century in the Deva realm when meeting with friends. Only Patriarch Arcanum remains here, in secluded meditation. Young Flame Gnome just died. This is a matter of grave import. I'd like to trouble you, Senior Bayfire, to make a report to Patriarch Arcanum." The golden-robed man said hurriedly, "Young Flame Gnome? The next clan leader of your clan?" The red-haired giant laughed. "Your next clan leader actually died? What a joke. I'll go help you make the report." The red-haired giant closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened them again. "Patriarch Arcanum will arrive right away." The location of the place where Patriarch Arcanum was secluded was a mystery. Only some of Patriarch Arcanum's closest confidants knew. Not even the God-plumed Duke knew. Whoosh! In the air above the lava, spots of stellar light suddenly appeared. The brilliant spots of stellar light began to link together, seemingly forming a mysterious, arcane formation. Suddenly, a tall, skinny, narrow-eyed elder stepped out from within that swirl of countless stars. In this moment, it seemed as though the entire world was bowing towards him, as though he and he alone was the only master of the world. Patriarch Arcanum. The golden-robed man hurriedly bowed with respect.